survive the worst, but the worst has yet to come. And don't do this to me now, I'm going numb.
Do not make me lose my keys to the door wide shut. Only had one wish, now it's never gonna come true. Trapped in time, forever in remorse. How could I ever be in this when nothing else matters to me? Don't you make me do this. Don't you make me do this. Don't you make me. Don't you make me. Don't even try what you want from me. Better stop pushing, 'cause I won't tolerate it.
There's no returning, no matter how much you want it. It burns me to the core of my body, no. Now is not the right time for anything, so stop noticing.
Stay away from me. Lost my keys to the door wide shut. Only had one wish, now it's never gonna come true. Trapped in time, forever in remorse. How could I ever be in this when nothing else matters to me?
If you want a battle, then I take it to the street. When we defeat, it's empty, gonna feel incomplete. Feeling half awake and half asleep. I'd rather be asleep and dream the days of peace.
I'm becoming everything that I wanted to be. Someone tell me, what should I do next? So don't make me lost my keys to the door wide shut. Only had one wish, now it's never gonna come true. Trapped in time, forever in remorse. How could I ever be in this when nothing else matters to me? Leave me out, I don't wanna fight. But if you insist, there will be consequences.
It's like I'm getting stuck on my face when I'm down on the ground. Do I survive the worst, but the worst has yet to come. And don't do this to me now, I'm going numb.
Do not make me lose my keys to the door wide shut. Only had one wish, now it's never gonna come true. Trapped in time, forever in remorse. How could I ever be in this when nothing else matters to me? Don't you make me do this. Don't you make me do this. Don't you make me. Don't you make me. Don't even try what you want from me. Better stop pushing, 'cause I won't tolerate it.
There's no returning, no matter how much you want it. It burns me to the core of my body, no. Now is not the right time for anything, so stop noticing.
Stay away from me. Lost my keys to the door wide shut. Only had one wish, now it's never gonna come true. Trapped in time, 'Cause
survive the worst, but the worst has yet to come. And I don't do this to me now, I'm cold numb.
Do not make me lost my keys to the door wide shut. Only had one wish, now it's never gonna come true. Trapped in time, forever in remorse. How could I ever be in this when nothing gets matters to me? Don't you make me do this? Don't you make me do this? Don't you make me? Don't you make me? Don't even try what you want from me. Better stop pushing, 'cause I won't tolerate it.
There's no returning, no matter how much you want it. It burns me to the core, on my body, no. Now is not the right time for anything, so stop loading.
Stay away from me. Already lost my keys to the door wide shut. Only had one wish, now it's never gonna come true. Trapped in time, forever in remorse. How could I ever be in this when nothing else matters to me?
If you want a battle, then I take it to the street. Win or defeat, it's empty, gonna feel incomplete. Feeling half awake and half asleep. Would rather be asleep and dream the days of peace.
I'm becoming everything that I want to be. Someone tell me, what should I do next? So don't make me already lost my keys to the door wide shut. Only had one wish, now it's never gonna come true. Trapped in time, forever in remorse. How could I ever be in this when nothing else matters to me? Leave me out, I don't wanna fight. But if you insist, there will be consequences.
It's like I'm getting stuck on my face when I'm down on the ground. Do I survive the worst, but the worst has yet to come. And I don't do this to me now, I'm cold numb.
Do not make me already lost my keys to the door wide shut. Only had one wish, now it's never gonna come true. Trapped in time, forever in remorse. How could I ever be in this when nothing else matters to me? Don't you make me do this? Don't you make me do this? Don't you make me? Don't you make me? Don't even try what you want from me. Better stop pushing, 'cause I won't tolerate it.
There's no returning, no matter how much you want it. It burns me to the core, on my body, no. Now is not the right time for anything, so stop loading.
Stay away from me. Already lost my keys to the door wide shut. Only had one wish, now it's never gonna come true. Trapped in time, forever in remorse. How could I ever be in this when nothing else matters to me?
If you want a battle, then I take it to the street. Win or defeat, it's empty, gonna feel incomplete. Feeling half awake and half asleep. Would rather be asleep and dream the days of peace.
I'm becoming everything that I want to be. Someone tell me, what should I do next? So don't make me already lost my keys to the door wide shut. Only had one wish, now it's never gonna come true. Trapped in time, forever in remorse. How could I
says it to come. And I don't do this to me now, I'm going numb.
Do not make me lose my keys to the door wide shut. Only have one wish, now it's never gonna come true. Trapped in time, forever in remorse. How could I ever be in this when nothing else matters to me? Don't you make me do this. Don't you make me do this. Don't you make me. Don't you make me. Don't even try what you want from me. Better stop pushing, 'cause I won't tolerate it.
There's no returning, no matter how much you want it. It burns me to the core of my body, no. Now is not the right time for anything, so stop noticing.
Stay away from me. Already lost my keys to the door wide shut. Only had one wish, now it's never gonna come true. Trapped in time, forever in remorse. How could I ever be in this when nothing else matters to me?
If you want a battle, then I take it to the street. Win or defeat, it's empty, gonna feel incomplete. Feeling half awake and half asleep. Would rather be asleep and dream the days of peace.
I'm becoming everything that I want to be. Someone tell me, what should I do next? So don't make me already lost my keys to the door wide shut. Only have one wish, now it's never gonna come true. Trapped in time, forever in remorse. How could I ever be in this when nothing else matters to me? Leave me out, I don't wanna fight. But if you insist, there will be consequences.
It's like I'm getting stuck on my face when I'm down on the ground. Do I survive the worst, but the worst has yet to come. And I don't do this to me now, I'm going numb.
Do not make me already lost my keys to the door wide shut. Only have one wish, now it's never gonna come true. Trapped in time, forever in remorse. How could I ever be in this when nothing else matters to me? Don't you make me do this. Don't you make me do this. Don't you make me. Don't you make me. Don't even try what you want from me. Better stop pushing, 'cause I won't tolerate it.
There's no returning, no matter how much you want it. It burns me to the core of my body, no. Now is not the right time for anything, so stop noticing.
Stay away from me. Already lost my keys to the door wide shut. Only have one wish, now it's never gonna come true. Trapped in time, forever in remorse. How could I ever be in this when nothing else matters to me?
If you want a battle, then I take it to the street. Win or defeat, it's empty, gonna feel incomplete. Feeling half awake and half asleep. Would rather be asleep and dream the days of peace.
I'm becoming everything that I want to be. Someone tell me, what should I do next? So don't make me already lost my keys to the door wide shut. Only have one wish, now it's never gonna come true. Trapped in time, forever in remorse. How darkest night, maybe I can give you a ray of light. And think about you, you look so tired. Cause of the many heavy look you are carrying. You should let them go if you wanna do. You wanna dream them through. Open your heart and show you understand. Your destiny. You say yourself and grow your life, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show you understand. Your destiny. You say You think about life, remember me. I can listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe I can give you a ray of light. Open your heart and show you understand. Your destiny. You say yourself and grow your life, baby. The future is waiting for you.
Unmute myself. Yes, unmute myself. How's everyone doing? I gotta say, that was some good work by a few people in chat. Let me see if I can shout anybody out. Like I said in chat, I'm not gonna talk about this too much, but Seth Evans, that was an epic combo breaker. Epic combo breaker. Seriously. I have never seen a combo breaker like that. All right, so just to let you all know, we're in slow mode, which means if you say something, you gotta wait 15 seconds before you say something else. That's just a deal to deal with spammers. That's what we're worried about, right? Seth Evans, that was sick. That was some sick action right there. I'm looking at the screenshot right now, and it is epic timing. Not a second too soon, and not a second too late. If you ever need a sharpshooter, right? Seth Evans. Seth Evans has got you. Anyway, chat, let's get into this. Today, we've got a lot to go over. We got night 2 of the DNC going on. The spicy DNC coverage, the spiciest DNC coverage there is. And I mean, it's going to start soon. What is it again? Yeah, it's between 3 and 4 o'clock my time. So we're coming up on that. But yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I'm a little distracted today. That was actually kind of cool. That was actually kind of cool. That kind of got me in a good mood. Seriously. Anyway, yeah, we got part 2, night 2 of our epic coverage of all of the DNC. Oh my gosh. To be a person who came in here at the last second before I started stream and determined that like there was a long time before stream started, I would kind of hate to be that person. They're gonna miss out. They're gonna miss out on a damn good time. 6 hours of hot politicking action. Yeah, hot politicking. Well, the real hot pot action is going to be on Wednesday. It's going to be tomorrow night. That is Walz's night. The night of the Waltz. Right, I believe that Walz is going to bring some hot pot. I've been told. Sorry, hot pot. What am I saying? Hot dish. I know the difference. I haven't had hot dish in a long time, chat. That's why I'm a little iffy on it, but yeah. Yeah, we got Tim Walz tomorrow. We got the Obamas tonight. It's all about the Obamas tonight. I feel like there's somebody else that is... I feel like there's somebody else that's going to be here tonight, too. Let me check on my itinerary. DNC itinerary. Yeah, they send me an itinerary. George Soros, actually. Okay, let's put on the, like... Sorry, I'm looking for like relaxing music. Something like this, maybe? There we go. Yeah, we got some time ahead of us. We got some hot DNC action, some hot convention action. I'm still looking up the schedule. Day 2. What's on the agenda? So we're gonna get in underway in about 50 minutes. That's when it starts. Let's see who we got for tonight. Okay, so we got Michelle Obama. We got Doug Emhoff. We got Chuck Schumer. Bernie Sanders? Wait a minute. And Obama. Why are they... Okay, there's where they mention Obama. Yep. Doug Emhoff, if you don't know, is Kamala's husband. I almost said wife. I'm almost of the mindset that if you are married to any sort of famous big name politician, that you are in fact the wife. That is not how wifery works. I should know. I've been one. I wasn't very good at it. I got fired. But anyway, it's okay, chat. It's okay. I got fired from that job as a high level political wife. I'm looking down the list that we've got here. We got some Teamsters, actually. We got some Teamsters. And let me read you a little bit of the drama that's going on behind the scenes. So as you may or may not know, let's get this guy's image out here. Bring him over here. All right, so who am I talking about? I'm talking about this guy. There he is. Excuse me? Wrong. Wrong window. Let's try that again. Got a better picture. There we go. There he is. Everybody know who this is? This is the president of the Teamsters. You can see the little Teamsters pin on his lapel there. That's Sean O'Brien. He's not at the DNC. He's at the RNC. This guy showed up at the RNC. This guy's a little bit of a traitor. Some might even call him a scab. I don't know, Chad. I am not currently a member of a union, so yeah, this is Sean O'Brien. Wait, did I say the wrong name? Did I mix up my Seans? Because the thing is, the other Sean was there last night, right? Sean Fain, we saw his speech last night at the night 1 of the DNC. We do have some more union members showing up. Some actual Teamsters, I believe, are going to show up at the DNC. This guy's not invited, though. This guy's not invited. This guy missed his chance. And look, you can say what you will, and you can say that the Democrats have not been great to labor and have not been great to unions, but Biden has been a little bit of an exception to that rule, with some major caveats, right? The trains being the first one that comes to mind. We almost called his ass a traitor. Wait, did I say Sean Fain when I meant Sean O'Brien? They're spelled differently. Right? This is Sean with a S-E-A-N, and Sean Fain has got S-H-A-W-N, right? These are totally different Seans. Different names as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, this guy will not be there. This guy's persona non grata at the DNC. And look, you know, I mean, like I said, as bad as the Democrats are, supporting Trump is a fucking... is a red line. But yeah, there will be some Teamsters there. Let me see who we got. Yeah, Kenneth Sterbling, retired Timster. A Timster is a fan of Tim Walz, actually. No, I mean Teamster. So we at least got one Teamster tonight. I feel like I heard there were some more coming, some rank and file Teamsters. Yeah, this is just like a Naomi Klein and Naomi Naomi Klein and Naomi Wolf kind of situation, right? Where people constantly mix them up. Naomi Klein herself was in the bathroom famously when she heard people outside of the bathroom discussing her, just talking about her and being like, yeah, I used to love Naomi Klein. It's too bad that she is an anti-vaxxer now. And she comes out of the bathroom, does not identify herself, and is not recognized by these two ladies talking about Naomi Klein, right? And says, I believe that you have her mixed up with Naomi Wolf. And they're like, oh, yeah, that's right. That is Naomi Wolf, right? So, yeah, this is the doppelganger situation with Sean O'Brien and Sean Fain. But yeah, Sean O'Brien is not invited. Let me read you a little of the inside baseball from Axios, right? This is from Axios. DNC makes Teamsters president sweat. Teamsters president Sean O'Brien has been ghosted by the DNC after his request to speak in Chicago. Why it matters. At least 7 leaders of major labor unions were set to take the DNC stage tonight, but O'Brien has become persona non grata in some Democratic circles. This is the quote from Teamsters spokesperson Cara Deniz. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing their name right, but yeah, they say, we didn't get a response to our request for him to speak. The Teamsters boss became the first ever union president to speak at the RNC last month, delivering fiery remarks before a party that has a track record of opposing labor movements. Rank-and-file Teamsters retirees have been invited to attend the DNC, a sign that the O'Brien snub is personal, right? So by inviting people like, God, where is there? By inviting people like Stribling, this is kind of it's a thumbing of the nose. It's a flicking of the booger at Sean O'Brien, right? So they're like saying, we're cool with the Teamsters, we're just not cool with you. A spokesperson for the DNC did not immediately respond to Axios' request for comment, so they're no commenting Axios, as one should. The big picture, the Teamsters historically endorsed Democrats, but the union of about 1.3 million members has not yet offered an endorsement this cycle. Vice President Kamala Harris is planning to sit for a roundtable with members of the Teamsters. Harris and Governor Walz have worked to shore up support amongst labor unions and win over some of the voters in this key demographic who have drifted towards Trump. Zoom in. God, I love how Axios writes this. O'Brien's speech at the RNC highlighted the extent to which the GOP is trying to court labor workers this cycle, a group that has historically backed Democrats. See, the thing is, if you really want to court labor, you got to offer something. You got to be on their side. And I haven't seen shit, and I would be surprised if I saw shit from the Republican Party in that regard, right? The only affinity between, a group like the Teamsters at all and the RNC might be that some rank and file members are like socially conservative, right? In terms of the issues that, like, the most important issues to unions, the Republicans have done, and again, the Democrats need to do more. The Democrats need to do way more. The Democrats need to be unambiguously on the side of labor. And they have not, as of yet, done that. But, yeah, I don't know. Some people look at O'Brien's speech, which was kind of scant on endorsements. So he didn't come up and endorse Trump, but he said that was, he made the comment of, like, that was the most American thing I've ever seen when you pumped your fist in the air. So I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't know what the fuck that is, but... These voters could have an outside impact, particularly in swing states in the blue wall of... They shouldn't call it the blue wall, by the way. That's a Hillary Clinton phrase. I think they called it the firewall, right? Hillary's firewall, which was some of these states, Wisconsin being the foremost in my mind, that Hillary thought were going to save her from any kind of shenanigans with, some of the swing states flipping over to Trump, right? She had this firewall that was supposed to, we got the firewall states, and she didn't even campaign in Wisconsin, famously, right? Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Yes, there are union members in those states. What to watch? More than a half dozen union leaders are set to speak at the Democratic Convention in Chicago on Monday. Sean Fain, president of the UAW, is the only labor leader who will be have a solo speaking slot as a sign of his political star power. Anyway, so that's going on. I'm trying to look down this list and see who else we've got. Tammy Duckworth. JB Pritzker. I said Bernie Sanders. I said Chuck Schumer. Not really recognizing anybody else, but regardless, that's what we got going on for tonight. So yeah, this is going to be mainly featuring the Obamas. The two kind of keynote speakers are Michelle Obama and Barack Obama. The other, sort of big name in terms of the Harris campaign will be Harris's husband, Douglas Emhoff, who will be there. So yeah, we're definitely going to make sure to check out the Bernie Sanders speech. Other than that, we might be bouncing around. I'll keep an eye on the convention itself. In fact, speaking of which, I probably need to go ahead and open up the... Well, again, it doesn't officially start until like 40 minutes from now. Let's see if I can find a stream that's... Oh, there it is. C-SPAN. Yes, C-SPAN. I love you. Thank you. Thank you, YouTube, for putting C-SPAN in my algorithm. I feel like C-SPAN's probably our best bet. I could be wrong. I've heard various things. I've seen various people not covering... Here we go. We got a live feed here from the DNC itself. There it is. On C-SPAN, right? So yeah, I've heard various people talking about, takedowns that were happening. Anybody got some information for me on that? Anybody see streams get taken down? I agree that C-SPAN seems to be safe. CNN, definitely not. Definitely not. The only thing that unites us as a country is our disdain for Hillary. So they should stop rolling her out at the convention. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I felt like Hillary was putting the kiss of death on Kamala last night. So yeah, we're walking through the convention hall here. This is like kind of the pre-game, the pre-funking that they do before the party. That is the DNC, the wild and spicy party. That is the DNC. These Democrats know how to party. They got their little tiny hats with glitter. There's some wild bling. There's some wild, like, accoutrements. What is the right name for these things, right? They're accessories that they wear at the DNC. God, chat, I gotta get some Void coffee in me. I gotta wake the fuck up. You gotta wake the fuck up. Wake up, chat. Has my putting chat on slow chat, has that like slowed anybody's roll? It shouldn't be too bad. It just keeps you from posting like 15 seconds, right? If you post, you gotta wait 15 seconds before you pantsuit party. That was last night, Peter Hopkins. That was last night. These Democrats know how to swing, baby. Is Grindr down in Chicago? You know, I've heard that that's true for the Democrats too. I've heard that's true for the Democrats as well. Does it affect the mods? We'll have to see. Oh, no, it doesn't, Narwhal. Wait, what? Wait, did you just retract your own messages? I can't tell. It's not through Stream Elements, it's through YouTube itself. It did not. Wait, it did not. Sorry. I'm so confused. Were you the one who deleted those messages? Or when you say it did not, you mean it did not stop you from posting twice in a row? It does not. Yes, it does not affect mods. This is like, yes, we have no bananas. Okay. It's a double negative, but that's okay because that's how I communicate too. And the double negatives make sense, right? Algebra, if you use algebra logic to speak to me and you've got like a -1 on the outside of some parentheses, then I know that everything in the parentheses gets that negative applied to it. It just automatically happens. So yeah, that works for me. That communication style works for me. What happens at the convention stays at the convention. You know, what they really should go for is like, what is that thing from Rocky Horror Picture Show where they have the unconventional conventionist? There's like a convention happening during the Rocky Horror Picture Show, but they're not a regular convention goers. They're an unconventional group of convention goers. And they're definitely there for a good time. Unlike Brad and Janet, who are just trying to get their, what are they trying to get their tire fixed or something like that? And like, whatever happened to the satanic mechanic? That's what confuses me the most, right? Is that I feel like Frankenfurter teased the satanic mechanic and we never actually got to see said satanic mechanic. Narwhal by nature's got dinner. Oh my God, Narwhal, I am so jealous of you. I am so jealous of you. It's like I should have gotten groceries today, but I didn't. And now I'm down to the only vegetables in my house are sea vegetables, some nori, some kelp, and ginger. Ginger. I've got ginger. So that's a vegetable. I mean, it's a rhizome, right? Is a rhizome a vegetable, chat? Or is a rhizome a sentient, autonomous unit of some sort? Any particular feelings on rhizomes? I'm just waiting to see what chat thinks about rhizomes. It's just water? Don't be jealous? Okay, I'll try not to be jealous. Wait, that's your dinner? That's worse than me. At least my dinner was rice, beans, rhizomes, and nori. Well, apparently I called a Chud Logic orbiter named God, I can't remember this guy's name. I think his name is like Kuman or something. Kuman. Keyman. Is his name Keyman? I can't remember, the little wiggly dude. We watched his stream the other day, right? I can never remember this dude's name, right? But apparently I called him a sentient outgrowth of Chud Logic, as if he was some kind of a carbuncle on Chud Logic. He's like the Joseph, the little thing that grows off of Joseph Joestar. Right, he gets a pimple and it starts talking to him. It's like that's what Quemon is, but for Chud Logic. I haven't seen Shock Treatment either. I haven't seen it either. There's a sequel. Yeah, I heard about this. I've never seen it though. Wait, one of your abs? Are you talking about like one side of your abs, Soul Life? Your rectus abdominis? Or is it like one little unit inside the... Yeah, this is an interesting muscle, chat. Like, right, they're instead of it being like most of your muscles are just continuous, like your biceps, right? It's continuous between your shoulder and your forearm, so it pulls it like this, right? And it's you know, it's like ligament to muscle to ligament, right? To bone to ligament to muscle to ligament, right? But your abdominal muscles, especially the rectus abdomini, they are, you know how people have like a 6-pack, or some people have less than 6-pack, some people have a 4-pack, some people actually have an 8-pack, some people have a 7-pack. It's really weird. It can grow, the muscle can grow in different ways, right? But yeah, you got one singular upper right ab muscle. Oh, you're talking about little part of the rectus. That's wild. That's wild. I never have problems with those, but then again, I don't do enough core exercises. Sounds like you got some good ingredients for ramen. I mean, sort of. Except I don't have tofu, which would go in ramen really nicely. Instead, I have beans. Rhizomes are a starch like the yucca root or a potato. I mean, I don't think there's that much starch in ginger, but it does make stuff taste a lot better. And apparently it helps you digest too. Okay, so now this is what I'm talking about, right? When I say campaign accessories, you see this gentleman, possibly from Texas or some similar state, with his cowboy hat, with his American flag cowboy hat. This is what, wait, what is this? Is this 49ers fans here? Who are these? Oh my God. Everybody's got to represent like where they're from as a delegate, right? That's part of the tradition. Okay, so there are some things that I kind of want to cover before, the cheeseheads, yo! They're from Wisconsin. I can tell because of the cheese. They're cheeseheads, chat. They're representing Wisconsin. I could go for some cheese right now, like some vegan cheese. Americans are so funny. I mean, you're not wrong, Daymel. You are not wrong. Ginger is magical. Yeah, it really is. Miskatonic says, I have a half keg instead of a 6-pack. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had that kind of like low body fat to really show off the individual portions of my rectus abdominis. Discover the joy of making a splash of salsa to ramen. That is really good. That's good stuff, Soul Life. I've eaten that before. I used to put an egg in it. I used to put an egg in everything. And then at some point, it's probably because I worked at a restaurant that served eggs, that I got sick of the smell of eggs and the taste of eggs and everything eggy about eggs. And I just like have not wanted an egg ever since. Although at this point, I would go for like anything. Ginger is good for the inflammation, the immune system too. Yeah, and the digestive system. Although I probably also said that you had an egg too. Yeah, egg and salsa. Are you a fan of egg and salsa, Soul Life? Just like if you coat your chicken with a layer of wow. There's some psychosexual shit going on in my head. Mayo before baking. It's no longer mayo after cooking. It adds flavor and holds in moisture. Yo, it's like you're moisturizing your chicken. That's kind of amazing. Man, oh, mayo. Yeah, we got the man, oh, man, I love mayo. I don't know. Adding mayo to chicken. I've added mayo to chicken salad. That's for sure. I've added mayo to... oh, yeah, oh, wait. So wait, speaking of mayo, thanks. That reminded me of something. All right, there's things I have to remember before we get started, right? To get us started right. To get us on the right track here. We're on the right track, baby. We were born this way, or something like that. Any Gaga fans in chat? That's like, I'm dating myself. Wait, which one's not kosher? Egg plus... Is it egg plus cheese? That makes it not kosher? Great song. I know. Well, she steals a lot from Madonna, but she steals it in a way that I think even Madonna appreciates. So even though there was a beef between Gaga and Madonna, that was a thing. Okay, so what we didn't hit the thing last night. We do still have Tim Walz's Caucasian tacos as an option if people are interested. Which one did not? I think it's Mr. Beast that didn't get as many. Chat chooses violence. Okay, we're going to put violence back on the menu. We took it off for one night, but chat, there's so much that I need to cover. There's so much that I need to cover, and I'm afraid some of the stuff I'm not going to get to until after the DNC. So, if chat wants to choose violence tonight, I am definitely game for it. There's a specific video that I have in mind too. So yeah, you know, if we hit the dono goal tonight, we came really close to it last night, but it's almost better that we didn't because I was tired and I think you were tired. Oh God, this is what I want to start with. This is what I want to start with. The reason that we're all tired, or the reason that I'm tired at least, the reason that things went super late, right? There is a reason. And I do want to talk about that, but there is the dono goal. We're going to add it as a poll and let you start voting on it. Bonus material if you want it, right? And hopefully we will not have a long night because there's a reason why that night went long, right? There's a reason why a certain person may have been pushed out of prime time. That might not have been an accident. And that's going to be the first story that we cover. We got chat chooses violence. We got RFK is trying to join Team Kamala. RFK wants a spot on Team Kamala. Whether he'll get it or not is a different case entirely. We got Eon's AI copyright infringement scheme, whatever you want to call it. And we got Tim Walz's and Caucasian tacos, right? Even whiter than my mom's tacos, which is saying something because I feel like my mom did not take great care into authentic tacos. You came in just during the juicy part. That's true. We are getting juicy here. We're getting juicier and juicier and juicy. Wow. We like I put the poll down and immediately it's like throwing a toy that's filled with catnip to a cat. It just gets batted around. It's like chat chooses violence. Is that what's going on right now? Chat's choosing violence. Tim Walz's tacos. Nobody's too interested in Elon's AI copyright infringement. But other than that, we've got an active poll going. So make sure to vote on that. Make sure to also like the stream if you have not already. We've got 42 concurrent viewers, only 29 likes. That's a bit of a disparity, but some of you may have just gotten here, right? Some of you may not realize that it's gotten spicy already in ways that I can't really describe, but I think my mods know about this, and they're going to be on the lookout for any sussy bakas trying to infiltrate, trying to appear to be among us when they are not. They are not one of us. They cannot sit at our table. They can't sit here. You can't sit here. You can't sit here. Okay? Why do they have... Wait, is that they're doing this thing. That hand thing. It's not like a number one or whatever, right? It's this deal right here. Isn't this the shocker, chat? Is this one the shocker? I can't remember what the shock is, or is the shocker like that? It's like, or like, is it like that? I'm trying to remember the shocker. Anyway, I think it's that. I think that's the shocker. Pleasant or unpleasant surprises aside, though, we need to get to where we're going here, and I need to so I've got the poll open for y'all. Oh yeah, this is the thing I always forget to do. So let me do this now. All right, I am going to thank people that support me on Patreon because it's a really awesome thing to do, and I appreciate it greatly. And you know, you help keep the lights on, you help keep me going. And I want to thank and shout out my spicy weasels. All right, so spicy weasels that get shout outs are the people at the $5 tier and above. We got a $3 tier too, if you want to help out with that. There's different bonuses to different tiers, and the $5 tier gets you a fancy shout out because it makes you a fancy weasel. So shouts out go to Omega Star, go to Jules K, go to Just Julie, go to Moe Noip, go to Shakespeare, go to Funky Monkey, go to Temporal Insanity, and go to Zera Xerax. Thank you, Spicy Weasels, for supporting me on Patreon. So, yeah, we've got that. And as always, when you donate, let me know which of these topics appeal to you, in addition to the poll that I'm conducting, and which chat is like, that's like 14 votes, and 57% of you choose violence, right? Violence means, if you don't know the parlance, right, that that I cover some other streamer that I might have opinions about. There might be opinions shared that are not appreciated by this other streamer, who will become a lot more relevant again after we're done with politics, but who we're kind of keeping on the back burner for right now. But again, there's more material coming out, so you know it does help me to be able to get some of it taken care of. So I'm game for the choice of violence tonight. Hopefully tonight will not go as long as last night did, and I'll be fresh for that one. The shocker, I thought, is a bowling ball grip. I mean, it's one way to put it. The shocker, but I choose that because I'm not selfish. Wait. The shocker is that, but it's actually that because I'm not selfish. Oh my god, chat. I don't know. 2 in the pink and 1 in the... Oh my god. Oh my god. Is that what it is? I had a friend show me that and I was like, really? Really? Is that what we're doing? Is that what we're doing? So I think I know where the other one goes, but I can't say. I can't say because I'm a lady and a lady never, Okay, so what are we starting off on? Was Biden snubbed? Was Biden snubbed? By Kamala and the Dems. Spicy. In capital letters. Spicy DNC coverage. The Obamas are here tonight, as well as Bernard Sanders. And Kamala's husband. Okay, so yeah, there we go. See, this music is relaxing me. I kind of need this. We're going aggressive. We're going hard in the paint tonight on shorts. Although we're not starting aggressive, and I'm definitely going to do the slow mode thing. What should I make it like? I'll make it 15 seconds. We can raise it if we need to. That seems like a pretty good universal thing to put on all of my streams now. Go into the slow mode. And again, mods, you're immune to that. You're immune to slow mode. And the rest of you, you should be okay, right? Like, unless you really desperately need to post like within 15 seconds of your other post, it should be okay. Let me know if it's annoying, though, because I do like that feedback. We make a poll and say, start a poll. Did you know that you can interrupt me to, can I spell interrupt? Is there 2 R's? Interrupt? Yeah, there's 2 R's to ask a question. By super chatting 5 USD or more. And then like yes or no, but I do now. And there's the poll, and then the other thing that I need to put in here is the link to the full scale stream and the Twitch stream, so that if anybody in full screen, it's this, and it's twitch.tv/no comment chick cc. And there we go. We got everything we need, and that means we can hit the button. We're in button mode, chat. We're in button time. It's button pushing time. Are you ready to push the buttons of the right wing? Because I sure am. That's what I'm best at, apparently. Pushing the buttons for fun and profit, but especially that profit, right? I mean, fun, yes, but also profit. And I guess we could have a little creator music as a treat. Anybody want some creator music brought to you by the creators on YouTube who put their shit on shout out to Noir et Blanc V. Noir et Blanc V. You make some good music, and I enjoy playing your music. So everybody go check out Noir et Blanc V if you're looking for some good copyright-free music. And check out their other stuff, too, because I bet they got some stuff on Spotify that you could definitely check out, right? You could check them out. You could support them because they make this music. There we go. We're going live on Shorts. So now we're live on 3 platforms. Ad incoming in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Has it already gone off? It has. All right. So if you're watching me on Twitch, you may have just experienced your first top of the hour ad break, and you may have been a little surprised that unlike on YouTube, you're not able to skip those ads. It's impossible. There's no skip button, right? You're missing a skip button. Right, there is a skip button, you just can't see it, and that is by hooking up your Prime account, if you have Prime, to Twitch and getting yourself a free sub. You get that free sub, and you will no longer see ads in my chat for the period of 1 month, right? And you can renew it every month for free, right? You could also pay $6, it is now, if you want to buy yourself a sub and you don't have Prime, or you could possibly hold out for being gifted a sub, which can happen and does happen, but happens more often. It might happen to you if you're active in the chat. Meow. Meow. Is this Shorts? Yes. Wait, it's almost like Soul Life. That question is almost like, is this me? It's almost like a Majority Report caller question. But yeah, we're looking right now at the, it's a C-SPAN call from Indiana. This is the Democratic National Convention that's going on tonight. Things don't really get started for another 10 minutes. So we're going to watch something while we wait. And again, chat, like, you know, we're going to start with the kind of the glup shittos. We're going to start with the who mega lulz. And then we're gonna move on to the more important people. We're gonna get Bernie Sanders. We're gonna get Imhoff. We're gonna get Michelle and Barack Obama tonight. So we got some big stars coming on. What are we doing? Hitting playlist and looking for all of the videos that I've got to sort of watch with you while we wait for the better content to occur. Okay, so we're going to start with the question of Biden and was he snubbed, right? This is a question from last night. You might have watched this with me or somewhere else, right? You might have seen clips from it. Biden did not come on until I think near around midnight East Coast time, right? He spoke for like an hour and he wasn't in prime time, right? So in other words, people watching on television, people watching on the internet, people watching at home, they might not have seen Joe Biden unless they stayed up really late, especially if they're on the East Coast. It was very late. It was very late. And there's some questions about why that happened. And we're going to join the cast of Breaking Points, or at least some of them. We got Ryan, we got Sagar, and Jetty, and we've got Emily. Can't remember her last name, but she's on there too, to give their opinions on what exactly happened last night. Because I want to know. And I'm sure you want to know too. Was Biden snubbed? Did Biden get snubbed? He definitely said some surprising things in his speech. I did not expect him to shout out the protesters. He did again say that ceasefire is right around the corner. That ceasefire is on its way. You just have to be patient and wait for it. And it is to the point where some people think, is he just running cover for Netanyahu? Like, what's he doing with this? Because he said that ceasefire was on its way for like 6 months now. So, but regardless, we hope that something is in the works. Definitely that would help out his vice president, who is now the candidate, who is now the standard bearer, who's now the nominee of the Democratic Party. And they're going to make it official on Thursday. So we're going to have continuing coverage all this week up until Thursday. And that's the night when Kamala speaks. Tomorrow, again, is going to be Walz. Walz will be the main attraction tomorrow. Tonight, it's the Obamas. We have also got Bernie. So hold on for that. But yeah, like I said, stuff is going to start off really boring, right? They're just sitting down. They're milling about. This is like church or something, right? This is like before or after church, which for me as a kid was always the most boring part, because I knew my parents, they wanted to go to church. They wanted to see the preacher and stuff like that. But then they would also like hang out afterwards. And if you're a kid, like, I don't know, that's just not the place to be. So what, there we you will not see him tonight. You will not see him tonight or any night at the DNC. Anyway, I think we've got all the buttons that I need. I just need to press them. So there's this button here. There is that button there. Whoops. Chat. How is Twitch doing? Is Twitch okay? Okay, somebody would have told me if it wasn't. Let's see, testing. Can we just confirm that Twitch is okay? Here, I'll put it back on C-SPAN. Church sucked, and at least the main one I was forced to attend sold donuts. I thought that Sunday school sucked. And I always hated having to go to Sunday school, but then when my parents took me to church proper, I found out that church actually sucks more than Sunday school. Looks like, yeah, why isn't it working then? Huh. You know, I bet there's like a login that I have to do for the Stream Deck that I haven't done. It's probably that. Twitch is okay. Twitch is okay. Okay, well, we won't worry about it for now. I like to get a stream marker on Twitch, but that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen today, so we're going to have to do it this way instead. Wait, I would love to, like, I'm trying to remember how this even works. Okay, I think there's some sort of a... Yeah, there we go. Counts. Okay, let me just temporarily disable this and then hit this button. Then re-enable this. Okay. I don't actually see the problem anyway, chat. It must be just some... Urgh, it's frustrating. Oh wait, maybe I can just do it manually. We'll do it live, chat. We'll do it live. No, we're doing it live actually. Okay. Oh, I know what's going on. I know exactly what's going on. Okay, I got it. Press this button. Nope. It's just not gonna work this time. It's okay. It's okay. I'm just gonna stop freaking out, and I'm gonna press the button that I know how to press, which would be this one, and... There we go. So yeah, like I said, while we wait for the DNC to start, for the interesting people to come on and speak, we're going to take a look. We're going to take a little, we're going back, chat. This is what we always do. We always go back. What we do here is go back.
What we do here is go back. We're
going to go back to last night.
Are we good? Okay. All right. Hello, everybody. We are live from Chicago at the DNC. Shout out to all of our friends at Barstool Sports for allowing us to use the studio.
Chat, I want you to observe something, all right? I want you to observe how somebody that's making a lot of money on YouTube, as opposed to me, how they do, right? We have got some kind of energy drink. Can somebody identify these energy drink? These species of energy drink. We've also got some body armor. What is that? It's like a muscle milk, isn't it? Body armor. And then we got energy drinks, right? They're gonna stay up. This is their Mountain Dew Code Red, but it's better, right? They're sponsored by this shit. They're not just drinking this shit because it's like it's cool and it's great to be ultra caffeinated. Like it's not for the reason I drink Void coffee, right? They're sponsored, and they're not just sponsored by that. They're sponsored by some kind of toy. Like, what the fuck is that back there? They got all kinds of sponsorships. They're selling all kinds of deals, right? What you buy this toy for your kids? Turbo Man? What the fuck is this?
Specifically, my man Eddie at the Dog Walk Pod.
I'm just saying I'm jealous, chat. I'm jealous.
Everyone, if you are a fan of Chicago.
But I shouldn't be too jealous, because we have a raid. Fighting Gale, welcome in. Welcome, streamer. Welcome, raiders. This is something that happens on Twitch from time to time when other people show some love to each other by bringing their communities into each other's communities, into each other's chat. And you're just in time to see us interrogate the question of why was Biden snubbed, or was he snubbed, right? Why was Biden so late? Why did they bump James Taylor? They bumped Debbie Wasserman Schultz. And they put Biden way super late. And is it because, no, they don't want people to see Biden? Are they hiding? That's the question we're asking. Are they hiding Biden? And if so, what's up with that? What's up, Videngale? How was your stream? Good to have you here. Great to have you all here today. We're gonna go back into. So I'm gonna press the button one more time. Here, we've already had technical difficulties at the outset of the stream, but I wanted to say hello to the streamer who just raided in, and I wanted to say hello to the raiders as well. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, streamer. Good to have you along with us.
Chicago sports. Go subscribe to the Dog Walk. Show everybody here at the Barstool Chicago office some love. They've been very, very kind to us, and we are incredibly grateful as we continue our DNC live coverage. So we're going to go ahead and get going. We're going to go over some of the topics and all the other fun things. We do have some video from Crystal that we will be including in the show. Don't worry, everybody. She will be on the show tomorrow here live from Chicago on Wednesday and then on Thursday as well. So everybody stay tuned for that. We are, of course, running
Everybody, if you use Twitch, check out Videngale's channel.
a promo, right?
I've got the, wait a minute, is that the wrong kind of shout out? I feel like it's supposed to, let's see, SO? Huh? It's just the same thing. Anyway, you can click the link if you want to. There's supposed to be a thing that comes in chat. I don't know why that didn't happen, but
Now, 1 month free trial, DNC free, breakingpoints.com, where you can sign up to become a premium subscriber. You're going to want to.
somebody needs to coach them on those smiles. That's fucking creepy. You don't need to smile that much, do you? Videngale, thank you for the resub. Thank you so much for the resub, and thank you for the kind words. And yeah, absolutely good to have you today. Also, just know that if you're subscribing or you're resubscribing, you are also helping us to hit our dono goal, right? That dono goal, thanks to Videngale, is now at 6%, right? When you donate, you can let me know which of the topics that you want to see, which of these topics that you want to see, or those topics if you're watching on Shorts. We got Chat Chooses Violence, which is I cover other streamers that I might have opinions on. RFK trying to join Team Kamala. Elon's AI copyright fiasco, that's going on as well. Tim Walz says, whoa, we got a hype train. Little Dragon with the Prime sub. So that drives us up to 9%. Tim Walz's Caucasian tacos, right? And the question we're asking about those is, do they contain mayonnaise? Are there mayonnaise in those tacos, right? Because that would be definitely an interesting recipe, and not necessarily in a good way, but we'll find out about that if we end up choosing Tim Walz tonight. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that and let people see what the topics are tonight, and you can vote on the full scale stream over on YouTube, or if you want to, when you donate, just let me know which of these topics are interesting to you, and I will put your money where your mouth is. And And here's Sagar and Crystal. What the hell is this? What are they selling?
I think a premium subscriber right now because
Oh, they're selling their... Wait. Is this their
not
locals?
only get to support all of our work, but we are going to be taking questions throughout this entire live stream. Probably every time we do a topic, we'll take them from our premium subscribers on locals, and so we'll be incorporating them into the show. Producer Mac is on the switchboard. This is a quite fun experience.
God, they're making all kinds of money here. Let's fast forward to see what... Oh, there's Mac. There's Mac.
Give him the yeah.
Shouts out to the Breaking Points producer. Producers do really hard work. It's not easy to be a producer, so
love it. I love it. So you guys can meet the entire crew. Griffin is here after tremendous flight difficulties.
He could have walked.
Shout out to Griffin.
Train. It was a plane.
We are
trains, and
so
automobile.
happy that he.
you got like 3 minutes if you want to drive that hype train forward. It's at 62% right now. If it gets to 100%, you earn extra emotes for Twitch, for everybody in Twitch, right? You'll basically increase our emote count and open up new emotes to everybody. So you got a limited time to do that if you want to. If you donate during this time, there's an extra bonus of extra emotes.
He is here. All right. Why don't we go ahead and get started? So, like I said, breakingpoints.com. Take advantage. DNC free if you want to support the channel. Let's go ahead and begin with President Biden's big speech.
Oh, President Biden. Okay, not President Sunday. All right, just making sure.
last night. Now, one of the major stories to come out from the speech is not just the speech content itself, but the time that it went on. All of us were up very, very late last night. I guess shout out to Ghost Energy for powering us right now. Well, I promise we're not even getting paid. These are just so good.
Insane.
You're not getting paid?
We're the suckers, apparently.
Also, you get a certain percentage of 4 daily vitamins. 100% of 4.
Has anybody? No, they're definitely getting paid. What are they talking about?
Incredible
I mean,
Ghost Energy. I mean,
can't beat it.
What else could you ask for? Right?
I'm not gonna have orange juice ever again.
Let's get serious. Let's talk about the DNC and this speech timing. Matt, could you go ahead and put the A1 element and load that up, please, up on the screen? Thank you very much. So what you can see in front of you is that President Biden did not take the stage until some 10:46 p.m. here in Central Time, which means he was officially past prime time. So here, what the media reporters over at the Times are saying:
Prime time. You can't mention prime while you're guzzling Ghost Energy.
ABC, CBS, and NBC News all planned to continue their live coverage of the convention past that scheduled 11 p.m. cutoff. But the later it gets, quote, the smaller the overall audience will be.
This is true.
Development that, quote, may irk his allies in the party. And that very much was the case. If we want to go ahead and put A2, please, up on the screen, Mac. Just to explain to everybody, of course, we're on Central Time here. It's traditional that the candidate's speech, the flagship speech, is supposed to happen in prime time, right, Ryan?
Mm-hmm.
And the longer that things were continuing, it was very clear that this was a massive snub and humiliation of Joe Biden. His own not coronation, his own farewell at the Democratic National Convention is now overshadowed by people who are like Kamala's 4th grade friends who talked about driving to school. And, they had who else? Like,
wait, I'm sorry, but if she's gonna have her friends on, that is not, you should not see that. I already am sus about this. I already feel like there's somebody trying to start drama at the DNC. The real drama should be like, why don't you have a ceasefire yet? All right. But it seems like an attempt to, I don't know, to create some kind of a wedge between Kamala's people and then the Biden people. Hype train coming in at level 1. Good job, everybody.
Women and others. Emily is,
and thank you for Little Dragon and Princess Mononoke for the gift sub and the biddies, respectively.
We're all watching it live together.
Or reverse, respectively.
We have that text to Alex Thompson from a longtime Biden aide, quote, "This is awful. He literally set up a campaign and handed it over to them. Do they have to cut him out of prime time?" So, if anything, one of the major stories before Biden even speaks, Emily, is that Joe Biden is kicked into 11:30 p.m. or so East Coast time before he even begins his, 1 hour long speech to the convention. So just talk to us about that dynamic. What did you think of that?
Well, and they also started the night. This was supposed to be Biden's night. His daughter's speaking. His wife is speaking. They started the night with Kamala Harris.
Right.
So Kamala Harris got electric response, and Ryan can maybe tell us more about that because he was literally in the arena, but she came out as a surprise. And to do that on Biden's night, I actually think is pretty interesting. Obviously, they're trying
all out New Vegas it is.
Kamala Harris, but this is the sitting president. This isn't just any old incumbent. So it steals a little bit of the thunder. And then
That's a presidential sack tap? Wait, what is a sack tap? Is a sack tap good or bad? Is the sack tap the thing they do in football? Where they want them to pass the ball and they like tap the sack? Is that the thing from football? Is that what a sack tap is? Or is it a Steven Crowder thing? I feel like Steven Crowder was definitely doing some sack-related activities, some sacrilegion.
also have to say there's some conspiratorial stuff.
And Steven Crowder wasn't responsible.
Bouncing around about how Dems intentionally pushed Biden.
Wait, is the sack tap rude? Is the sack tap bad? Or is the sack tap like friendly? I don't even know.
Shoved him into the corner, stuffed him late at night. I think maybe the bigger story, we're going to talk about this a couple of times in today's show, is that this is...
It's specifically the Steven Crowder thing?
Very poorly managed.
So he taps their sack?
Convention.
Yes, that's right.
They had to...
Yeah, because the football thing is like normal, right? It's like camaraderie between teammates. They, you know, a friendly sack tap.
This is what tells me...
Oh, it's a painful tap. It's more than a tap.
That more than anything. They had to cut freaking James Taylor,
Right.
who they did not want to have to go backstage and be like, bro, we're yanking you. Like, they didn't want to have to do that.
I mean, honestly, that's going to be sad, right? Cutting James Taylor, because like I thought he was dead. If you don't know, James Taylor is the guy that sings like, Fire and Rain. What's that song where he's like, I've seen fire and I've seen rain. It's like emotional boomer nostalgia music, kind of, I think.
Did the same thing to DNC former.
And like he's like, I thought he was dead, right? He's pretty old, right? So it's like going back to stage and telling an old man that is actually had some serious legitimate hits back in the 70s, like legitimate hits, like songs that, you know, your parents or your grandparents or your uncle, somebody in your family is like a big James Taylor fan, right? And they cut him. They gave him the hook.
DNC chairwoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Right.
They were at the last minute scrapping people who
They cut DWC. That one I'm like, yeah.
had big
They
speeches.
should have cut Hillary. They should have cut Hillary. Right. Here's what sucks, okay? Here's what sucks about this whole thing is that Hillary got the primetime slot that was kind of meant for Biden. Like the time that Biden was intended to speak, the time when most of the people would have been watching, the time where the hype was built, right? That Hillary got that slot. Hillary took that slot.
That were supposed to be in prime time.
Wait, is Beyonce tonight?
Or musical acts that were supposed to be in prime time. So I don't think it was any grand conspiracy. I think they're just really flubbing it so far.
If it was a grand conspiracy, it would have been Styx, right? That got the sack tap. Did they give James Taylor the sack tap? You can't sack tap an old man. That's not okay. What was he as big as Kid Rock or Hulk Hogan? I don't know. Did Hulk Hogan have hits in the 80s?
What do you think, Ryan?
Not sure you're right on James Taylor. So
Yeah, why is Hillary even
Taylor
speaking?
played at the Inflation Reduction Act ceremony.
Oh, true.
It's like-
Who amongst us forgot about
I was
that?
at I was at that ceremony,
James Taylor, apparently big Democrat supporter. Who knew?
and I said to the reporter next to
The
me,
inflation went down.
I was like, "Is that James Taylor?"
Yeah.
It's like 2:00 on a Tuesday.
Right.
You're sitting around. Don't you have jobs?
Huh?
You're sitting around listening
Why
to James
not?
Taylor. So my point there, that sounds like a Biden invitation to
Yeah.
James Taylor. Like he must really love James Taylor.
Yo, Wolf Glenn, thank you for the 100 bits. For reference, that was first mentioning the Styx song, the Grand Illusion, or is it Great Illusion? Some kind of illusion. I think it's a grand illusion. It's all a grand illusion.
Taylor. And he seems like the kind of boomer that
course.
would like
Yeah.
James
Right.
Taylor. So to cut James Taylor is actually a snub at Biden.
Wait, I'm
Less-
sorry.
less
I'm
than
sorry.
it is Democrats being like, oh
Okay,
no, we really
now I don't mean to be mean here, but is Ryan Grimm not a boomer? What generation is Ryan Grimm? Is he an X? He's an Xer. He's an Xer, right? He's an Xer.
need James Taylor on there. I bet there are a ton of the operative class back there who are doing the organizing who are like, this was a sop to Biden.
A
You know
sop.
what? Who cares about Biden anymore?
Right. That's right.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Let's also yank
Look, maybe I'm too white leaf pilled here, but I thought a SOP was like standard operating procedure or something like that. Isn't SOP standard operating? What is a SOP to Biden? Is a SOP like a snub? What is a SOP? I've never heard of that.
Biden. Like, you know, so they had Warnock speaking, they had Chris Coons speaking, they had, yeah.
Warnock's speech, which was genuinely right, Emily.
Oh,
Correct
he's a
me if I'm
great
wrong.
speaker.
No, it was good.
no, it
Yeah.
was fine.
It
It was
was
definitely a good speaker. But Warnock's speech is happening during prime.
The opposite of a sub?
Warnock's
A snub?
speech is now going up until the 11 p.m. mark on the East Coast,
Yeah.
and he's not cutting down his remarks. He's not taking time cues.
Yeah.
It was very obvious, I think, that this was an intentional move. So,
Really?
Mac, could we do A3, please, if we could put up there
Poor Mac.
on the screen? This was the official response from the Harris-Walz campaign. It's a ridiculous and a silly suggestion, the idea that the DNC disrespected President Biden. So their explanation for all of this is that the that there was so much raucous applause in the room that they happened to go 90 minutes late. That's just simply not possible. I mean,
You can't plan for applause at a convention.
I'm parroting like Nate Silver and a few others who were like, guys, if you believe that it was not an intentional snub or effort by the Harris people to create some plausible-ish scenario.
I'm sorry, Nate Silver. No, this is definitely, they're trying to start drama. Right? No. This is not really a thing. Yes, it is a fuck up. All right. Yes, people, when they speak, you should write the applause, right? It's a skill that you learn. You let the applause come in, and then as soon as they start to die down, you jump back in there. And it tells people, all right, cut the applause now, right? So you get the applause, you ride the applause, it makes the, it builds the hype. But you don't end up, turning a, 10-minute speech into a 15-minute speech. And that's what was happening. It was what do you call it? It's a skill issue. That's what was going on tonight. It was a skill issue. It was not a snub. I don't believe Nate Silver. I feel like there's a lot of people that are just like looking for drama, just trying to start drama. It's like look, I'm going to find the clip just a second.
Where Joe Biden, the most unpopular president in like modern times, is pushed out of prime time, and people are like, oops, I guess I have to watch Governor Andy Beshear and all these other cogent with it Democrats talk about abortion. He's like, you're an idiot. This is very obviously an
or you
suggestion.
believe Democrats are just incredibly incompetent.
Well, I also believe
that's
that,
what I
but,
believe.
I think it could be a confluence of those two events. But okay, go ahead.
But
Last
so
thing on
then
this.
they're
Yeah.
scrambling at the last minute to get rid of speakers that they'd planned to have. So like DWS and James Taylor and whomever else. Like that's the part that I just don't believe. I'm really on the side of the incompetence here. I think they wanted to get Biden out of the way on Monday. No question about it. They want to forget about him for the rest of the week as energy momentum builds towards Kamala Harris's speech. Biden is literally going off to Santa Barbara. So he's not going to be anywhere near this thing. They won't have the stink of Biden on.
Okay, seriously, this is
Perfumes. And Nick, you can't come because you were a little dick to my chica Gina.
Hello.
Hello, Nick. But I will leave the back door unlocked because, like, at the end of the day, I love drama.
I love drama. That's what Nate Silver said.
On anymore. I think they wanted to do that. I don't buy that it was. I don't know. I'm sorry, Nate Silver. I'm sorry, Sire and Jackie.
Maybe you're right. Listen, maybe I'm just a little bit too conspiratorial. So I guess all of that is a lead up to what was a very long speech, guys. I mean, how long was it? It was about 55 minutes, I think, on the clock. It was very long. I mean, he did okay. Like, he had a few old man moments. And
I think he looked
other
the
things.
worst that we've ever seen him.
It didn't look good. Yeah,
Physically,
I mean,
he looked the worst.
What? Look, he's Biden. He never looks good. What are you actually talking about? Like, what is actually going on here on Breaking Points? Look, I don't like Biden either. I'm glad that he dropped out. I think that, he's the one with the Gaza policy, right? That is somehow worse than the standard Democratic Gaza, policy on Israel, right? Which is, it's not good. It's not good, right? But Biden's is somehow even worse. Biden's like, oh no, we're going to bear hug Netanyahu. It's going to be okay. We're going to get him to do the right thing by being like, we support you. Israel has the right to defend itself. We support you, Netanyahu. Now please sign the ceasefire. He's been dragging it on and dragging it on. He's not going to sign the ceasefire. It's not in his interest to sign the ceasefire, right? And they're letting him get away with it. But they're like, no, you don't understand. It's the bear hug strategy. It's 5D chess. No. I'm sorry. I've got a ton of reasons for being sick of Biden, but I feel like this is just Breaking Point sack tapping him on his way out the door. This is unnecessary.
Looked
It was
frail. This
is Nate Silver doing a sack tap.
late. I didn't look particularly good either. I was
You got
tired.
jet lag flying to Atlanta. I mean, Chicago.
That's right. I mean, I think I tweeted that, and I was like, Biden, famously, who has never crashed and burned after 9 p.m., will now take the stage roughly around 10:30 p.m. I was like, what could go wrong?
I was saying this too, right? This is not for anyone else, right? It's like a series of unfortunate events, and it's okay. But for Biden, here's what I think you do, right? Here's what I think the smart thing to do for the Democrats would have been. They should have bumped Hillary back, all right? They should have given Biden Hillary's spot. Because seriously, he's not going to be awake for that. And no, I don't think he looked Like, I mean, he looked like he always looks, right? He was better. He was better. Look, the fact that Biden doesn't trip all over his words more than once or twice, and we saw that. There was a few times where he flubbed his line, but I mean, he was a lot more in command. He was a lot more cogent. He was a lot more lucid. You got the feeling that, you know, if he had gotten stopped and had to restart somewhere, he would have been able to do that. If somebody had, you know, stepped up to the stage and asked him to explain a point, he could have probably explained the point, as opposed to Biden at the debate, where I don't think he knew what he was saying. Like Trump famously said, I don't think he knows what he's saying. I don't know what he's saying, and I don't think he knows what he's saying. Like Biden was out of it at the debate, right? Here at least he was lucid, and surprisingly so. And yeah, do I think that maybe Hunter slipped him some Mountain Dew Code Red? Absolutely, absolutely.
In terms of them setting him up for, I guess, success or failure, well, he lived up to, you know, some of his old reputation. He was
that's right. Shorts, double sack tap the screen.
kind of yelling a little bit into the camera. He tried to get very animated. He got a lot of
He's not as good of a speaker. He's not that good. He's lost a step. That's true. That's Biden though.
thank you, Joe.
I don't think he looked worse. I think he looked like an animatronic like he always does.
And so, Mac, why don't we go ahead and queue up? We've put together kind of a highlight reel for everybody. So I'll continue to just set it up. There we go. All right, Mac, let's go ahead and take a listen.
I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville in August of 2017. Extremists coming out of the woods, carrying torches, their veins bulging.
Biden remembers this event a little bit better than I do. They did not come out of the woods. No, actually worse. I'm sorry. Yeah, he's had his ghost energy. That's right. Violence has been chosen. Violence has been chosen. Wait. Oh no, Chad is choosing violence. Chad is choosing violence. But wait, so they came out, they didn't come out of the woods. What did they do? They went to like a college, and like attacked some kids that were in the, oh my God, I'm trying to remember. There's like a square at the center of the college. So, you know, they did the right wing thing where they beat up college kids and they call it free speech. And that was fine. The media was okay with that. And then they did their tiki torch thing. And the media, if you remember, maybe you don't, right? And there hasn't been enough. I don't think people mention this enough, right? There was not a decisive media condemnation about the Unite the Right rally until Heather Heyer was hit with that car, right? That's what changed it. Before then, it was just kind of like, well, you know, you got some people on both sides. You know, maybe these people are a little too far right, but you got the Antifa too. The media was totally not taking a side on that situation, and they didn't take a side until somebody literally lost their life.
From their necks, carrying Nazi swastikas and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile.
And actually, I don't know if they had the hate symbols. I think they were just being anti-Semitic, you know, being openly anti-Semitic.
That was heard in Germany in the early 30s.
Are you talking about the Wick interview, Shakespeare? Yeah, one of a former friend of the show. I don't know how much I want to call this person a friend. Kind of like a useless Twitch poll centrist that like leans heavily to the right. Somebody that's on the payroll of Brianna Wu actually did a softball interview with the organizer, with one of the main organizers for Unite the Right. And it's pretty pathetic.
Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, the Ku Klux Klan.
Biden, you're going to get me demonetized.
By a president then in the White House that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods. I could not stay in the sidelines, so I ran. Because I had no intention of running again. I just lost part of my soul. But I ran with a deep conviction. In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter. Women are now.
Yeah, I feel like Biden's embellishing, right? They didn't come out of the woods. They didn't have, at least at the Tiki Torch march, they were wearing what, khakis and like, you know, I'm trying to remember. I can't picture it, Chad. I'm gonna have to find some pictures. I mean, they were trying to look like, you know, respectable, whatever the fuck that means, right? They were trying to leave that stuff alone.
Without electoral, folks.
See, that was almost an acknowledgement. I feel like Biden could have like recaptured some of the dignity that he lost earlier this year if he had just said, well, you can see why I'm not running for president. Right there. Just acknowledge it. Be like, yeah, I have lost a step or two. And it's okay. Aging happens, and you got to pass the torch, right? He could have done that. It would have been such a.
I've got 5 months left in my presidency. I've got a lot to do. I intend to get it done.
Baba Ali asks, what event is he talking about? He's talking about a march that happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. Yes, Virginia, right? Where they were taking down a statue of a Confederate general named Robert E. Lee, and you know, I mean, this is, you know, a venerated Confederate, you know, somebody who rose up against the country in order to try to maintain slavery as the system in the South. They were going to get rid of the statue finally, and a bunch of far right extremists showed up to start trouble, to start fights, to beat people up, and they did a march with tiki torches that scared a lot of people. You know, it was like people weren't connecting to the fact of the right-wing extremists that Trump enabled. There wasn't a lot of attention that had been paid to groups like the Proud Boys yet, so it just wasn't in people's consciousness. And when they saw them with like torches, right, something clicked in people's heads. But really, something clicked when Heather Heyer was run over by an extremist in a car, right? And a whole bunch of people were hit. This, you know, an extremist rammed his car into a bunch of people that were counter protesting. And it was only after that that the media started to really pay attention. And then the news of the, you know, all the stuff with the tiki torches and stuff like that got the attention. But yeah, that's what Biden's talking about. He's talking about an event that was kind of like, I guess you could call it America's first look in the mirror of what we had become under Donald Trump, of what the election of Trump actually means. And I don't mean that the majority of people voted for Trump, because they didn't. Famously, Hillary won the popular vote and Trump won the electoral vote, but enough, you know, close enough to a 50-50, you know, voted for Trump to be able to get the to win the electoral college, right? So, you know, it was kind of a moment for a lot of people when there was a little bit of a moment of clarity, and then and people, you know, kind of lost it. And America needs to be reminded from time to time. America needs to be forced to look in the mirror to see, you know, what that rhetoric against immigrants is not just like an issue. It's not just like, well, I'm anti-immigration. I think that this is a political issue that I really believe strongly in. It's like, you know, no, there's a reason that shit happens. There's a reason that demagogues like Donald Trump are able to use something like immigration to create a moral panic. And it happens due to, you know, kind of just like it's almost like the, you know, the zit that is racism gets squeezed and some pus squirts out, and people are like, oh, I don't like that. I don't like that. No, they don't want to admit that, you know, this is what's going on in your politics. You're seeing it reflected right now. So that's what Biden's talking about. ZL Life, you really need to read a history book.
It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more.
Z Life, seriously though, Wikipedia, the Civil Rights Act, all right, and the Voting Rights Act, and then Wikipedia Lee Atwater, and I think you'll understand why you sound so ridiculous to most people in here.
I love my country more.
All right, there we go. So that was our highlight reel. We tried our best to cut together. To be honest, my assessment of the speech, Emily, is it was pure grocery store list. It was very much like Biden's last State of the Union. There was just check mark, check mark, check mark, check mark. Oh, got to talk about unions. Got to talk about NATO. Got to talk about ceasefire. Got to talk about
Kissinger.
Yeah,
Shakespeare is bringing up that the Thomas Jefferson's, plantation, slave plantation, his home is actually on the back of a piece of American a coin, a nickel in a piece of American currency, right? So there's a lot about the South and the Confederacy that is still very much venerated. And again, ZL, if it's really a Democratic thing, then why isn't it Democrats that show up to defend the statue of Jefferson Davis, to defend the statue of Robert E. Lee, right? Why are the people that want to protect these things, that want to keep this, that want to fly the Confederate flag, why are they always right wing? Figure it out, put it together, or unless you're just trolling, in which case.
Getting Henry Kissinger calling and complimenting him 10 days before he died, which was funny. What else? I mean, nothing stuck out to me other than him literally being snubbed, it being, frankly, a long farewell.
Yeah.
It was obviously well received by the enthusiastic crowd. Lots of thank you, Joe chants that he was giving out. He gave shout outs to unions and a few other things. He tried to paint a optimistic portrait of a country that he is handing off for improvement to Kamala Harris. That was my overall take. What did you think?
That's an interesting point because it reminds me of when Donald Trump had to deal with Make America Great Again in 2020, right? He went with Keep America Great.
That's right.
CAG.
That's right. Yes, CAG.
That's what it ended up being.
Awful slogan.
So it's something you always have to do as an incumbent. But Kamala Harris has started this dramatic economic policy rollout that we talked about yesterday. Like, she's trying to move really far away from Biden and remove herself from the unpopularity of the Biden-Harris administration. So it's interesting that Biden, and I think you saw a little bit of cope from Hillary Clinton last night too.
Massive. We will get to that. Don't worry.
Right, of course. Well, we have to because it was really something. But
see, that's the one thing that everybody in America can agree on is hating Hillary Clinton.
So the other thing, when you're talking about the grocery list, he of course spent a significant amount of time on Charlottesville, as he always does when he's talking about his kind of genesis as a serious presidential.
So now understand what we're dealing with here, right? In Breaking Points, Breaking Points is not a channel that is either liberal or conservative, right? It has various hosts of various political affiliations. We're looking at Sagar and Emily, right? And those are two right-wing hosts. So, 2/3 of the panel that the impromptu panel that we're having here are right-wing. Ryan Grimm is for the most part left-wing. I don't know. There's a little tiny asterisk by that, but regardless, right? We're dealing with not exactly a balanced panel here.
Contender, which he ended up being in 2020. And the other thing I wanted to mention is
and right-wingers always try to downplay either the significance of events like Charlottesville or the connection of extreme right-wing stuff like Charlottesville to Republican candidates, right? That's kind of their modus operandi. Well, really too much is being made out of this, and there were some left-wing extremists too. They come really close to the good people on both sides without actually saying that.
At the end of the speech, he talked about how it's something that Jill Biden had said too. She said when she was kind of introducing Ashley Biden that his love for the country was so great that that's why he stepped down. Right. He addressed it so vaguely.
Yeah.
Right. There was no details. He
really did not go into it at all.
No, there were no specifics. Right. It wasn't like I was sitting at home, thinking about how much I love this country and decided to step down. It was really just a super vague nod to this dramatic, historic, unprecedented decision that he'd made just in the last month, and that was it.
What did you think, Ryan? So you were in. So just to explain a little bit of the logistics, Ryan was actually on the floor because he's a print journalist and they have different privileges than us radio TV folks. Tell us a little bit about Ryan. Color. You were in the stage. Hold some of the protest conversation because we will get to that in a little bit.
The crowd is super fired up.
Yeah.
You can.
Why is there
energy in a way that
I'm sorry, I'm just noticing things. There is a Michael Jordan. Oh, it's part of their body armor sponsorship, I guess. Look, they just said that they weren't sponsored. I mean, they by Ghost Energy. but they got like a logo for body armor taped to Michael Jordan, the cutout of Michael Jordan back there.
You couldn't at some previous conventions. When Kamala Harris came out, as you mentioned.
Wait a minute, is that even? Am I even right about who that is? I can't tell, chat. Am I mixing up players? Because that would be some boomer shit to put Michael Jordan in the shot.
I was actually in the hallway and heard this like just absolute like explosion coming from
It's like the Barstool Sports set. I've never really seen Barstool Sports
inside the arena, and popped my head in and said, oh, there's Kamala on the stage, and the place is just rocking. But it was also rocking for Joe Biden for like 7 minutes or so. I feel like maybe 5 minutes of like.
Wait, they're literally on Barstool Sports. Seriously? Like Dave Portnoy's show? It is MJ. I was gonna feel so silly if that I was like, I mean, it is a pretty old reference, but we are dealing with Xers here.
Just expressions of love and support for Joe Biden, but you get the sense that a significant amount of that is like release of like satisfaction, joy that he's not running.
Absolutely.
So wait, chat's telling me this is literally Dave Portnoy's studio? This is literally Dave Portnoy's studio?
He were giving his speech as claim.
Okay, so that,
the renomination, I don't feel like that you'd get the same 5 minutes.
Did you guys notice that he was not liking the "Thank you, Joe" chants?
Yeah.
That he really,
it's like, thank you for stepping down.
Because thank you for stepping down. Exactly right. I had the exact same take, or I was like, interesting.
Yeah.
Every time "Thank you, Joe" broke out, he was not having it. He was not happy.
And the "We love you."
Right. "We love you" was very different. That was like, okay.
But it
right,
also
we'll take
comes
a little
across
bit
in
of
a
that.
similar way. Like, we love you for the selfless act that you performed.
Exactly.
Of not running.
They're trying to make drama. Like that was the most drama-free speech I could imagine from Biden. There was no salt detected. There was no like whatever feelings that he had, which he no doubt had about being asked to step down, being told by literally everybody in the party that he needs to, for the good of the party, he needs to step down. He did seem like a man who had dealt with that, a man who had gotten over it. There was even a little bit of an acknowledgement when he flubbed a line of like, this is why I can't run. This is why I can't be the candidate.
Which he does not talk about. Which is, again, I mean, this is the craziest part. And I'm so glad that you brought that up because I didn't even have that in my notes. The level of detail for why he's stepping down was zero. It was, here is why I've done an incredible job.
Yep.
Every once in a while, I will say, thank you, Kamala, too. Thank you, Walz. And then he's like, gotta go out there and, you gotta vote for Tim Walz.
Alex J. Brady says the way Kamala and company snubbed President Biden reminds me of how NCC snubbed President Sunday.
And then roughly around 1 a.m. local time, he gets on a plane, and now he's in Santa Clara, California.
Yeah.
And he's on literal vacation.
And he's out. He won't be presiding over the convention like Kamala Harris.
Right.
He won't be in the box looking at anyone.
Okay, so yeah, that's what I was kind of wondering about because I could see them feeling bad for him in getting pushed into the time slot that's not ideal, right? Again, speaking that late on the East Coast is going to mean that a lot of people, a lot of Democrats, right, are just, they're not going to stay up to watch you. So I could see them bringing him back, maybe even on Thursday to introduce Kamala. But from what they're saying, Biden's got a ticket to Santa Clara, and he's not going to be anywhere close.
Doing interviews, talking to delegates, he is out, and they want it that way. No question about it.
And
I mean, Biden is salty, or was salty, right? Biden wasn't happy about the fact that, nobody wants him to run. But I feel like the man that we saw is a man who had time to deal with that, to process that, and who was not going to let those feelings come through, and was trying to regain as much dignity as he can. Because remember, he was pushed out, and the only way from that point to regain dignity is to, pass on the torch, give Kamala a big hug, and just let everybody know that, you're at peace with it, right? Otherwise, you're leaving without dignity, and that's not what Biden wants.
As we have tried to highlight, one of the things, guys, that we talked a lot about yesterday is that they put the most unpopular people up on the stage tonight or last night. So they had Hillary.
Again, he's just trying to do drama here. Do we need to go back to Lola? Look.
It's fake too. Whoa. Oh my God, last time I was here it was fake, I swear to God.
Andrew, you sweaty turd! I'm conflicted because you broke my TV, but as I have previously mentioned, I'm all about the drama.
That's Sagar.
Hillary Clinton, AOC, and Joe Biden. So we don't have any, actually, I think Crystal talks a little bit about AOC, so I'll leave it to her. I personally don't really understand why the pundits were like raving about her. Ryan, if we want to give our brief take here, like
Raving about who?
About AOC. I was like, she gave a very standard Democratic speech and was like cogent. What are we doing
I think it's because the pundits are very pleased that
she's a Democrat.
Here's the left wing of the party up on stage.
Right. She's a good Dem.
And Sean Fain also ran as like an insurgent.
Right.
Up on the stage, Sean Fain didn't even mention Gaza, which is a big thing that the UAW has been pushing Biden on. AOC did become like, I think, maybe the only or at least the first person to mention Gaza, but did in a way that ticked people off by saying,
well, she said
yeah, she brings up Israel and Gaza like as a like sort of both sides thing.
Kamala is working tirelessly
towards a ceasefire.
And we were all,
was
producer
amazing.
Mac was like, what? Like, I audibly was shocked when she said that. We were all watching it.
It's a very classic way of, everybody sees what's going on there.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think that's why the pundits liked it, because they're like, cool, we're all on the team now. The band is together. Now let's rock and roll and go beat Trump.
I honestly, I mean, let's give a little bit of our assessment. What do you think in the hallways? People were happy, and even the ceasefire delegates. So just a little bit of color. The ceasefire delegates are all wearing T-shirts to say "We're ceasefire delegates." People are not treating them badly or anything. Now we'll get to how they treated actual protesters, but that's a different story. Go ahead.
Yeah, we will take a look at that as well.
And just a question for Ryan. Could you talk a little bit about what kind of person is a Democratic delegate here at the convention? Because it's a little bit different than Republicans. So what's the makeup of the people that are actually in the arena?
Look, the one problem I have about the Democratic delegates is that they just don't seem to know that at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad on Twitch, and that they can skip that ad for free or for $6 by using a Twitch Prime sub or by using $6. They don't get that if they don't have $6 and they don't have a Twitch Prime sub, that they could also possibly be gifted a sub and get out of the ad break that way, and that all they really need to do is be active in the chat. That's what really bothers me about the Democratic delegates, right? It just as a generalization, not to paint with too broad a brush, but I wish they'd understand that at least.
I mean, if you're in a major city and you're a delegate from Chicago, actually any major city, then you're more likely to be a party operative / machine type figure, probably a lawyer, somebody who's like involved in party politics in a way that influences your profession. If you're a delegate in the suburbs or in a rural area, you are a party activist. You are a diehard.
It's a party animal. This is a Democratic version of the party animal.
You love Democratic.
You love a party.
Party politics. It makes
you literally brought the jungle juice. That's how much of a party animal you are. If in that case,
up your entire social life, you're committed. This is your thing, and you are probably a middle class, like a normal person, except for the fact that you are like a hyper partisan person, and this is the social life that you've chosen.
Yeah, you really did.
You're a hyper partisan person, not like Ryan.
Feel like real fangirl energy.
Who has Republican friends.
We watched, remember, Mark in the hallway.
I gotta give him shit. I gotta give it.
Jay-Z or something. Like, I've never seen anyone.
Mark Kelly.
I've never seen anyone greet a United States senator.
Parasocial relationship.
Yeah, it was very odd.
But they have to pay their own way.
Yeah,
like
true.
These people, like, you know, they're regular people who just, this is their thing, and they just deeply care. Which is different than the plaintiff's attorney who lives in Chicago. And so I'm a Democratic Party activist because I need the party to be favorable to me and my professional
Any
life.
last thoughts here? Because we want to talk about Pelosi as well.
Well, I was just going to ask about the changes to superdelegates. Are there still a mix of
radically shrunk down.
Okay.
But those people are still here,
Right.
Got it.
and
No,
they
they're
still get
definitely
this.
there.
They still get the
Oh, we
same
saw it.
badges.
And, we could see some of the VIP host, the
Sure.
cloakroom areas and all that. Those were down in the basement.
the
from what I
the
recall.
rainbow of hierarchy.
They looked nice.
Different badges.
It looked nice in there.
Yeah.
It certainly did.
You get a golf cart.
Walnut
if you were
Saga.
big enough
Get a golf
donor.
cart.
Yeah.
That's right.
He'll wear a tux.
That's right. As long as you're wearing tuxes, I'm totally fine with the superdelegates, of course. Let's go ahead and get to Nancy Pelosi on CNN, also throwing some shade at Biden, because it was ironic that at the same time that she...
Oh, this was beautiful. I'm starting to appreciate Pelosi for her immaculate shade. You may remember Pelosi during Trump's State of the Union gave him one of these, That was some shade, but yeah, the real shade is for Biden. It's so good. Anyone see Hassan meet Amy Goodman? We should watch some Hassan content today.
I mean, she's the one probably more responsible than anybody else for getting him out of the race. His own former campaign manager, Anita Dunn, confirms this. They've been in a war of words in the most bitchy way possible.
Yep.
Where they're like, some people didn't want to give him the benefit of the doubt. Well, Nancy Pelosi is asked about this in a CNN interview very briefly before actually taking the floor of the convention. Matt, can we go ahead and cue that up, please? Just so the audience can take a listen. Let's go and play it.
It does seem like there's some residual bad blood or resentment, and I'm wondering if you've spoken to him and what.
Look, if you're gonna quote a Taylor Swift song, you got to sing it. Some people say there used to be mad love between you two, and now you got bad blood. What is up with that?
Your responses to that?
Sometimes you just have to take a punch for the children.
And that's what you're doing right now? You're just going to take the punch for the children?
She's going to take the punch.
Who's punching right now?
I don't know.
Anita Dunn said...
I didn't even hear this. I'm just hearing.
It was an interview with me.
Maybe he's throwing the punch. I don't know.
No,
I'm not. I would never. But
she
Anita,
said she doesn't want to fight.
Nobody wants to have a fight with Nancy Pelosi at this time.
Well, you know what?
Have you talked to him? Is my only...
So the question they're asking is, are you saying that Joe Biden needed to take a punch for the children and that you were the one delivering the punch? Or are you saying that you're taking the punch by delivering the bad news to Joe Biden? I think this is what they're trying to ask.
What I have to do.
Right.
He made the decision for the country. My concern.
So he's taking the punch for the children. Okay.
It's not about the president. It was about his campaign. As he has seen the exuberance, the excitement that has come forth.
Tangerine Twist says, who cares if Nancy Pelosi and Biden are still friends? Yeah, there's something to be said, I guess. We're trying to win the presidency here. Look, who cares about this? The drama bitches over on Breaking Points. I had no idea that they were fellow drama streamers. I had no idea. Well, we're gonna have to include them. We're gonna have to throw them in the mix, right? We're gonna have to do a nuke on Breaking Points one of these days, right? We're gonna have to do some drama. And wait, can I check on something really quick? Speaking of drama, what is going on with our poll? Chat is choosing violence. Chat is choosing violence overwhelmingly. Holy shit, I haven't seen a one-sided poll like this in a long time. We're 16% of the way to the dono goal, right? That's one of the conditions that has to be met, getting to 100% out of 100 instead of 16, but we are only 84% away from there early on in the show, so that's auspicious. And so far, the only donos have been directed that I've heard, unless you donated earlier and you didn't get counted, right? I've only counted one for Fallout so far. Oh my God, Vox Populi should actually be at 0. But yeah, we don't have any the donos are not on the board yet. So the donos still, that's one thing that could change the direction. But yeah, 47% to 18%. That is how one-sided it is that chat is choosing violence.
I just did an event for one of our members in Illinois, Eric Sorensen, today. Immediately, he got 1,100 volunteers into his campaign as soon as that announcement was made.
Nobody is questioning the fact that the Democratic Party seems much better positioned right now than it did 4 weeks and 2 days ago. There's no question about that. Former Speaker Pelosi.
So why are we even talking about it?
Yeah, why are we even talking about how you literally forced the president out of the race? Like, are you
He's
kidding
dead.
me?
Why are we talking about him?
No, that's it.
That was, I mean, but there was something kind of deeply sick about it because she not only is responsible for it, but we were all joking this morning. There's a video, I think Griffin sent it to all of our chat, where she's also pictured literally holding and chanting, "Thank you, Joe," on the floor of the convention when she...
Sagar, you are a messy bitch, and you love drama. You love drama.
I mean, I guess it is cognizant, and that's part of why Biden doesn't like the chant so much.
You see this look on his face? He loves this shit. He lives for this shit. Ryan or Sagar, we got to get you into the commentary community, right? Look, I'm gonna set you up with my friend Nick Diorio.
Yeah, thank you for listening to me and getting out of here.
Yeah.
We put you out to pasture. We basically forced you out. And there was not, that was the other thing that drove me crazy about
He wants it so bad. He needs it in his life.
Stuff going on here. It was the donors pulled your money. You held on till the very last minute, and you're obviously bitter. Like,
and now you want
bitter
a pat
about
on the
getting
back.
pushed out. Yeah,
now
that's
you
right.
want a pat on the back for being such a patriot.
Right. Yeah.
Give me a break.
Yeah. Come on. All right. Ryan. Last thoughts on Biden.
Well,
Before we
Pelosi has a book out on power.
True.
It just came out. I desperately want to read this book.
I have a copy. I can give you one. Jillian bought one at Costco. I was like,
if she's
they
not
have it
gonna
at
read
Costco. So
And
you know that people
they have it at a Northern
Yeah.
Virginia Costco.
At a Northern
Steal it
Virginia
from her.
Costco.
Probably flying off the
And
shelves.
it probably is flying off the shelves. Let's be honest.
Biden should read it. Nobody understands
Chat.
power like Pelosi.
True.
I am looking at Breaking Point's content, and it is like all drama. We got Hillary smiling at lock him up chants, which did happen. They're not making it up. I'm looking at these videos that RFK VP floats Trump endorsement drops out. I mean, that's drama. There's a lot of drama coming out of Breaking Points. It's a new direction for them.
Understand power at that depth, you have to have some level of sociopathology.
Absolutely.
Or almost taking delight in like being able to wield it.
Mm-hmm.
Honest to goodness, we need a mini series, like Game Change style, about Nancy Pelosi pushing Joe Biden out of office.
Oh,
like, that would be HBO.
Well, you want this. You need this.
He had the scoop.
He was the guy.
Yeah,
That's such a good point.
He did have the scoop. So maybe we should get him to. We should maybe get him.
We'll premiere it.
Premiere it
on Breaking Points.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below.
If you love drama, if you're like,
I'm conflicted because you broke my TV, but as I have previously mentioned, I'm all about the drama.
if you're all about the drama too, then sign up for Breaking Points TV. God damn. I'm conflicted now, chat. I'm conflicted about where to go next. We got to talk about the ceasefire deal that Biden mentioned for, I don't know, the umpteenth time. We got to talk about mainstream media going after Kamala for trying to stop price gouging. We got some more Trump tent for you, too. Well, first, let's go and find out if Tim Walz and Kamala. This is what we were wondering about, right? This is what we were watching. The people call them communists.
On August 6, 2024, Kamala Harris selected Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate. And ever since then, they seem to have lit a fire under the Democratic voter base.
Tim Walz gives this big speech.
I'm here today because I found such a leader. Governor Tim Walz of the great state of Minnesota.
However, some media outlets are painting a different picture and are calling pretty basic words of empathy coming from the mouth of Tim Walz something evil, something vile, something disgusting, something communist.
Socialism.
Socialism.
All we have to do is define our opponent as being a communist or a socialist or somebody that's going to destroy our country.
Communist China.
China.
I think he also needs to answer questions about his 35-year-long financial relationship with the Chinese Communist Party and took students with him so they could be exposed to communist propaganda.
Kamala Harris's running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, has...
All right. All I got to say so far is cool. Cool.
China after living and teaching there for a year. He even reportedly chose to get married.
Vimeo wants more Trump tent. We should do more Trump tent.
Square massacre.
We need to bring out the Trumpster.
Honeymooned in China. His wife said something like, well, he wanted to choose a date that we would all remember.
But let me just say, is that necessarily a bad thing? How evil are these ideas, really? Because Tim Walz himself once said,
"One person's socialism is another person's neighborliness."
Yo, I'm not a communist. That's just what they call people who aren't insane.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by viewers like you. Become a member today and unlock exclusive content at patreon.com/.
So for anybody wondering where this good stuff comes from, this is North Star Radio. I would recommend, I'm going to put their link in. I'm going to put their link in the channel. Trump is a national lolcow. Yes, right? Trump is gonna replace our dairy industry.
North Star Radio. But ever since Donald Trump was tickled by a bullet, ever since Joe Biden was ousted by his own party,
I like to say he got a cartilage piercing that day, right? A high-powered cartilage piercing. Yo, she wants violence. She chose violence, chat.
Ever since Kamala Harris replaced him as the Democratic Party's nominee and then appointed Tim Walz as her running mate, this election cycle has gone.
Did you see the tweet of the guy? I think that North Star Radio was just talking about the guy that was upset because Walz and his wife got married on the anniversary of Tiananmen Square. That's right.
From bingo night at the old folks.
I heard that their cake had a tank on it, on top of it.
Home to a full-blown soap opera in a matter of days.
Okay, the violence are a little bit more. Look, I'm all for the violence. Yo. The couch rears its ugly head. Secret Biden.
The Harris-Walz campaign is in full swing, holding sold-out rallies in nearly every battleground state just in the past week.
His running mate shares his dangerous and backward agenda for this country. And I got to tell you, I can't wait to debate the guy. That is, if he's willing to get off the couch and show up. So, you see what I did there?
Can we hear it for Tim Walz? Oh, I'm so happy to be running with him, let me tell you.
Do you notice anything about Tim Walz's speech pattern? Not the way he speaks, but the way he claps.
Because when you wake up on that 88th day, you're going to get to say, "Welcome, Madam President Harris."
What's the deal with that? Well, I'm not the only one to pick up on this.
Here's Twitchy Tim on stage, waving profusely in a very unsettling manner. Very unsettling. Men should not move this way. It's not the way we move. This is Walz and his wife shaking hands like business associates, followed by a weird hug. Now let's compare that to Walz's interaction with Kamala's husband, Doug. Interesting. What's going on here?
Some may call this weird. That's the only adjective that comes to mind.
And the hug is not the way you hug your wife. You know, you hug your wife from the body. You don't hug like this.
So why does Tim Walz clap?
Is that a hug scolding? Are we hug scolding?
At his own speeches. Because I'll tell you, it's not by accident. And folks screaming socialism are actually kind of correct.
meow, 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 meow.
Historically,
Meow,
speech
meow,
givers
meow,
clapping
meow,
along with
meow,
the audience
meow,
at the things they themselves are saying is actually a speech technique that is often utilized by prominent socialist figures.
They got him, chat. Got him. Secret communist confirmed.
May have been utilized by figures you.
Oh, there's the man. Now, people don't understand. Yeah, well, I mean, you look, like Stalin's a complicated historical figure, right? Say what you will about him, right? This man invented the glizzy. So if you enjoy on a hot summer day, covering a hot dog with relish and mustard and all kinds of fixins, right? You got to appreciate Stalin. You got to appreciate Daddy Stalin, the inventor of the glizzy. Now, a lot of people will dispute this. They will say that it was actually the United States that invented the hot dog, but they're wrong about that. They're wrong about that. The United States was the first country to put a hot dog on the moon. That is true. That is why if you go up to the moon, you will find used mustard packets, left by the U.S. astronauts, and maybe some relish packets as well, right? But in terms of the first hot dog in space, it was actually the Soviet Union that came up with that.
And here's why it's a good thing. When delivering a speech, the speaker will often be up on a pedestal, especially when it's a politician, and that pedestal becomes both physical and figurative. But Tim Walz is an everyman. Not too long ago, he was in that crowd. So by applauding with the crowd to the things he himself is saying, he removes that figurative pedestal, becoming the audience, sharing in their experience, dropping himself to their level to fight together. Now, politicians do this thing.
So yeah, definitely commie coded. Let's take a look at the, this is the clip.
You know, she's a radical leftist. She chose another radical leftist. They're just assuming, again, that the mainstream media is not going to cover his background. The House is going to investigate it now. It's very strange. You know, he got married on the anniversary of Tiananmen Square. He's gone to China. He's taught in China.
This is Ron Johnson.
To China. You know, she's a radical leftist. She chose.
Wow.
Where they take off their suit and tie, toss on a camo hat, and go out into the
packets didn't float away. Yeah, that must mean that they didn't squeeze out all of the mustard.
Prairie to cosplay as a rural working class American in order to pander for their votes. But Tim Walz quite frequently takes off his suit and tie, tosses on a camo hat, and goes out into the prairie. But I don't think he's pandering. And he's definitely not cosplaying. I think that's just who he is, and I'll prove it. So much so that chances are if you don't like him now, I think you just might by the end of this video. A big problem with politicians is that they tend to be in bed with the corporations that are running the country behind the scenes. I mean, there's 535 members of Congress, 100 in the Senate, and 435 in the House of Representatives. Yet, in 2023, there were nearly 13,000 registered lobbyists. That's roughly 24 lobbyists breathing down the neck of a single congressperson, putting dollar bills in their back pocket and convincing them to vote in a way that will destroy this country but benefit a select few. Now, Tim Walz is in a pocket, but it's not the pocket of big business. He's in the pocket of organized labor, unions.
Tim is in the pocket of organized labor. And I popped back up, I said, that is a damn lie. I am the pocket.
And this isn't just some optics move.
Wait, he is the pocket dimension?
Statistical anomaly in American politics.
So wait, when he goes to the all-you-can-eat buffet, he really can just like take that whole buffet down because he's got a pocket dimension. This is the secret to Minnesota and its potlucks and its hot dishes, right? People wonder, like, you bring so much food to an event. How does anyone how does it get eaten? Where does it go, right? Why aren't there more leftovers for people to take home? And the answer is Tim Walz's pocket dimension.
It's not a single investment. No stock holdings, no bonds, not even any real estate. And if
sounds like a commie to me.
Because chances are you, the viewer, don't have any stock holdings or bonds or even any real estate with the way the market is today. If that wasn't enough for you, Tim Walz has a net worth less than the average American.
He probably redistributes his wealth to the poor. That's a definite commie move.
Tim Walz's net worth is $330,000, which is a lot of money, but is just about the median figure for Americans his age, and is even below the national average. For comparison, J.D. Vance has a net worth of $10 million. And even just looking at Congress as a whole, over half of all Congress members are millionaires.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz owns nothing. He owns no stocks, bonds, crypto, real estate, index funds, mutual funds, private equities, real estate account, and he sold his house when he became governor. But he has visited Beijing a lot, including honeymooning in Beijing. Here's the question. Do I trust or do we trust someone who doesn't seem to trust the notion of investing or ownership?
No.
Now, getting past the economics of Tim Walz, why don't we take a look at his cultural values? Because it paints an interesting picture of who Tim Walz is. Growing up in rural Nebraska, working on his family's farm has surely shaped the way he sees rural, hardworking Americans. And then working as both a school teacher in Mankato and then as a senator and then governor living in St. Paul, those experiences have surely shaped the way he sees urban communities and their more progressive values. I myself share in this experience. Both my parents are from rural backgrounds. However, I grew up in urban Minnesota, in the heart of the Twin Cities. So while I'm accustomed to the city way of life and way of belief, I have a strong connection to rural communities, and I see in their struggle many similarities. And I see this in Tim Walz's branding. Tim Walz is a hunter. He loves to hunt, but he also supports common sense gun laws. So as a man dipping his toes in both the recreation of using guns as well as the control of said guns, he doesn't call for gun reform or gun control. He makes clear that he's pushing for the implementation of common sense gun violence laws.
But in Minnesota, we believe in the Second Amendment, but we also believe in common sense gun violence laws.
Emphasizing the need to end gun violence, but not gun ownership itself. And this stance has worked. All the way back in 2010, the NRA endorsed Tim Walz over his Republican domestic politics and moving to foreign affairs. Tim Walz is a 24-year veteran of the National Guard. He knows what it means to be a veteran, especially what comes after serving your country.
Today, I'd like to tell you about one issue that's very personal to me. I am a retired Command Sergeant Major in the Minnesota National Guard, and after years of firing artillery, I sustained severe inner ear damage. Because I have good health insurance provided through my employer, I was able to have surgery on my ear. I'm running for Congress because I believe we as a country have a moral obligation to ensure that every father can hear his daughter sing, that every citizen receives the best care our medical community has to offer. I'm Tim Walz, and I approve this message because I've heard how important healthcare is to everyone.
But a big part of being a veteran is being vocal about his stance against war.
God says, "Thou shalt not kill." Yet, if you kill for government, you're a hero. Kyle was probably a great sniper. He did his job, but killing makes you a hero? He was a great Navy SEAL sniper, but used the word hero? When how many people did he kill in the world? A hero to me is someone who helps people, not kills them.
And Tim Walz is no different. He retired from the National Guard 2 years after the invasion of Iraq to run for a seat in the Senate, with the focus of his campaign being his opposition to the Iraq War, where as senator in 2007, he opposed the Bush administration's plan to send 21,500 additional troops to Iraq.
4 years ago today, President Bush landed for a photo opportunity on an aircraft carrier in front of a banner that said "Mission Accomplished" and declared an end to major combat in Iraq. 4 years later, this president refuses to even discuss the reality of a military mission that has entered its 5th year. Yesterday, the president vetoed only the second bill that has ever come to his desk. He called it a prescription for chaos and confusion. I ask, how is that different from what we have now?
Does it ever feel like we're wasting money on global boogeymen that don't seem to be doing much harm outside of their country, if at all? Because I certainly feel that way about China. China seems to be this big evil boogeyman that both Democrats and Republicans can agree is the world's greatest evil. But while the United States is training the militaries of Taiwan, Japan, the Philippines, all the while arming their militaries with world-class weaponry that will honestly never be used other than for a military parade, China won't budge. China is building up their military just as we are, but they certainly don't have military bases miles off the coast of the United States. We certainly seem to
Isn't there some conspiracy theory about a Chinese military base in Cuba?
Be the aggressor in this situation.
Not sure if...
And even removing the politics from it all, doesn't it just seem like a total waste of money engaging in dick measuring competitions with other seemingly peaceful countries? I mean, there are certainly much more important issues we could be using that money to fix here in our own backyard. I think that. Millions upon millions of Americans think that.
Chad, it's almost like the military industrial complex just wants drama. You know what I'm saying? You got the Soviet Union, the biggest threat, threat to our freedom. Even under Gorbachev. Gorbachev is sitting there eating Pizza Hut, right? But no, they're like this huge threat to, they're coming for our freedom, right? First they take our pizza, then they're going to take our freedom. But then like after the USSR, you've got, it's like you've got the war on terror. Now it's like Iran, now it's Iraq, now it's, Afghanistan or whatever, right? We spent 20 years in Afghanistan. Occupying Afghanistan, we've spent 10 years in Iraq, right? It's almost like they just want a reason for the United States government to buy more military shit. It's almost like it's like a ice cream cone that's learned to lick itself, or some kind of self-licking ice cream cone.
And Tim Walz, without a doubt in the world, thinks that.
I lived in China, and as I said, I've been there about 30 times, but if someone tells you they're an expert on China, they're probably not telling you the truth, because it's a complex country. I don't fall into the category that China necessarily needs to be an adversarial relationship.
As he taught in China for quite some time, which allowed him to see how silly of a charade this entire relationship is. We are the two dominant powers on Earth. There's nothing stopping.
Yeah, with economies that are intertwined in a way that makes it so that a war between these two countries would be disastrous for the world.
Us from working together and achieving a better tomorrow with our shared technology, shared education, shared progression into the future.
Like the biggest problem
of media figures on the right seem to be screaming socialism as their final attempt to slander this campaign.
Took students with them so they could be exposed to communist propaganda.
All I see is pretty reasonable and downright American values. That's the thing about the Republican Party. They push for the continuation of conservative values, or the conservation of our current way of life. You'll often hear them calling it family values, while progressives are quite literally pushing for the progression of society, the advancement of society. So when these conservative pundits start calling Tim Walz Tampon Tim, simply because he signed a bill into law providing all grade school students with free hygienic products, conservatives are really showing their true values and are seemingly against the prioritization of education. Or when progressives go out onto the street and protest their own funding of a genocide taking place across the ocean, conservatives are quick to call them anti-American. Anti-American. For going out onto the street and using the First Amendment to oppose the way their taxes are being used. I don't see anything more American than that very act. I don't see anything more American than reinforcing the Second Amendment, but progressing to a better America where gun violence is not an issue. I don't see anything more American than feeding all students for free so they can focus on their education. Patriotic Americans want to change this country for the better. not to keep it the way it's always been. And to call Tim Walz anti-American, unpatriotic, is quite simply idiotic. As disagreeing with this country, there is nothing more American. Peace and love.
Yeah, North Star Radio. If you want to check them out, we're gonna take a turn here. We're gonna do a little pivot, and we're gonna check out some Trump tent. All right, we're gonna ask the question: what is up with Donald Trump? What is going on with this guy? Is this guy too tired to continue on the campaign trail?
All right, guys. So I have to say, it finally happened. It finally happened. Trump finally broke me. And his transition is complete from the fake populist guy in 2016 to just, hey, man, I'm George W. Bush and Dick Cheney with bronzer on my face and yellow dye in my hair, right? The transition is over. It is done. Nobody has ever been more thoroughly an establishment Republican mixed with even higher levels of authoritarianism, right? That's what Donald Trump is. So he comes out at Bedminster, New Jersey at his golf course and does a sort of a campaign event here, a press conference here. By the way, why is he doing that? Look, there's a lot of speculation that, first of all, he owns a lot of different airports across the country, a lot of money. So he's stiffing the airports. But beyond that, he's also...
Okay, wait, I got to understand this. Trump stiffing the airports. What's this about?
Donald Trump is. So he comes out at Bedminster, New Jersey at his golf course and does a sort of a campaign event here, a press conference here. By the way, why is he doing that? Look, there's a lot of speculation that, first of all, he owns a lot of different airports across the country, a lot of money. So he's stiffing the airports. But beyond that, he's also stiffed the indoor venues from his previous campaigns. That's why he was having a lot of these rally events outdoors. But remember, he got shot at when he was outdoors, so now he's scared to do them outdoors, so now he's got to go back indoors, but it's kind of hard to do when you owe all these venues tens of thousands of dollars.
Okay, so if you don't know what we're talking about here, what Kyle's referring to, right? It is a tendency that Donald Trump has had for a really long time, right? If he's got an opportunity to buy now and pay later, he generally takes that opportunity, and oftentimes he'll use that as a way to not pay for something, right? Not pay a venue, right? A stadium that he's supposed to speak at. He books them. The deal is supposed to be that he's going to pay them later, and then he never ends up paying them, and he'll do something like complain about the microphone and be like, well, you can't expect me to pay you if the microphone was, I didn't like the audio there, right? He'll come up with any excuse. He's like a dine and dash kind of guy. He's on this dine and dash. He's the guy that goes into your restaurant, right? He sits down, he orders an expensive meal, and then he finds a hair in his soup. He finds a fly. You know what I mean? He finds something wrong with his order and then refuses to pay for it. And what we're talking about with like venues, we're talking about with venues that he books to do his rally. So you've got venues like, stadiums and stuff like that do not want to see him come back because the last time he came, he still owes a bill. He still owes a bill. If he was going to try to, hold a rally at that venue again, he'd kind of have to pay them off, and he doesn't want to, right? So you've got that. And then you've got what Kyle's talking about, his understandable fear about outdoor rallies, given that the last time that he did one, he kind of got a free high-powered cartilage piercing, and he probably doesn't want to, take a shot at getting something more important like his brain pierced, right? So he's sort of in a bind. And as a result, you're seeing him do these press conferences from his own properties, which he does own. I wasn't sure what Kyle was talking about as far as airports. I haven't heard anything about Trump owning airports, but I mean, he maybe.
And he
does like to put his name on things.
Doesn't want to pay it. So, his campaign is kind of between a rock and a hard place, right? Kind of between a rock and a hard place. And so what he's doing instead now is having a press conference at his fucking golf course in Bedminster, New Jersey. This is how he's trying to get the cameras on him. But
so this is the reason for some of those strange Trump clips that you're seeing from strange places, from you're not seeing a lot of rally footage, which used to be Trump's mainstay. It used to be what he'd brag about, right? When he had nothing else to brag about, he would say, like, well, I get big rally sizes. I'm really popular. People are really excited about me, right? I can bring out a lot of people for a rally, which in and of itself doesn't really mean anything, but he prided himself on it. And he was able to, kind of, he would always have a very excited crowd, a very big crowd. And, that's sort of what he hung his hat on. Right now, he doesn't have that. So I don't know. Where does he go from here?
By the way, Kamala and Tim Walz are absolutely outworking Trump now. They're out there doing way more rallies, visiting way more states. Honestly, the Trump 2024 campaign really has shades of Hillary 2016 at this point. Remember that video he tweeted of him and Elon Musk, an AI video of them like dancing together? That's exactly like what fucking Madonna tweeted in 2016, showing her and Hillary dancing in a video. Like, they are circling the fucking drain, bro. Now, Trump's go-to move is just calling Kamala a communist and tweeting memes where she has the flag of the Soviet Union. You are washed. This is fucking Celtics Shaq type shit right here. So anyway, he comes out. Listen to the thing he says when talking about Kamala. And he brings up healthcare. Prepare yourself.
If it's a communist system, you're going to be thrown into a system where everybody gets health care. You're all going to be thrown into a communist system. It's a communist system.
Oh my God, we might be thrown into a system where everybody gets health care? Chat, are you scared about that? Are you worried about that? Does that like, I just got like a shiver up my spine. Thrown into a system where I get health care? But chat, I'm not a wealthy person. I don't deserve health care. Certainly not good health care. I might be thrown into a system where healthcare, things like healthcare, are not operated for profit, are not feeding some, feeding the coffers of some, millionaire or billionaire somewhere. Really? Are you serious?
You're going to be thrown into a system.
You're going to be thrown into a system, and they're going to give you healthcare.
Everybody gets health.
They're going to force it on you. You're going to be like, I don't get healthcare. I don't deserve healthcare, and they're going to be like, no, everybody gets healthcare. Like, open your mouth. We got a dentist here.
He's fear-mongering about Americans getting health care.
We're going to test your eyes.
You're going to be thrown into a system where everybody gets health care. Disgusting. Gross. Unbelievably bad. Dude.
Oh, Josh, you're like laughing about this, right? You're laughing about people not getting health care. What kind of ghoul?
Okay, let's rewind. This isn't that long ago. 2016 was not that long ago. This isn't even a decade ago. Listen to what Trump said back then. Ready? This is Trump on 60 Minutes in 2016. Here's what he said about healthcare back then.
Everybody's got to be covered. This is an un-Republican thing for me to say. Universal health care. I am going to take care of everybody. I don't care if it costs me votes or not.
He also goes on to say, when pushed, the government's going to pay for it. The government's going to pay for it. See, back in 2016, he at least had the sense to know, I have to at least pretend to be economically populist. I have to pretend like I'm going to center the American middle class, working families. Now, that is gone. He's just a angry...
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Sasha G. I read that backwards.
Ball of grievance and hatred. That's what he is. So now, all he's concerned about is political persecution. They're coming after me.
No, I see, Josh. I read it backwards.
This is unfair. Me. We played his ad from the other day that he posted on Twitter, where the whole thing is lawfare, witch hunt, unfair persecution. In a whole 2-minute and 30-second ad, he didn't mention policy. He didn't mention wages. He didn't mention healthcare. And then now, in a casual press conference, it's going to be horrible. It's going to be communism. She's bringing in communism. People are going to have healthcare. Oh my God. Total 180 in terms of rhetoric. By the way, to be clear, on policy, he was always the same. He was always a dyed-in-the-wool right-winger on policy. But in terms of rhetoric, he used...
No, Josh, it's not your fault. I divided by 0 in my head.
To at least play the game where he'd be like, I'm going to give you good things. I'm for good things. I'm against bad things. Now he's like, I'm for the bad things. Good things are actually bad. Good thing you're gonna have healthcare. Isn't that disgusting? Isn't that unbelievable?
Well, no, here's his game. Here was Trump's game, right? He said he was gonna take down Obamacare. He was gonna repeal Obamacare, but he would say repeal and replace, right? So he'd be like, you don't want Obamacare. Obamacare is shitty. Obamacare sucks. Obamacare, you can't even see your own doctor. You want Trump care, right? We're gonna repeal it. We're gonna replace it with Trump care. And it's gonna be the best medical care you've ever had in your life. Your socks are gonna be knocked off with the amazing medical care that you're going to get with Trump care, right? And the truth of the matter is, like, he does sometimes do a thing like with NAFTA. He repealed NAFTA, and he did, in fact, replace it with Trump, which is basically NAFTA with Trump's name on it. So it's the classic Trump thing where you put your name on something and claim that you take credit for it, right? He was trying to do that with he did that actually with NAFTA, right? He so because NAFTA's got a bad reputation and deservedly so. But yeah, he didn't change the policy, I guess is what I'm trying to say. He changed the name of the policy. But with the healthcare, there is very little. So passing something as comprehensive as Obamacare is super difficult and can only be done in certain situations. The Democrats had, I think, 60 votes for a short period of time in the Senate, which is really pretty rare. And they were able to, I think they even had to use the, oh my God, what is it called? There's a way to overcome the filibuster. They had to use that in order to pass it, right? So the idea that Trump was going to actually replace it with anything was ridiculous. You literally don't have the ability to do so.
Oh my God, this finally broke me. Of all the comments, you would think, like, remember when he said he's going to suspend the Constitution to get himself back in power, terminate the Constitution to get himself back in.
Obamacare wasn't nearly as comprehensive as Obama talked about, right? So there's a little bit of a question in terms of the difference between a campaign promise, what somebody campaigns on, and what they actually deliver. And a lot of times with the Democrats, what that is, right, is the Democrats doing this delicate dance, this delicate tightrope dance between their base, between their voters, between even like with healthcare, you're talking about the energy in the country. It wasn't just the base that wanted that. Like, Americans wanted pre-existing conditions and all that bullshit that the previous healthcare system, had, where, literally because you need medical care, you can't get health insurance, right? They wanted that done away with, right? And they wanted a lot more reform than that too. And, you've got a situation where the healthcare establishment, the healthcare industry is driving prices up and up and up and making huger and huger profit. So the original idea of Obamacare would have been to deal with costs too. That didn't happen. Some good things did happen with Obamacare, but the actual basis for the bill itself is it's Romney Care. It is a plan by the Heritage Foundation to reform healthcare in a way that doesn't actually hurt the corporate bottom line, right? And that's what they ended up passing. And there's a lot of people that are responsible for this. We have now what we call the revolving cast of villains. This is like Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema, and to a lesser degree Tester, right? You've got the conservatives that will try to kind of shoot down more ambitious legislation when the Democrats are in power. But this works out really well for the donors, right? This allows the Democrats to sort of finesse that fine line. And a lot of what they seem to be elected for, a lot of what they seem to be donated to for, right? In the first election, the first primary, which is the primary of like who's getting donor money, is to, get in there, capture the energy of the moment, get people excited, and then say, oh, geez, we would have loved to pass that comprehensive health care. It turns out we just couldn't sell Lieberman on it. Yeah, it was Lieberman that did it. And then next time it's going to be Sinema, and next time it's going to be Manchin. And you got the revolving cast of villains, so nobody takes too much heat and, gets themselves a primary, right? Or successful primary, and the Democrats don't actually have to pass the legislation that would piss off the industries that are funding them. So yeah, it's
power.
But for on the good half, right? On the good half of what Obamacare does, it does expand Medicaid, which is huge thing, hugely important thing in terms of taking care of people that do not have any other way to get medical care. And oh my gosh, what was the other thing I was gonna say? Can't remember.
Remember when he said he was going to execute drug dealers and he's going to have war with Mexico in his second term? He's actively saying, I want war with Mexico, while also pretending to run as the anti-war guy. All those comments, I was getting there, but this is the one that finally fucking broke me. This is the one that finally broke me. Fear-mongering about people getting health care. And I'm sure he knows nothing about the state of our current healthcare system. We rank, according to the Commonwealth Fund, they do a study on this every few years. We rank 11th out of 11 for the modern industrial developed nations when it comes to our healthcare system. There's been a number of studies that have come out and said, if you do Medicare for all single payer, you save trillions of dollars and you cover everybody. Why? Because all you're doing is getting rid of the mafia, gangster-like, parasitic middleman that steals your money, gets in between you and your doctor. That's what a health insurance company is. Single payers, there's one single insurer. It's the government.
So there's actually two levels. There's single payer, which is what Kyle's talking about here, right? Which gives kind of, if you think about it, like a reverse monopoly. I don't know. Would this technically be a monopsony? I feel like I'm misusing these words. But regardless, it gives the American people collective bargaining power through the government, which is kind of what the government's supposed to be for. A government of, by, and for the people to negotiate a better deal with health insurance, right? So that's the single payer model, right? Now, on top of that, some nations have single provider models, and that is, I guess, what they would, what the Republicans would call government healthcare, where the government actually becomes, sort of nationalizes the healthcare industry, and that would provide even more efficiency. But of course, there would be a very uphill battle. And like what the point I was making basically is that Trump says he's going to put his name on, he says he's going to repeal and replace Obamacare. That's not likely to happen. It's not likely that somebody else could get something that comprehensive passed, even with all the failings that Obamacare had.
Be more effective. It would be more efficient. Everybody would be covered. But effectively, what he's doing here is defending the status quo. Remember, this is the guy who tried to overthrow Obamacare, tried to replace it with a plan that pulled it like 13%. His own healthcare plan pulled it like 13%. Couldn't get Obamacare through because John McCain had a personal grudge with Trump, so he gave it the thumbs down, and Obamacare stayed in place. But this is all that's left. He's a husk of a man. He's a husk of his former self, bro. One more time. I got to listen to it one more time. Give it to me again.
You're not going to be allowed. You're all going to be thrown into a communist system. It's a communist system. You're going to be thrown into a system where everybody gets health care.
Keep this video in mind, among with like 17,000 other things, when there are idiots out there who try to pretend like Trump is actually to the left of Kamala Harris. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? He is what he is. He's a narcissistic, psychopathic, God complex, standard establishment Republican in terms of his policy beliefs. But take all those things and then add on top of it extreme authoritarianism. Like the other week when he praised Xi Jinping because, quote, he rules with an iron fist. He's used iron fist like it was positive. That's why he says positive things about Kim Jong-un all the time, too. There's
a lot of stories, right, about this. A lot of, I think there's one with John Kelly where he has to keep reminding Trump that he's on the borderline of, praising Hitler. And he has to keep reminding Trump that, no, actually, Hitler was a bad dude. This is an enemy of the United States. This is right? And he's like, oh, no, I just meant how he runs his government, I think is really good. I love how everybody obeys him without question. And it's scary shit.
That's what he is. Nobody's going to super serve industry and billionaires better than him. You think he's going to buck health insurance companies or big pharma? Of course fucking not. Of course. You think he's going to buck his billionaire donors? Miriam Adelson's given him $100 million so Trump will approve total annexation of the West Bank by Israel. Nobody has been a bigger cuck to their donors in human history. And however bad it was the first time, it's going to be even worse the second time. God, even other establishment Republicans would say something like, look, we all want universal health care. It's just a matter of how we get there, right? It's just a matter of, are we going to do it with the free market or are we going to do it with the government controls? This is the type of stuff a standard establishment Republicans would say. But there would at least be this thing of like, well, of course, everybody having health care is good. Now he's acting like that's a bad thing. Everybody's going to have health care. It's going to be disgusting. Oh, my God. He has lost the magic so hard. Look, I'll say it. We are now trending towards a Kamala landslide victory. He's totally lost his footing. He's totally lost his mind. He has no idea what strategy to use. That's why he's out there questioning Kamala Harris's race, calling her low IQ, obsessing over crowd sizes, because there is no core to this man. There is no guiding principle. It's just fling mud and hope something sticks. And when you are just positioning yourself as I am adversarial to this person, well, then guess what? When she comes out and says, I'm going to ban price gouging, you're going to say, price gouging is actually good. It's actually a good thing. Have you thought of that? Price gouging is good. This is what happens. If your whole being is just, I'm the opposite of whatever this person is, when they say something good, you have to say, I'm against the good thing. When they start talking...
So this is a question that I couldn't really answer, right? The fact that Trump's one positive point as far as on the campaign trail, the fact that he is able to throw rallies together, the fact that he is, for a man of his age, he's able to, kind of get around the country and is high energy. He's losing that. He's losing more than a step or two. And a lot of it has to do with the whole venue thing. The fact that he's burned venues and he can't go back to them. He, doesn't exactly want to do more outdoor events, given what happened in Pennsylvania. And so what's he left with? He's left with this. And we'll go to a Trump speech in just a second of him at the... Wait, is it the Michigan event? I can't remember, chat, but we do have a Trump speech to watch. Let me finish this up.
Paid time off. When they start talking about free school meals for kids, we all know what Trump's going to do. This is socialism. This is communism. Can you believe feeding the kids? You
can't teach the kids that there's such thing as a free lunch. It's a very important point of American capitalism, that there is no free lunch. And when you're having a free lunch, it's the taxpayers that are paying for that lunch.
The kids is terrible. Why would you want to feed the kids? Could you believe giving people 12 weeks paid time off? That's horrible. Don't you? People should have to go to work. If you go to work, that's where you're productive. I don't know why you'd want to have no time. I don't know why you'd want time off. This is what's going to happen. And this is the best example of it I've ever seen. And all she said was, let's expand the Affordable Care Act, right? Let's do more subsidies to the Affordable Care Act. That's all she said on healthcare. And he's like, no, that's horrible. Isn't it disgusting? They're going to give everybody healthcare. The way you respond to this, be like,
okay,
yes, we want to give everybody healthcare.
We got it, Kyle. So yeah, there we go. There's and this is the best explanation I've seen so far, as far as what is going on with Trump. Why is he so low energy? Why does he not seem to where's the magic gone, right? And it's that he's out of his element because he's sort of painted himself into a corner as far as the events that he can do. And also, like I said before, there's a feedback loop. There's a feedback loop going on where he has not been running as the underdog, has not been running as the candidate in second place for like a year, and wasn't expecting to be in this position, especially so soon after, having everything go right for him, right? Having the devil's own luck in terms of being able to turn his head at just the right angle to not get, to get shot at that rally, and then, to get farm those clips by pumping his fist, and, having be running against a walking corpse of a man in sleepy Joe Biden. So let's take a little look at some more low energy Trump stuff. This is Majority Report. I'm going to take a pee break. I will be right back, though.
Here is Donald Trump. This is one of those things where it's like, oh, if only. I wish Donald Trump was not just commentating on this, but actually in charge of making this happen. Kamala Harris is, I should just say, and maybe this doesn't need to be said, but I think it's important that we do. It turns out she's not a communist.
Are you sure?
Sorry to let down. Well, I don't know. Let's check in with Donald Trump.
Massively raising your taxes. She wants to take away your private health care. There are many people.
Pause it for 1 second. Could you go back? Like, he just seems so bored by this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, honestly,
there's no crowd to feed off of.
No.
He's massively cutting your taxes. Well, that doesn't seem like, I mean, he's presenting it as if it's not that big of a deal.
He should have some of that Folgers that's right next to him.
Oh, incidentally, did he ever get to the food? Or is that just like, he let all that, like, that meat?
I think it's a grocery prop. Oh,
There's
yeah.
bacon and Folgers and like deli meat.
Oh my God.
Rationing and deadly wait times, well, massively raising your taxes. She wants to take away your private health care. There are many people in this country who spend a lot of money on private health care. It's the best health care in the world, by the way. But they want to do it. They worked hard to make money, and they want to do it. Under her, you're not going to have private health care plans anymore.
Can we just stop there and just enjoy? He's so he seems so uninterested that he can't even riff on this. Like, you know, people spending a lot of money on private health care
because they love it,
because they want to.
Well, I guess
a lot of money on healthcare.
Yeah, but then he says, well, what do you got to do? Like, people make a lot of money and you got to let them do it. So he's saying Americans spend a lot of money on healthcare, but because it's the best healthcare in the world, and the insurers, they have to do it because they want to make money. Winning message.
And look, I know what he's saying, right? He's talking about, there are people that will, fly into the United States to see certain doctors and stuff, right? He's talking about from the perspective of somebody who's had like really good healthcare, right? If you either like work a prestigious job and that's part of your, pay is to, get a certain health plan that just kind of gives you, whatever you want, right? He's not speaking to workers, right? He's speaking to, he's kind of speaking to the upper crust here, right? In terms of like, this is what he and his rich friends would say is that like, the threat is to lose that access to this sort of premium healthcare that the very wealthy tend to get. So again, it's not a message that's going to resonate outside of those economically privileged areas.
In this country who spend a lot of money on private health care. It's the best health care in the world, by the way. But they want to do it. They worked hard to...
Look, there's also people that spend a lot of money making sure they don't have to see the top of the hour ad break that happens every hour on the hour for 3 minutes at a time. It's unskippable. And they pay big money. They pay $6 a month to get it. And you can, if you got an extra $6 a month burning a hole in your pocket, you can absolutely do that. What you might not know, though, is that you can get it for free if you have Prime. If you pay for Amazon Prime, you can connect that to your Twitch account and you can get a free, you could use a Prime to get a sub. You can get it for free. Also, for those of you who are not in either of those two situations, there's the ad break now. God damn, I didn't even get to say it.
Make money, and they want to do it. Under her, you're not going to have private health care plans anymore.
There's the ad break now.
You can be a wealthy person or a middle-income person, and you want to spend on a really good plan, better than a government plan could be, far better. And you're not going to be allowed. You're all going to be thrown into a communist system. It's a communist system. You're going to be thrown into a system where everybody gets health care. You wait for your doctor like 10 months, 12 months, 11 months. You're going to see some of these plans how they work in other countries. It's disgraceful. So private health care is gone. She wants it out. Now, she could change on that, and she might change on that. She's changed on everything, but I said, why are you changing? I actually was asking somebody that knows her, why is she changing? She had these policies and ideas for years and years and years, and very solid on them. All you have to do is go back and look at your tapes, which many have been discarded because they don't want discarded.
The sad thing about why she's changing is it's the phenomenon of Etch-a-Sketch that I mentioned earlier. I even showed you in chat what an Etch-a-Sketch actually is for people who have never seen one, but essentially it's a little tablet that that it's like an old-fashioned toy that people would draw on. You shake it up and the sand gets on the surface, sticks to the surface. The surface is like gray. You have this little prong that is pointed up and that you can control with two knobs to draw things, like make a line drawing, a very horizontal and vertically oriented, I guess, line drawing on the sand, and you can draw something, and then when you want to erase it, you just shake it up, right? And so this is what candidates are used to doing during the primary. They draw a beautiful picture of like, here's what we want to do. All those progressive policy priorities that you want to get that Democrats are never offering to you. I will actually do those for you. And then as soon as you shift to the general election, shake, shake, shake. Oh, I'm sorry. What are you talking about? Were we going to do healthcare? Were we going to do this? Were we going to do that? Were we going to, it's not happening. So.
By the fake news, because they don't want people to see what she said just a year ago and 2 years ago. I've never seen anything like it.
I've never even seen it because they discarded it because
this might be a little bit of projection, because I think if you search Trump tapes, wasn't there like a whole bunch of like recordings from his apprentice years that people were worried were going to leak out? Like
they never leaked.
Yeah, the big one was the apparently this guy is kind of an N-word Andy behind the scenes. He was reported to have been talking about who's going to win one of the apprentices, and making some comment about not wanting a black person to win, and using the N-word to describe that contestant.
I don't never.
But again, chat, this is all hearsay. We don't have the tapes.
I leaked out this. I hope they never do. Let's just say
they never do.
He's not really helping himself on the age question by not understanding the concept of digitizing media and thinking that the media can destroy the tapes of Kamala's previous positions within the last 2 years, and we're not going to be able to figure that out. All the tapes.
I mean, when he gave that first press conference, I understood why they were doing it, because they wanted to highlight that Kamala Harris had not had any press conferences. It didn't really work. It just sort of like made everybody realize like, oh my God, he really is the old guy in the campaign now. And for the life of me, I have no idea what they're trying to do here. I mean, I have no idea. Like, I'm aware that he has, but are they thinking like we want to put him out there to show people on the fence that he's not going to be crazy like he was last time? And all it is he's crazy, but it's low energy. He's boring and crazy now.
I think it's more just like that. First, they think that they can hit her on the economy because of the inflation numbers, and because, yes, inflation has reduced a lot over the past few months. Like it's easy.
Okay, I feel like Josh Schneider's got a great way to describe what an Etch-a-Sketch is. It's the sand is magnetic, and the knobs drag the magnets under. The knobs drag magnets under the sand. Shake it and it's gone. Yeah, because the sand reattaches to the surface. Remagnetizes.
A lot of things that are still really expensive, like groceries because of price gouging, and of course rent and housing is just out of control. So they think that's a weakness. But then they also think it's a weakness that she's flip-flopped, which I would agree is a weakness. The fact that she supported Medicare for all, then ran for president and walked that back, supported the Green New Deal, ran for president and walked that back. But he can't. So they want to make it about policy. That's the thing. That's where they feel like they can gain, right? Because he's He's not offering anything new. He's still the same Trump. This is his third presidential run. God help us.
Pocketbook issues.
But he can't stay on message. First of all, they have nothing to offer, right? So what her flip-flopping matters very little then when both the positions that she has flopped towards are superior and more both positions, if she's pro-Green New Deal and then now, she's against like a fracking ban, those are at least positions. What is their position on anything? Because you can't hit someone for flip-flopping if you have no position on the other side.
That's the point. Is that that is exactly the point. When they hit John Kerry for flip-flopping on the war, he was for the war before he was against it. Was the phrase, and then they just sort of like that metastasized into a flip-flop, and that becomes the narrative, and then they try and fit anything into that narrative, and they find one decision here, or he said one thing and he corrects it here, and it fits into that narrative. It's very, very hard to create this narrative within a month or 2 months or 3 months. I mean, it's very, very, very hard to do it.
Why is changing your mind weak, says Josh Schneider. Good question. The kind of weakness that we're describing here is a weakness in terms of somebody's beliefs, right? So if it is your belief that, for instance, the institution of policing should be reformed, if it is your belief, let's say, that the police budgets are too big and we don't need to militarize the police, but then when you're offered a better job, a more prominent political position, you suddenly find a reason to change your mind. And you say, well, it's because I've grown as a person. I've understood. I mean, like, I used to think a lot of things when I was younger, but now I realize that our police are important to our society and that we need the protection and the safety that they offer. And so actually the police need more money, not less money. That's weak. I'm sorry. I don't know what you want to say. You can say it's necessary. You can say that you won't get elected without doing that, but you can't say that is that's her heartfelt belief, and she just evolved over time, and she's like learned. So yeah, don't be naive about politics, right? I'm not trying to tell you that there's not a difference between the Republican and the Democratic candidate. I'm not trying to tell you that the outcome of this election doesn't matter. That would be silly. That would be going too far. But I also don't want you to be naive enough to just be like tucked into these people's back pockets the way that they always do to their voters, right? I want you to understand how this works and why politicians conveniently change their minds about things, especially in between a primary campaign and an election campaign. And not fall for this idea that, well, you know what, they just evolved on the issue, right? You can say that, it's necessary to move to the center to, win, certain states, right? That's an argument that maybe sometimes is true. Oftentimes it's not. Oftentimes it's really a question about a Democratic candidate balancing their constituency who wants real change, real like reform, and the donors who don't want more regulation, who don't want again, we come back to the fundamental contradiction of capitalism with a lot of these things, with a lot of these economic issues, and the way that Democrats like try to tightrope rope between these two constituencies, their actual constituency and the donor constituency. The fundamental contradiction between the interests, the needs of the base, and the needs and the interests of the donor class, who, the more valuable donors, the more sought after donors tend to be the donors that have more money behind them. So that's just what I want you to not be naive about, right? It's not to tell you that, the both parties are the same, although on some level, right, there is a strict, adherence to those, to being on the side of the, of capital in both parties, right? That's a unifying thread between them. but often you'll find that the Democrats do so less than the Republicans. So there is a reason potentially to weaponize your vote come election time, especially if you live in one of those swing states, and use it to make sure that the worst outcome, in this case, the election of Donald Trump, does not happen, right? So yeah, we're trying to add a little bit of nuance into what you'll normally hear in political programming, right?
And they clearly had no plan to do it, which was also sort of shocking in and of itself. And yes, his message, his inability to deliver a disciplined message also harms that. But the last point is the real point. In 2004, when John Kerry ran and they deployed this flip-flop behind him, the argument was that he has no attachment to a policy or an ideology. And Donald Trump has so blown up the notion that you need that within the context of the Republican Party. It really just is about how you identify. I'm a gun owner. I'm an evangelical.
Yeah, I mean, so Josh Snyder says, I definitely agree with you about the whole bait and switch politics. It's definitely not cool. Well, I'm not here to convince you that it's not cool. I'm not here to convince you that the Democrats are bad people. I'm here to imbue the conversation with a little bit of class consciousness, which I think is the first step to any meaningful and lasting reform. I think that we've seen positive reform before that has helped the material conditions of workers, right? And I'm all for that. I want to see more of that, right? But I want people to understand the fundamental contradiction in our system, because it sort of opens your eyes. And what you think about what you do with that, where you want to go with that, that's up to you. That's up to you, right? There's I'm not here advocate. We're talking about electoral politics, and there's a limit to the to the what you can expect from that modality. But I think what's really important is to understand the motivations behind some of this, and understand how good people that go into the system wanting to change things become the agents of the status quo. It doesn't happen by accident, right? And just being aware of that will actually help you analyze, the workings of politics on a whole nother level.
Evangelical. I'm not a lib. I mean, I'm not woke. Get rid of pronouns. None of these things are policies. They're all identity, the most actually superficial of identity politics. And that is the way that the Trump campaign has generated its support. They just can't get, you can't say she's a communist, but she could also be a super capitalist tomorrow. Like it doesn't scare people in the same fashion.
Okay, so as you can see,
it's crazy.
We got live music here.
Let's just do number 4.
They're doing a ceremonial roll call from the. There's AOS. Wait, no.
And this is relevant to what you're saying, right? Like about how they don't have a hook in terms of anything policy-wise, even though that's what the Times is reporting. Kellyanne Conway has been brought back into the fold, and she's begging Trump to stick to policy attacks. She went on Fox News to do that too, because it seems like he's not listening, right? But they're
that's what like Kevin McCarthy was saying the other day, and they also had who else? We played another clip of somebody who was saying the same thing. This whole notion that like Nikki Haley was criticizing him for and they must know that that's what he has. There is no other like thing there, and now he's pissed because this is the best part. He's responding to a question from the press about name calling, but this is like his sort of passive aggressive way of telling his advisors, like, this is not fair. It's literally, he's talking to daddy right now.
Yep.
Daddy's not letting me do this, and it's not fair. Go ahead.
Mr. President, many of your allies who want you to win in November say your current strategy isn't working, that you need to stop with the personal attacks on Kamala Harris and deliver a more disciplined message. Do you agree?
I'm sorry,
And
can we just
also-
go back a sec? Did you see his reaction to that question with his little shrug here?
It's classic Trump.
Go back.
Just
Yeah,
go
he's,
back.
he is so
He's like,
annoyed by this.
Yeah, sure.
Say your current strategy isn't working, that you need to stop with the personal attacks on Kamala Harris and deliver a more disciplined message. Do you agree? And also, you added more people to your campaign today. Is that a sign of a shifting strategy?
No, I think it's a sign of we want to close it out. We have great people. Susie's fantastic, as you know, and Chris is fantastic. They're leading it.
Closing it out.
Corey Lewandowski's coming in. He'll be
arms.
Personal envoy, or he'll be at some level. They're going to be, they're doing a great job.
I keep getting stuck on this. Corey Lewandowski is a personal envoy to whom? Like, is he a person? Like, it sounds like he's like, I don't want to talk to the campaign people, so I'll have Corey talk to them, and then Corey will talk to me about it.
Right. He's the
Ever
muscle.
since, Chris Christie.
It's the Rahm Emanuel. He wants somebody to get in there and enact his agenda. And like, it's funny because like he doesn't seem to understand that the campaign managers, the campaign staff, right? They're people that he hires to give him the strategy that he needs to win. But what he seems to want to do instead is argue that he wants the campaign managers to kind of sign off on his strategy, and his strategy isn't working. And if somebody just signs off on that and says, yes, sir, Mr. Trump, sir, that is great. The campaign is going well. Let me show you the latest Rasmussen poll. Let me show you the latest Trafalgar poll. I won't show you any other polls because you're losing in literally all the other polls except for the ones that are heavily tweaked to the right. But I'm here to be your yes man, right? That's what he seems to want. And that's actually not helpful for him. He needs to listen to his campaign staff. Instead, it seems like he's trying to bring Lewandowski in here, like, talk to these people, talk to these campaign managers, tell them to let Trump be Trump. And it's like, you've literally tried that. You've literally been Trump, and it's not working for you.
I sent Chris Christie out for a Big Mac, and he never came back. So now I got Corey Lewandowski to be my personal advocate.
He'll be, personal envoy, or he'll be at some level. They're going to be, they're doing a great job. Look, we've taken, with all of the abuse we've taken from the fake news media, all of this horrific abuse.
The thing is that the Trump be Trump people are people like Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell, right? They're the people that will tell Trump exactly what he wants to hear. And it's not good for him. They're the people that led him into doing January 6th. They're the people that made him think that he had won the election and that all he had to do is call down to the Georgia AG and harangue them into finding 11,000 more votes. And there you go. You can stay president, right? He is attracted to people that want to sell him copium, and copium is not healthy. It's not good for you, especially as a political candidate. You need people that are going to be honest with you if you want to win. And instead, he's attracted. So, I mean, this is the Trump v. Trump path, right? Is he just brings in more and more people that are going to, he turns his campaign into an echo chamber, right? Then at least he can't see what's going on in the outside, how badly he's losing. And then he gets surprised when he loses. And it triggers another, it's another reality check bouncing, and you've seen how he reacts to that. So
we take, and all I want to do is make the country good. All I want to do is have strong borders and good education. We want to have choice for education. So important, so many different things. You would think it would be the other way. We rebuilt the military. We did so many great things, but that's the way it's been for Republicans, and I guess more so for me than anybody in history, and that's okay, because we're leading in the polls. For the most part, we're leading in the polls.
Rasmussen and Trafalgar. You have those polls.
We're leading Biden by a lot. We're leading now.
You were leading Biden by a lot. That's true, right? When Biden was your opponent, you were leading. Now that Biden is not your opponent, you are losing.
But I think when she's exposed, I think we're going to beat her by a lot more than we would have beaten Biden by, because he had a little group of people that have been voting for him for a long time. She doesn't have that. People don't know who she is.
Yeah, Biden's got a little group of people around him. I'd say it's like about 30 mods or so that are just...
As far as the personal attacks,
I mean,
because of what she's...
This video freezes for some reason, but
okay, keep going.
He keeps going, yeah.
She's done to the country. I'm very angry at her that she'd weaponized the justice system against me and other people. Very angry at her. I think I'm entitled to personal attacks. I don't have a lot of respect for her. I don't have a lot of respect for her intelligence, and I think she'll be a terrible president. And I think it's very important that we win. And whether the
I seriously, for a second there, I thought that somebody brought a baby into the studio.
attacks are good, bad.
But no, it's Trump.
She certainly attacks me.
He does whine. Actually, you know what? He's not doing it a lot here, because this particular speech, it was pretty low energy, right? But when he gets up in his shit, when he gets up in his feelings, right, and he's like, yeah, he whines. He does.
She actually called me weird. He's weird. It was just a soundbite. And she called JD and I weird. He's not weird. He was a great student at Yale. He went to Ohio State, graduated in 2 years, at the top of his class, and all of these different things. And we have this guy that's running a very failed state, who's had a terrible career.
Wait, is he talking about Walz?
I mean, you have him saying
he's a pretty popular governor.
They're weird. No, he's a weird guy, and she's weird in her policy. Who would?
Josh Schneider says he bankrupted my old favorite old-timey casino in Atlantic City too. Yeah, I actually saw a Robert Reich tweet where Reich goes over, and I can't find it now. I've been searching for it, right? But it goes over all of his failures, and I wasn't aware that he didn't just bankrupt one casino; he bankrupted like 3.
Oh, there we go. I got to policy. Did you hear me criticize the policy? I said it was weird. I mean, first off,
he's a nice boy.
Trump went to Trump University, says Mary Gray.
This guy cannot get past that they switched Biden out. He cannot get past it.
I know. It's
he
amazing.
Cannot get past it, and he is just so. First off, this is the only time he gets animated during this entire press conference. He looks like you got to like check his pulse. And
see, I don't know. It might be that they're trying to get him to work out that whine. Like I told, I'll show. We're gonna watch a longer speech of his in a second, right? I think it's in Michigan, and I'm sure he'll whine during that. Like I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about, and you'll immediately recognize it. But I don't hear him doing it a lot during this speech. Also, the other thing about this speech, and Femio's reacted to this the other day, it's very low energy. It's very, very low energy. It's about as low of energy as I have seen Trump at yet. So I don't know if it's just a lack of energy, if it is like Trump is a little bit depressed or something like that, or if it's something that his campaign has told him to try to limit that whining. But apparently that's just how he is when he's animated. That's just how he is when he is, he can't like do high energy and not whine, I guess.
The only time that he gets animated is that he's so angry at what
he wants his friend back.
Gone on. Completely unfair.
Who's his friend?
Totally, completely unfair.
Yeah, he stiffed a bunch of contractors. We were talking earlier about how he stiffs venues, right? The reason that he can't do his rallies in some of these venues that he did in 2016 and 2020 is because he arranged those events with a promise to pay afterwards, and then never paid. He stiffed people on those, and so those venues will not let him come back ostensibly until he pays off his balance, until he pays off his bill.
I'm not weird. She's weird. JD's not weird. That other guy, he's weird. Like that failed state. Minnesota's a failed state.
A failed state, Minnesota. God.
Weird.
I like the idea that he's not.
Oh, he misses Biden. You're right about that, CJ. You're right. He does.
He went to Yale University. Like, again,
weird people
it's
don't go to Yale.
It's just leaking through how he present, he can't appeal to like the everyman in the way that he tried to posture like that he could before. It's all about, I know this guy. Like I listened to this whole thing last night, and then I listened to his whole anti-Semitism speech as well, where he spends the first 20 minutes like glad handing and shouting out different people in the crowd. And it's all about who he knows in his little, like very wealthy, hermetically sealed circle. And he's just completely out of touch, and he can't even gesture towards being in touch because he thinks like,
yeah, Chad, I don't know if like that the speech that she's talking about with the anti-Semitism thing. I want to find that because I do have Josh Shapiro replying to that, right? The kind of like the runner-up for Kamala's vice presidential pick, Josh Shapiro had some choice things to say about Trump's anti-Semitism speech.
the average person's going to say, JD's not weird, he went to Yale, and that's going to satisfy them? No.
He tried to go to policy, and he's like, we have expensive healthcare in this country. It's because people work really hard. They love to spend it on healthcare.
Right.
That's him trying to do policy.
I'm weird. They say I'm weird. Oh, God, does that...
Okay, so yeah, that's about that. Let's see what... we do have some more. So I'm going to introduce this Michigan speech. We might watch more of this. I'm going to take a look at this and see if it's worth reacting to.
And she's the president and wants to be the president of the United States. She's vice president. She could do it.
That was Donald Trump saying that Vice President Kamala Harris is the president. Trump gave a very low energy speech in Howell, Michigan. His heart just doesn't seem to be in it anymore. I don't think he had a heart to begin with, but this speech was supposed to be about crime. But of course, Donald Trump turned it into him mocking Vice President Kamala Harris for the way she laughs or smiles. Here, play this clip.
Her father is, as you know, a Marxist professor, and he obviously did a good job. But this is where she's coming from.
He obviously did a
smile.
Good job. What, in inculcating her into Marxism? Is that what he's trying to say?
She's gotten rid of the laugh over the last couple of days. I don't know. I haven't seen her laugh. They've told her, don't laugh, please. But I'll bet inside she was laughing last night when she saw the way Joe Biden left, because that was a coup. That was
clearly a coup. Clearly, the man had a gun to his head behind the scenes. That's
Donald Trump randomly said that he thinks suburban women actually really like him. Play this clip.
So when I return to the White House, we will stop the plunder, rape, slaughter, and destruction of our American suburbs, our cities and towns. And I think that women living in the suburbs, I keep hearing about the suburban woman doesn't like Trump. Well, I think it's a fake.
Wait, her dad's been critical, like saying she's too much of a lib? Is that?
Because why would they like me? I keep the suburbs safe. I stopped low-income towers from rising right alongside of their house.
You stopped housing. Oh my gosh, Trump. See, the unspoken part here is like he's saying he's keeping rents high, which might work for people in his life. Like the Majority Report was saying, that hermetically sealed little group of people that he talks to, the people that he thinks of as the American people. But he's out of touch.
And I'm keeping the illegal aliens away from the suburbs. I think that they like me a lot. I think it's a lot of fake polls. We've seen a lot of fake polls over the years. I was not supposed to win anything, and we won the big one. We won it and did a lot better the second time.
They don't tell you in the polls, folks, that you can lose the that you can lose the popular vote and still win the Electoral College.
I did.
Donald Trump then talks about how he opposed the bipartisan border deal. Play it.
She still is. You're right. Thank you. In fact, you could do it right now. You know, they like to talk. It's all nonsense. That Donald Trump stopped a bill. I was opposed to it. So was everyone else. It was the weakest bill. Under that bill, millions of people would have been allowed to come in. This was a weak bill. But you didn't need a bill.
And whines that New York Governor Hochul said mean things about him last night at the DNC. Play this.
And we didn't see this because I'm not a fan of Kathy Hochul. I am not a fan of the governor of New York.
Consider what we did consider, interestingly, like New York. When I left for Washington, New York we had a very bad mayor, de Blasio, but he wasn't there that long, and he couldn't ruin what took place. But we had a city that was so wonderful and so thriving, and just in a few short years, that changed. New York State is doing terribly. I heard the governor last night speaking so viciously and violently about me, but she doesn't speak about what they've done to destroy the state. The law enforcement has been decimated. The judges, what's gone on with the judges in New York, there's no justice. We're not getting.
See, now, this is the one question that I would love to be able to answer, and I'm going to have to look for an answer for this, right? The question I have is Donald Trump responding to some kind of a prompt from his campaign managers, which would be atypical. Like I said, his normal mode of operating is to try to convince the campaign managers that his political instincts are great and you should let Trump be Trump. That's, I think, why he's bringing Corey Lewandowski in there. Is he responding to something that his campaign's trying to get him to do in terms of, like I said, you're not hearing the whining as much from Trump here. You're not hearing nearly as much whining from him, right? Have they said that this is annoying people, this is grating, can you not do this? And then he just doesn't have another, that's the way he kind of psychs himself up. Like when he says the late great Hannibal, that thing that he gets in his voice, right? It's that, and we're not seeing it here. So I'm wondering if that is because of depression, if that is because of him reacting to his drop in the polls, which, even as insulated as he seems to be, as much as he seems to be coping and seething about this, he can't completely not notice that he is like that his opponent's polls or numbers are going up and then his numbers are going down. Maybe he thinks he's still ahead, right? But he's got to, at the very least, recognize that she's catching up to him. A lot of the polls that I've seen more recently show her having overtaken him, and particularly in 3 important swing states, that being Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And those are the states that she really needs to win. That plus the Joe Biden, not even plus the Joe Biden map, right? She could lose Georgia, she could lose Arizona, she could lose Nevada, but if she wins Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, and nothing else drastically changes, which it's not likely to, because those are the swing states. Those are the 6 swing states. That maybe North Carolina too, but again, nobody's expecting her to win that. Then she wins. So her being up in those 3 states takes away the possibility of Trump doing what he did in 2016, which is losing the popular vote, but somehow pulling out an electoral college victory, right? He's got to win one of those 3 states in order to disrupt her core strategy.
And at that point, Fox had enough, and Fox just basically cut away their coverage. It was too weird for their viewers to see. Play this clip.
They shouldn't arrest people for saying the election was rigged, but they liked it.
Okay, no, I gotta say, if Fox News is cutting away from this, I want to see what's there. I want to see what they cut away from. This is making me curious. We're going to keep an eye on the Democratic National Convention here. We're still doing the ceremonial roll call of states, maybe by alphabetical order. I'm not sure what the order is. But this is boring, I think. Narwhal by Nature with the 5 community gift subs. Let's shout them out. Donald Duck. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Ashley Lagage. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Patty G. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Afroponics. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And the Dark Canuck. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Yeah, thank you for those gift subs, and make sure to let me know when you donate. Right, we're running a bit of a poll here. Let me check back on the poll and see what's winning right now. Come on, show me the poll. Chat chooses violence, 43%. To RFK trying to join Team Kamala, 21%. And Tim Walz's Caucasian tacos at 20%. Elon's AI copyright infringement at 16%, right? That is a poll that's going on right now in the full screen stream, which you can click on. You can, if you're on Twitch, you can come over here and visit us and vote. Make sure to leave a like while you're there. If you are watching on Shorts, you can come over and vote. Same kind of deal. And but yeah, when you donate, make sure to let me know also which of these topics you are supporting, which of these topics you want to see next. And I will put your money with where your mouth is, and you'll actually add points for, you'll add a percentage for what you donate to the topic of your choice and help the topic that you want to see as bonus material win. 5 full weasels. That is correct. Yes.
That they go after guys like me, but they don't go after people that kill people. It's a shame what's happened in our country, but we're going to turn it around. We're going to win big, and we're going to turn it around. We're going to turn it around fast.
And that brings us up to 31% on the dono goal.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, President Trump speaking in Howell, Michigan this afternoon, and clearly the focus is law and order.
So yeah, the Midas touch here is not the only one. They're not the only people that are noticing this cutaway from Trump by Fox News. That they did not think that Fox News took a look at what was going on here, and they said
this is going bad. They
did not like it. They thought it was a bit of a
dingus gambit
that he was doing, and they said,
enforcement, his respect for law enforcement. He was standing there with several members of the police department there.
Donald Trump then talks about World War III. Play the clip.
It's a very dangerous time that we're in. It's dangerous in terms of crime.
Now the question is, how is he going to make World War III boring?
No, but it's very dangerous in terms of a possible World War III. We're very close to World War III, and people don't realize it. We're closer than we've ever been, I think, ever since World War II. But this would.
Donald Trump then says or implies that he would like to see police officers intimidating people who vote in Detroit. Play the clip.
We really feel good about the state and the area. We're doing very well here. Just got a poll that was very good. A lot of
God, was it a Rasmussen or was it Trafalgar?
Last couple of days. Thank you to the.
We just got one poll that makes me look like I might be still ahead. I love to see it.
County Sheriff's Department for welcoming us in such a beautiful way. This was
Donald Trump then lies about Charlottesville. Play the clip.
Because they've handled themselves and crime and everything else in a stern way, and it's probably a lot easier to do. Maybe we should switch them, move them around to different territories of your state or of our nation, and let some other guys take. Would you like that, fellas? I have a feeling you don't want that. I don't want to embarrass it. I don't want to say any particular names of locations, but I can think of a big one in this state. I'd love to have them working there during the election.
Hey, this is Ben Meiselas, co-founder of the Midas Touch Network, and I just wanted to take a brief break from that video. The Biden-Harris administration or announced 600 manufacturing projects already are on track to be created by over 600 manufacturing projects already launched or announced since August of 2022 under the Biden-Harris administration.
This is a little bit low energy.
Because that's when President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris signed the Inflation Reduction Act, which includes hundreds of billions of dollars to incentivize the manufacture and purchase of green energy technologies. Greg Sargent wrote about this in a recent report for the New Republic, and he talks about how all these climate manufacturing jobs are being created in the heartland of America, and it badly undermines one of the central stories that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are trying to advance about the United States, because this new report finds that a lot of these jobs are concentrated in rural and GOP areas in the Rust Belt. It really undermines the entire narrative by Donald Trump and his running mate. Also, when Donald Trump and his running mate J.D. Vance are trying to undermine these policies, it could have a massive negative impact on our economy. That's our climate change update for the day. Let's get back to the video. Donald Trump then talks about the border wall and says that it has a lot of technology. It's very strange. Play this clip.
They lied last night about things that nobody's ever seen. They lied about soldiers at a gravesite. They lied about Charlottesville. They lied about inflation.
Trump then talks about manufacturing plants in Mexico and says that the reason that he may have been shot is because of the way he talks about manufacturing plants in Mexico. What? Play the clip.
1,000-pound concrete inside, and then rebar. And it also has a lot of technology, wires and things in it for high technology. It was designed to the highest specs of the Border Patrol. I wanted actually concrete plank. I would have done a beautiful job with precast, like you have in parking garages, long span. It's called long span precast, but they had to be able to see through. I understand that. They needed certain things that you can't do with concrete plank.
Donald Trump then points to some random chart about why he thinks that the numbers aren't accurate, that crime is significantly down now versus where it was when he was in office. Play this clip.
But they're building some of the biggest plants. I have a friend who builds plants. He said some of the biggest in the world, I think he's doing them, are being built in Mexico. And they're going to sell cars, produce them and sell them in this country with no tax. It's not going to happen. And I told him, I said, you better hope I don't win. Always dangerous to say these things. Maybe that's why I get shot at and other people don't. Right, John James? That's probably why I get shot at. Other people, they'll protect other people because they can't believe they got so lucky. But I have to do what I have to do.
Donald Trump then says, I don't know, is the GOP conservative? I don't know. Who really cares? Here, play this clip.
And we had a couple of instances last night where things were mentioned, so I got it. Did crime rise under Trump and fall under Biden? They said it rose under Trump and they go, no, the opposite is true. Take a look at this here. It said,
oh my God, how is he even justifying this? Oh my God, what does he have?
Is it true? Did crime?
Oh, conveniently something that the camera can't pick up because it's literally a sheet of paper.
Rise under Trump and fall under Biden. No, the opposite is true. This was a study group that went out.
By the way, if you want to see how low energy it is, here's how this all started. Let me show you this clip. Just take a look at how low energy this is. Play it.
I don't understand why. From a common sense, I like to say the Republican Party is now the party of common sense. Conservative? Yeah, I guess conservative. It doesn't matter.
Donald Trump then says,
I mean, my understanding of the crime rate, right, is that if you look at the overall crime rate since the 70s, 80s, and 90s, the rate is massively lower than that, right? So whatever, crime that existed in the 20th century, whatever level of crime that particularly boomers were used to, is the crime rate now and for in the recent past has been way lower than that. Now you do see a rise in crime kind of around the time of the lockdown and the pandemic, right? But it's a short spike and it comes down and it's down to whatever it was in 2019 at this point, and it's been falling for several years. But yeah, it may be like kind of a lagging indicator, right? So go with me if you will, right? You got the lockdown proper, right? The actual like restrictions where things were closed and people were incentivized and even paid to stay home to stop the spread and help to flatten the curve. And then you've got the post-pandemic period where you see a small rise in crime. I should look that up and see if that was actually during the beginning of because the Biden administration starts in 2021, right? That's the there's some confusion there, and there's a reluctance of Donald Trump and his sycophants to actually own the year 2020, the year that a lot of things were bad. The economy was bad. There was a severe lack of confidence in the government because you had Donald Trump presiding over the largest public health crisis since the early 20th century, since the Spanish flu of around circa World War I. And he seems to want to feed into this notion that the presidential terms start on the even years when the elections go on. Like right now it's 2024, we're having an election, but the next president takes office not in this year, but in January of next year. So that will start in 2025. That's why his thing is called Project 2025, right? Does it make sense? So in other words, 2020 is not a year where Joe Biden was in the White House, and yet a lot of the bad things that Trump talks about and blames on Biden went on in 2020, or were still kind of in effect in 2021 when Biden took office. So yeah, as far as the specific crime rate, I don't know if he's looking at something like that there was a lag in terms of the crime rate, but yeah, it's been down for the past couple of years.
He's not a radical. Play this clip.
Just so you understand, I am not a radical at all.
Donald Trump again whines that that numbers are fraudulent and that only he possesses the right numbers. Here, play this clip.
There has been a report that the job numbers over the last period of time were fraudulent, and I understand that because I know how the job numbers go. And if you want to be a bad person in high office, you can be a bad person, but the numbers are going to be revised.
As one commentator says, so I guess the new strategy is for Donald Trump to have low energy events where he reads off some notes while cops look on blankly. It really does hit different when he doesn't have a crowd. The word that comes to mind is pathetic, just a blizzard of lies spoken into a void. By the way, I just want to show you this image as well also, because the contrast here cannot be more clear. The Democratic Convention on the left with everybody having USA signs, the Republican National Convention on the right where the people there had mass deportation signs. Finally, let me show you this from earlier in the day. J.D. Vance held a press conference as well where he was asked about night one of the DNC, and J.D. Vance said that what comes to mind after seeing night one is boo. He goes, it's just boo. Here, play this clip.
A few more locals, ma'am, yes.
Yeah, I'm Hannah Hilliard with Channel 12 from up in Milwaukee. Obviously, there's a big event happening not too far away from here over in Chicago. Did you catch any of the DNC tonight or last night? If you did, what were your immediate thoughts?
Well, my immediate thoughts were all the people booing. I agree with them. That was my response to it, was boo.
All right, folks, tell me what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 3 million subscribers together. Thank you so much for watching and have.
Anyway, I feel like we've got. The last in the series of videos. Let's look at the polls for a second. If I can get my computer to wake the fuck up. I installed this extension on my browser, and it is supposed to make Firefox behave and not take huge amounts of system resources. Instead, what it seems to have done is, it puts the tabs to sleep, but then the waking up of the tabs is... And it's still doing it. That's not good. Yeah, I don't really see any. I wanted to find you some crime statistics. I'm looking for that in the background, but again, I'm struggling with my system resources. On the good side, chat, I did get here. Let me open this up. Thank you to Throne Gang. Thank you to people donating to my throne, helping me to. Oh my God. Look at this, chat. Look at this. These are 16 gigabyte Ripjaws RAM sticks, and they're gonna replace my less powerful 8 gigabyte ones, right? So that's twice the power, twice the RAM. I haven't installed these yet. Plan to do it maybe after stream today, but yeah, thank you, Throne Gang. Thank you, everybody that's been donating to my throne. It's right down there. It's where we crowdfund stuff to make the stream better. And because what's ailing me now is a computer that's a few years old, I thought that maybe upgrading the RAM might make things run slightly better. Let's hope that's the truth.
2024, and today we are going to be talking about the 2024 presidential election and the amount of support that Donald Trump has lost since the entrance of Vice President Kamala Harris in the race for President of the United States. Now, you might have been seeing a lot of articles talking about Kamala Harris putting many states back into play. You might have been seeing the mainstream media coverage about Kamala Harris really gaining swing state momentum and doing very well across these states. And I will admit, I have absolutely partaken in that because that has been the fact of the matter over the past month. Since Joe Biden dropped out of the race, it has been a clear and consistent trend line here that Kamala Harris is moving in a positive direction, that she's doing better than Biden did. She's raising more money than Biden did. She's bringing in more campaign volunteers than Biden did. She's drawing in larger crowds than Biden did. And it was all around Kamala, Kamala, Kamala. But on the flip side, one thing that hasn't been covered as much and something that I do want us to talk about is the fact of the matter that Donald Trump is the person who has lost support since Kamala Harris has become the Democratic nominee for president. And the reason why this matters is because just a month ago, when Joe Biden was in the presidential race, a lot of us had been working under this assumption that this was Donald Trump's race to lose, that Donald Trump was the person who was going to do so well because everybody was predicting it. The mainstream political pundits, people like Nate Silver and Harry Enton, and people who are popularized on the mainstream media, alongside a lot of the data points that we were getting and fundraising numbers that showed very positive results for Donald Trump, polling numbers that showed even more positive results for Donald Trump. Every metric was pointing towards a second Trump term. And so when Kamala Harris came into the fray and became the Democratic nominee, all of these surges in favor of Kamala Harris have largely been seen as a very positive thing for Kamala Harris, and rightfully so. She has done well. She has gained support. She has built momentum and maintained it over the past month. But at the same time, in the past 3 weeks, we have seen one of the most ineffective Republican campaigns in modern history, in direct contrast with the way the Trump campaign had been ran for the entire year leading up to Kamala Harris entering into the race. What I think is also a good indication for Democrats isn't just that Kamala Harris is building momentum, but rather that Donald Trump is losing support across the United States when juxtaposed with Kamala Harris. This is an article from the Financial Times. It's titled, "Pennsylvania is Slipping from Donald Trump's Grasp." And that is entirely accurate. When you take a look at where Kamala Harris is making improvements upon, she is doing damage to Donald Trump's lead. She is taking it away not only by building herself up, but by chipping him down. And it shows that Donald Trump is absolutely losing ground. Not that he's maintaining where he is today and that Kamala Harris is doing even better, but he is in fact losing some support to Kamala Harris in a way that had never happened under President Biden. And that is massive for the Democratic Party, because it means that Donald Trump is no longer this person who can be seen as this untouchable Republican candidate, somebody who many Democrats had really worried about, that he would be too strong of the Republican nominee in 2024, and not because, he was a strong candidate on his own, but rather because he was up against Joe Biden. That Donald Trump, because he's someone who's roughly the same age as Joe Biden, but can debate seemingly better. We saw that in 2024. He won that first debate. He can do more rallies. He's more energetic. He's more put together in the eyes of the American voter. That is the way that people perceived Donald Trump. And that's why many Democrats were worried. Because it was sort of as if, if they knew they were running against someone like Nikki Haley, they would have known that election would be far harder to win for Joe Biden. But they wouldn't see her as the more extreme Republican nominee for president. The concern here was for Democrats that Donald Trump was the more extreme Republican who ended up doing so well because he was juxtaposed with Joe Biden. But now that Joe Biden's out of the fray, and Republicans spent the past 3.5 years characterizing Joe Biden as senile, characterizing Joe Biden as unable to serve out the oath of office, they have spent all this time and effort under this assumption that Joe Biden would be the one running for re-election. And now that it is Kamala Harris, they really have far less to run on. And that's a problem. Donald Trump is losing ground in these battleground states, especially on the national level, too. Donald Trump against Kamala Harris has 46.7% of the vote. Against Joe Biden, that number was 47.9%, almost 48% nationwide. Why does that matter? Well, it shows that Donald Trump has lost 1-2 points since Kamala Harris has become the Democratic nominee for president, and that Kamala Harris is gained support compared to Joe Biden from 44.8 to 48.1. One could reasonably argue that some of those independent voters who at one point in time swayed towards Trump now sway towards Harris. That is a massive victory. And what I was also thinking about, too, when we looked at those battleground state numbers for Kamala Harris against Donald Trump, according to the New York Times, we saw, sure, she was putting 4 Rust Belt states back into play. It was a massive, massive gain compared to where Joe Biden was. But that is, again, not only a testament to Kamala Harris's electability, but equally to Donald Trump being an unlikable figure. This morning, the Washington Post and ABC News released their poll, a very strong poll, one of the most respected ones in the nation, showing Donald Trump at -17 nationwide for favorability. That is one of the lowest points that Donald Trump has been in, and the reason why is because in American politics, as much as history tells us that campaigns have been about individual candidates and not about comparison, the past 3 cycles, 2016, 2020, and now 2024, have been exactly about comparison. Which is why Kamala Harris, despite being a vice president who hit her lowest level of approval just days before Joe Biden dropped out of the race, lowest level, let me say that again, lowest levels of approval days before Joe Biden dropped out of the race. Today, she stands with her highest approval since 2021 in just under a month. Why? Because voters, sure, got to see a new side of Kamala Harris, but a side that was directly in contrast with that of Donald Trump. Since she entered into the race, what has happened? Donald Trump's approvals have gone down. The Democratic campaign didn't change the way that they attacked Donald Trump. They've been attacking him for the same way this entire cycle. But it is something about the way it lands when the direct opposition looks more sensible. And in this case, that is Kamala Harris. And so when we take a look at some of these data points, that shows that Donald Trump was doing so well against Joe Biden after that first debate, the lead expanded to 6 points nationwide. Today, on average, Kamala Harris is up 1.4%, and again, that brand new poll today shows Kamala Harris up 6 points, according to the ABC News and Washington Post, amongst likely voters. That's a group that historically Democrats do not do well with. And so to see Kamala Harris doing that well goes to show that this 6-point lead that Trump had amongst likely voters, now translating to a 6-point lead amongst Kamala Harris, means Donald Trump has certainly lost support, because he went from 49% to far less in the brand new polls that we've seen. And in terms of the battleground states, it gets even worse. When we're taking a look at the way that Democrats and Republicans and independents interact with the swing state polls, Kamala Harris is doing far, far better. When we take a look at the data against Joe Biden, Donald Trump led him in every single state except for Wisconsin, and by massive margins in Arizona, 7 points, 7 points in Michigan, 10 points in Georgia, 12 points in Nevada. We are in a very different predicament. And the reason being, Donald Trump has lost crucial.
Looks like we had some technical difficulties. This time the short stream went down. I was able to get it back up pretty quickly, so hopefully we won't have any more road bumps, street bumps. What are they called? Road bumps?
Support groups in these battleground states. Because against Joe Biden, many of these independent
speed bumps, I don't know.
An alternative that they didn't want to vote for, but they did not believe that Joe Biden should be in office for another 4 years. After that first presidential debate, that's exactly what the narrative was. That although many independents and even Republicans who were never Trumpers, who genuinely believed that Joe Biden may have been better in 2020, but couldn't bring themselves to vote for him in 2024 and were instead voting for Donald Trump because they still wanted a Republican in office, they now have another option where the arguments that have been made by Republicans that Joe Biden is not fit, that Joe Biden should not serve, that Joe Biden cannot be in this office are claims and things that have been said that no longer land, because this age issue is a non-issue. This concern around mental acuity is a non-issue. All of these different things that Republicans, again, built up as their one reliable go-to issue. Joe Biden can't talk. Joe Biden can't debate. Joe Biden can't govern. That is the way Republicans brandished this campaign, and for a while, it was working. But it is evident, clear as day now, that Donald Trump's campaign did not have a plan B. That without Joe Biden, they've lost their leverage that they've had over these battleground state voters. It wasn't as if Donald Trump was at 45% and Joe Biden was at 38%. Sure, there were some polls that said that. But at large, Donald Trump was sometimes polling 49, 50% in these battleground states. Never really crossing that majority threshold, which was a good sign for Democrats, but he was so exceptionally close. Now, Even in his winning numbers, he doesn't cross that majority threshold, and that matters. Georgia being the best performing at 50%. But Kamala Harris gaining ground means Donald Trump has certainly been chopped down a block on some of these battleground states. When you take a look at the data of him versus Biden in Arizona, from 49 today down to 45. That's a 4-point reduction, and a lot of that support has gone to Vice President Harris, going from where Biden was at 42 to 50 for Kamala Harris. That's an 8-point difference. All of this can be summarized under really just a few things. That Donald Trump has lost support and Kamala Harris has gained and built off of it. And that is the way this election really has been going for the past month, but we cannot ignore that it is Donald Trump himself who has put themselves and his campaign really in this difficult position. When you take a look at a lot of the things that could have been prevented, right? Who Donald Trump chose as vice president, he could have vetted entirely different people. He could have had a much better selection process. He could have decided to go ahead and just take it and nominate Nikki Haley as vice president, and we would be in a very different position today. Because I do believe that on the large scale, vice presidential picks do not change things that much. But against a race like this, especially when it was Joe Biden and the only thing new to the race was the vice presidential contender, J.D. Vance was the wrong guy for the wrong time. J.D. Vance is not the VP nominee that brings Donald Trump over the finish line. If anything, he hinders him. And so Donald Trump made a number of missteps, I think largely because they were under this assumption, this Plan A assumption, that it was only and always going to be Joe Biden as the Democratic nominee, that it was always going to be an age issue election and nothing more, that he was in a position for a landslide victory, especially after the assassination attempt. The amount of Democrats we saw online dooming and glooming saying that this attempt, while condemning it, was also going to have severe electoral implications that were going to damage the Democratic Party's chances at victories. And a week later, Kamala Harris enters into the race, and the media narrative is entirely different.
I'm a little bit confused about what's going on.
Sides of the aisle than they did a month ago. Things feel very differently than they did when Joe Biden was under the presidential nomination. And that's because this race has really shaken up. But it is Donald Trump who has led his campaign really to failure on many parts because of the fact there was no contingency plan in the event that Joe Biden dropped out of the race. Leaked internal documentation to the press showed that the Republican campaign had been in theory prepping for it since as early as May, but never believed it was going to happen. And so followed through with everything standard, convention standard, debate standard, the way they interact with the campaign standard. In no circumstance did they expect Joe Biden actually to drop out of the race. And yet he did. On top of that, Donald Trump is firing back at some of his major donors. We talked about this. The New York Times covered it. The worst 3 weeks of Donald Trump's presidential campaign of this cycle have happened over the past month. Donald Trump has seen some of the worst news pieces written about this election. Donald Trump has seen some of the worst polling data points that he has seen of this election.
White's got rated?
Numbers that he has seen of this election. Because Kamala Harris has brought something new to the Democratic Party.
That's so weird.
What Tim Walz calls joy, we see largely in senses of enthusiasm.
I'm so confused.
Voters feel more confident around Kamala Harris now. Overall, people feel very positively around Kamala Harris being the Democratic nominee. 44% of Americans say they're satisfied with Kamala Harris being the nominee for president this year. Amongst Democrats, that tripled from 20% to 60%. Republicans are less satisfied, and I honestly think that's because some Republicans believe Kamala Harris is the wrong person for the time, but also because they're afraid of losing to her. And amongst independents and those who affiliate other, 19% to 30%. On the large scale, Kamala Harris brings to this ticket rather than detracts, in the same way that we saw Tim Walz now bring to Kamala Harris's ticket in the way that J.D. Vance retracts from Donald Trump's ticket. This election has been very focused recently on Kamala Harris's fortunes, on Kamala Harris expanding, on Kamala Harris doing well, and that is arguably the correct take, because that's what the data points show no matter what way you cut it. Equally, it is Donald Trump who was in a position a month ago where this was his race to lose, where it was Donald Trump who was leading in all of these battleground states, where it was Donald Trump who was going to demolish Joe Biden according to the metrics we looked at. Record-breaking numbers after the mugshot was released in 2023. Record-breaking numbers when he became a convicted felon in May of 2024. Record-breaking numbers after the assassination attempt. And so many different things that Donald Trump had going for him.
Wait, so I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I am so confused. I'm getting really weird feedback from people. I see like 43 people in the short stream. I see like 31 people in No, nobody's answering me there. Nobody's answering me there. It looks like there's 33 people that somehow that thing got rated. Oh my God, I'm so confused. I do not understand what's going on at all. I do not understand what's going on at all. Like, let me reset this stream and see if anything is weird with this. What I don't understand. If somebody could new short stream, yes, but what is going on with the not short stream? That's what I'm confused about. Right? We're good, says the not short stream. Some people may have gotten raided into a stream that is not live. Is that what I'm hearing? I am so confused, chat. I see two streams. They both seem to be like streaming. I don't get, but I'm hearing weird stuff from chat, so I'm trying to make sure everything's all right for you.
Gen Z completely flipped. Losing the bleeding to losing support, Democrats losing support, bleeding support amongst minority voters, no longer happening today.
Shorts is fine.
Band-aid that has fixed many of the problems within the Democratic Party.
Wides as well. Wides as well. Shorts is fine.
Can certainly be ripped off by the right guy. Donald Trump is no doctor. And Donald Trump is not in a position where he's going to be able to do really
I'm just confused because
80 days less
Twitch, are you okay?
Before the election to
are we okay on Twitch?
The trajectory of this race. And that's
somebody was saying
for the Republican Party at large.
Somebody was saying that there's something wrong with one of the streams got rated into like it's like a waiting screen or something like that. Is that going on? Maybe people need to hit refresh. Is that the issue? Whites is fine. I mistyped and I meant shorts. Shorts rated into itself and it was waiting to start, but it has started now because it does look like you've refreshed. Okay, so if you're running, okay, I don't know, maybe type in chat in shorts if somebody can. Type in chat, refresh if you're having problems, because I don't know what's going on, but I just want to make sure that the stream is working for everybody. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Again, like I said, hopefully this will fix it all, right? Hopefully this is all I need to make everything go right again.
Donald Trump is not the right guy.
Which is okay.
It could have been Nikki Haley. It could have been another Republican. But
so
because this
here's the secret, all right? Here's the secret. People don't want to go back to 2020. 2020 was a nightmare world. And to have the election of 2024 look exactly like 2020 was a little too much for people. Both have been fine? Good. I'm just making sure. Yeah. So that's what's going on, right? And when your ticket looks like 2020, you do bad, right? Biden off the ticket, now it's good, right? Trump off the ticket probably would give us a competitive election, right? It's not for sure. It's not for sure, but most likely you would have a competitive election. But here's what's not going to happen. Trump dropping out. That's never going to happen. Most likely, he will not even drop Vance, because I told you that Vance represents Silicon Valley money. And for Trump to get access to that, not just the money, but the clout, the power, right? That's represented by J.D. Vance as Peter Thiel's bagman. For Trump to have access to that, he needs to keep them happy. And unless he can find somebody that they like just as much as J.D. Vance, dumping Vance would not make them would make them unhappy, right? So he's in a bind, and I don't see how he gets out of it. I think the most likely outcome is that Donald Trump loses the 2024 election to Kamala Harris. But if he could somehow rise above his ego, which is not a very Trumpian thing to do, and again, why doesn't he want to leave the election? Partially because he's got charges chasing him, and they're going to catch up. They're going to get him. They're going to pounce. They're going to grab him, right? And, he's probably not going to go to jail or anything. He's too rich and too powerful to be, put in a regular jail cell. He probably gets some kind of deal where he wears an ankle bracelet, or his it'll probably be, a rich person version of punishment. But yeah, he is gonna likely get convicted of more than just the 34 charges he's already been convicted of. And so, and that's why he doesn't want to do it, because being president, winning the 2024 election would get him out of that, right? unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be in the cards for him. So that's where we're at right now. But again, chat, sorry about the technical difficulties.
Entire election, Republicans and Democrats alike were working under the assumption it was Joe Biden as the Democratic nominee, and that was the end-all be-all. And even when there was an inclination that Joe Biden might drop out of the race, Republicans didn't prep, they didn't strategize, they didn't get ready for a doomsday scenario in which the nominee is replaced and Democrats end up doing so well. And that's exactly what has been happening now. So Donald Trump, having no plan of reaction, ended up doing exactly what the campaign on the Democratic side would want and started tanking his own campaign out of fear, out of worry, out of concern, going crazier than normal, going more radical than normal, saying outlandish things, questioning Kamala Harris's racial identity.
This is what I'm talking about with the feedback loop. As he gets bad news, as bad news starts to filter into even his little hermetically sealed bubble that he tries to keep bad news out of, right? His reaction is causing more bad news to be created, causing more bad numbers to be created. And he doesn't seem to have a way of pulling himself out of this vicious cycle, right?
Identity, doing all of these different things that make his election much, much, much harder than it otherwise would have been. And Democrats look at this and say, that's the Donald Trump we know. And that's the Donald.
Yeah, pardoning Michael Flynn is a scary thing.
They want for this election cycle. And so they have gotten it. And so Donald Trump has lost tremendous support across key and crucial battleground states as Kamala Harris gains it. So thank you guys so much for watching this video. Make sure to comment down suggestions below. Subscribe on the left if you.
All right, let's take a look right now, and that's Let's Talk Elections on YouTube. If you want to follow them, it's a good channel for keeping track of the polls and everything. This is an ad. Sorry.
Insulin at $35 a month, and the total cost of prescription drugs at $2,000 a year for seniors. And just yesterday, we announced that we are lowering the price for 10 more life-saving drugs. As president, I will work to build the housing we need, and by the end of my first term, we will end America's housing shortage by building.
What you're seeing with these promises now, it remains to be seen how they'll be fulfilled.
Get a tax cut by restoring the earned income tax credit and the child tax credit, through which millions of Americans with children got to keep more of their hard-earned income.
This is populist progressive politics. This is what the Democrats have been missing.
Now is the time to chart a new.
This is what they thought they would get in 2008. But instead, they got something way too similar to what Hillary Clinton would have delivered.
And middle-class Americans.
You saw kind of the beginning of this in Joe Biden's, term, in terms of his labor policies. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We're right on time for this, right?
Thank you. Thank you. My fellow Americans, it is an honor. It is an honor to be with you tonight because we're laying the groundwork for Kamala Harris to become our next president.
Thomas Jerome Newton wants to see Hassan with Amy Goodman. We're going to try to hit on. We're going to try to.
Let me tell you why that is so important.
Dono goal is up to 36%. Thank you, Thomas. Let me know which of these topics you want to see covered.
3.5 years ago, we were in the midst of the worst public health crisis in 100 years. And the worst.
So this is what nobody talks about,
since the Great,
especially Donald Trump.
3,000 Americans were dying every day, and our hospitals were overwhelmed with COVID patients.
Yeah, not to forget, our morgues were overwhelmed.
Businesses were shutting down.
There were refrigeration trucks parked out,
Workers were losing.
parked in front of hospitals to carry away the dead.
Were closing. State and city budgets were running out of money. People were being evicted from their homes. Children in America were going hungry. That was the reality the Biden-Harris administration faced as they entered the Oval Office. A nation suffering, a nation frightened, and people looking to their government for support. And within 2 months of taking office, our government did respond.
So the fucked up thing about the politics, the way that it works right now, is that this idea of
which provided $1,400 for every man, woman, and child in the working class.
So you've got a new administration taking over, and they're immediately saddled with the results of the last administration.
For small business.
So when Trump's policies cause, problems that manifest in the next administration, there's a tendency to blame them for that, right? I wanted to look at the crime rates to show you exactly where it went up and exactly where it went down. But yeah, obviously a president doesn't have time to affect the conditions
Tenants and homeowners from
the second that they take office.
We established emergency food programs for hungry children and the elderly, and protected the pensions of millions of union workers and retirees from being slashed by up to 65%.
And the worst thing about this, the even worse thing than that, right, is this tendency to think of it in 4-year increments, right? 2016 to 2019. That lets Trump off the hook for 2020. And that puts Biden somehow on the hook for a year that he was not. He was running for president. He wasn't.
Vice President Harris, thank you, Democratic Congress. Now, I say all of this not to relive that difficult moment, but to make one simple point. When the political will is there, government can effectively deliver for the people of our country.
But it takes politicians with the courage to go against,
To summon that will again.
to go against the interest of capital, right? That's what we're missing too often, is that courage.
Struggling every day to just get by, to put food on the table.
Democratic politicians at their best.
And to get the health care they need.
Democratic politicians at their best are a cowardly lion.
We need an economy that works for all of us, not just the billionaire class.
They go in often with good intentions, wanting to help people, wanting to help workers, wanting to help the poor, and they just get it hammered into them that you can't do that.
The top 1% have never, ever had it so good. And these oligarchs tell us we shouldn't tax the rich. The oligarchs tell us we shouldn't take on price gouging. We shouldn't expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision. And we shouldn't increase Social Security benefits for struggling seniors. Well, I've got some bad news for them. That is precisely what we are going to do. And we're going to win this struggle because this is precisely
Yeah, pay no attention to the corporate backers behind the curtain.
want from their government. And my friends, at the very top of that to-do list is the need to get big money out of our political process.
That's been a need since, like, I mean, no.
In both parties should not be able to buy elections, including primary elections.
So there's always been influence of wealth, of capital on elections, but it's been particularly egregious since the early 80s, right? Since some court cases that went down then.
Supreme Court decision.
And any attempt to reform this has just been toothless.
And moved toward public funding of elections.
You need to build a wall between wealth and elections. And that is not easy.
And guarantee health.
Since Tammany Hall, yeah, well,
it's a human right, not a privilege.
Like I said, it's always been an issue, but it's gotten much worse since the 80s. Right, and that's why you see, right, Reagan is in some ways no accident. Right, Reagan is the result of judicial decisions. Reagan is the result of money in politics, metastasizing.
And gain the decent pay and benefits they deserve. We need to strengthen public education, raise teachers' salaries, and make sure that every American, regardless of income, receives the higher education he or she needs. We need to take on Big Pharma and cut our prescription drug cost in half so that we no longer pay any more than other countries. Joe and Kamala made sure that no senior in America pays over $35 a month for insulin. We need to make sure that reality is true for every American. I look forward to working with Kamala and Tim to pass this agenda. And let us be very clear. This is not a radical agenda. But let me tell you what a radical agenda is. And that is Trump's Project 2025. At a time of massive income and wealth inequality, giving more tax breaks to billionaires is radical. Putting forth budgets to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid is radical. Letting polluters destroy our planet is radical. And my friends, we won't let that happen. Fellow Americans, in the last 3.5 years, working together, we have accomplished more than any government since FDR. But much, much more remains to be done. We must summon the courage to stand up to wealth and power and deliver justice for people at home and abroad. Abroad, we must end this horrific war in Gaza. bring home the hostages, and demand an immediate ceasefire.
Okay, so we got Pritzker coming up next. Pritzker from Illinois.
At home right here, we must take on big pharma, big oil, big ag, big tech, and all the other corporate monopolists whose greed is denying progress for working people. On November 5th, let us elect Kamala Harris as our president, and let us go forward to create the nation we know we can become. Thank you all very much.
Okay, so that's Bernie Sanders. Pritzker is scheduled to speak next, and they are more on time than they were last night, right? This was probably supposed to go on the Bernie speech maybe about, I don't know, 20 minutes ago. So I would say they're only 20 minutes late, which is, there's Pritzker. So this is the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, and there's music that we don't want to listen to. I don't know if we're going to stick with Pritzker.
Welcome to Chicago!
But yeah, this is kind of his home, this home turf.
We're a great American city, a proud blue state. Our patriotism was formed in frost and in fire, and in the steel we forged to survive both. Our love of country has been a tapestry of faith that weaves from Abraham Lincoln.
Wait, am I even right about this? Maybe they're more later than I thought.
To Barack Obama declaring blue states and...
Ooh, yeah, actually, chat, you know what? They're an hour and 20 minutes late. I think they're about an hour and 20 minutes late. Wait, are these... No, wait, are these... Oh, no. This is... Okay, wait.
And given that Vice President Kamala Harris spent some of her early life right here, I speak for the entire Illinois delegation when I say we claim her too.
Yeah, time zones are fucking me up here.
Now, one president we will never claim is the con artist the Republicans nominated in Milwaukee last month. Donald Trump once called Chicago embarrassing. To quote a great Chicagoan who won 6 world championships on these very grounds, we take that personally. I had to govern for 2 years while Trump was president. Let me tell you what's embarrassing. In Illinois, we passed a massive bill to fix our roads and bridges. When Donald Trump proposed his own plan, he turned right around and called it stupid. We eliminated the grocery tax.
No comment says Pritzker looks like a 1920s mafia boss. Well, this is Chicago.
Illinois invested in clean...
This is the city of Al Capone, so...
Donald claimed that windmills in the ocean made the whales a little batty.
Yo, what about the birds?
During COVID, we supported...
Get him talking about birds.
And Donald, well, Donald told us to inject bleach. Donald Trump thinks that we should trust him on the economy because he claims to be very rich. But take it from an actual billionaire.
Wait, is he a billionaire? Sorry, is he saying he's a billionaire?
Trump is rich in only one thing: stupidity.
I mean, like, a lot of people say this about Trump, right? His finances aren't super transparent. And, you know, he doesn't have money to pay up his legal bills. A lot of people speculate he's not actually a billionaire.
But the
anti-freedom, anti-family policies of MAGA Republicans are driving workers away. Here's the thing.
But he's definitely got the class consciousness of a billionaire.
To drive 100 miles to deliver a baby because a draconian abortion law shut down the maternity ward. Americans want the hope of giving birth through IVF, not the fear that it might be taken away. Americans with LGBTQ kids don't want them facing discrimination at school because the state sanctioned it. Americans want to go to their neighborhood grocery store and not have to worry about some random guy open carrying an AR-15.
I thought he was going to say worry about prices. I thought he was going to say worry about prices, but
Americans don't want their kids to be taught in history class that slavery was a jobs program.
damn.
And if Americans are black or brown, they want to get promoted at work without being derided as a DEI hire for the sin of being successful while not white. Let's be clear. It's not woke that limits economic growth. It's weird. And these guys aren't just weird, they're dangerous. Democrats are for lower taxes and higher wages, less inflation and more business growth. We just think it's wrong to craft those policies for Elon Musk and not for everyday working people. That includes a secure retirement and good health care.
Yeah, I guess I don't know Pritzker's story, right?
Police who you're sleeping with. More than anything, Democrats want economic policies that are kind, not cruel. But Trump chooses cruelty every time.
Cruelty is
Everything he's achieved in his own life
is the goal.
by hurting someone else. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, well, they've spent their lives lifting people up, not pushing them down. They know that a White House that leads with kindness looks at someone who is struggling and sees not what they might cost society, but what they might create for it. Americans want policies that give every American a chance to make it to the middle class. They want to grow small businesses, and Democrats want to cut taxes for everyday people. More than anything, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want a country where we can all live with a little serenity. The serenity that comes
Serenity Now movement.
an affordable grocery bill, and a housing market that has room for everyone. And if there's one thing I know about Donald Trump, he's not bringing anyone any kind of serenity. We have a choice, America, between the man who left our country a total mess and the woman who has spent 4 years cleaning it up.
Again, he's kind of feeding into the myth that the vice president,
It's time we stop expecting women to clean up messes without the authority and the
okay, that's where he's going with it.
job. Vice President was a good title for Kamala Harris, but you know an even better one? President of the United States of America.
The president does use the vice president to do things, right? In fact, with Kamala, you know, she did negotiations with other countries. That's what the whole borders are thing was about, right? But in terms of having power, in terms of being able to determine the policy, right? The vice president is not really given that. So let's get back to this the numbers, right?
Back to today's video. Today is Tuesday, August 20th, 2024, and today we are going to be talking about a Kamala Harris landslide victory. I want to preface this video by saying that this is not an electoral prediction by any metric. This is not where I believe the state of the race is going to be. I am fully expecting that there is going to be a tweet from some conservative account screenshotting this saying that this is my election prediction. I am here to say in the very beginning that it is not. I saw this happen in 2020 and in 2022, and so I just wanted to clarify. But of course, bad faith actors are going to act the way they do moving forward. A landslide victory for Kamala Harris, first and foremost, needs to be put into the context of where we are nationally. My most recent election prediction has Kamala Harris winning, but not winning by a lot. And a landslide in today's day and age looks very similar to a Barack Obama victory rather than one of Ronald Reagan or Richard Nixon's second term. Now, the 2024 electoral map is also built in a way that Kamala Harris really is never going to clear a metric like 400 electoral votes. Back in 2020, my Joe Biden landslide victory map looked something like this, with Donald Trump at just 125 electoral votes and Joe Biden at 413. Now, 413, very obviously, was very, very far out of the fray. That's not an electoral college victory that really anyone should expect for either side of the aisle at this point in time. And we started to see that over the past 2 decades, the possibilities of a landslide have really narrowed because of polarization and states that have just become so exceptionally conservative and liberal that they're unwilling to vote for anybody, regardless of who the nominee might be. And we've seen that on full force recently, too, with approval ratings that are record low for incumbents, Republicans, like Donald Trump, who had record low approvals across battleground states and across many safe red states where the margins were roughly similar to what they were back in 2020. In 2016, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump had approval ratings that were both less than 40%, and both of them, of course, had to reach 50% in some states, and so they did. And so there isn't really as much of this idolization around nominees like there was under Ronald Reagan in 1980.
Wait, what are we actually looking at, though?
Electoral college victory and a record high approval, and not to mention everything going in favor of Ronald Reagan. But in large, a landslide means something very different today than it meant 20 years ago. And so,
okay, so I really don't know what why Biden is the one on there.
What we're going to be looking at is a realistic landslide victory for Kamala Harris, and it actually isn't too hard to envision that this map could.
Okay, so I think what we were looking at first was a map that just isn't realistic. How a landslide used to look, how a landslide could look. Again, the Ronald Reagan, I think it was the 1984 election. You've got every state except for Minnesota being won by Reagan. I don't remember. I'll take a look for you at the Richard Nixon landslide election. But they're showing what 413 electoral votes would look like, and again, a lot of it doesn't seem likely.
Could be something that we see if Kamala Harris was to make a major improvement nationwide, but it isn't something that I think is going to happen because it's not the current state of the race, and we haven't had any indication that we're on track for what would be, in my eyes, a landslide victory for this election. But in order for this to happen, we would require many states to, those safe states, already be safe. Some states to move over to be
one county that determines Arizona. Are you talking about Maricopa?
3 electoral votes that we consider to be safe. Donald Trump has similar amount, but we'll be characterizing those a little bit afterwards because we're just going to finish the safe Democratic states first. 181.
Is that right, Shakespeare?
And so in order for this landslide to happen, again, keep in mind that this is going to be a shift, a massive.
We are at 40% of the dono goal.
Anywhere near a landslide. It would.
I'm going to keep an eye on the convention for you.
Sometimes decades on end to flip.
Oh, a venture capitalist. Wow.
Party, but not likely in where we are today. So
I mean,
what other?
To be fair, the Republicans have a VC running as their VP, right? That's what that's JD Vance's pedigree.
Move over to the safe column. Well, Tim Walz on the ticket. I would say Minnesota would have to be.
Yeah, very rural. Well, if I'm right, Shakespeare, does that include both Phoenix, Greater Phoenix, and Tucson?
One of those states. I'm already fully expecting it to be a Minnesota Kamala Harris plus 10, 11-point victory with Tim Walz on the ticket. We're looking somewhere around the ballpark of 15, 16 points in favor of the Democrats. And so while that may seem like a 4-point shift, that's not what we're going to see on the grand scale. It's just what we might see in a state like Minnesota because at some point you're maxing out, right? And Amy Klobuchar landslide victory looks very similar to something like that as well. A state like Colorado, which was already Biden plus 14, would easily clear that safe characterization. And states like Virginia and New Mexico, which were
we're starting off,
would also be moved over into the safe column. And then also
we're starting off with safe states, right? On both sides.
bringing back Latino voters in New Mexico combined with just swing state voters moving in favor of Kamala Harris. And again, this is a hypothetical scenario. So
Now, chat, some of these safe states, right,
rather than hypothetical,
did not look so safe under Biden.
explaining that New Mexico, Colorado, Virginia, Minnesota would all have to be safe states. And I would also include the
Right, so Minnesota is one that didn't look safe. You know, you had some really worrying. Virginia, actually, yeah, you had some worrying. New Mexico, yeah. So here, I've got 3 states that are now considered safe states, right, and that should be safe states for any Democrat, but that under Biden, with how badly he was doing, with the amount of erosion of his vote underwent since 2020, you saw Minnesota, you saw Virginia, you saw New Mexico looking more like lean states, right? They lean that way, right, rather than safe states, and that's concerning, right? You don't have that issue with Kamala, and you definitely don't have that issue in Minnesota with Tim Walz.
The state of Maine at large, it typically isn't a safe state for the Democrats. It was under Obama briefly. Now it's more of a likely state.
What flavor? It's it's CBD and THC.
10, 11-point victory for Democrats. Hillary Clinton actually only won it by 3 points, but in large, Maine would be at large. Maine would be.
This is the MR blend. People are asking what's in my blinker tonight. It's a MR blend, actually.
Democratic state. So 221 electoral votes for Democrats. From those states alone, Donald Trump still has his own safe states. Even in this landslide scenario, we're not seeing states like Idaho or Wyoming really narrow down. And even Utah, which was a 20-point victory for Trump in 2020. I don't know if Kamala Harris is really going to do that much better than Joe Biden in the state. It's a very interesting one.
There's like a guy that runs in Utah as like what's his name? Like Evan something? As like, I think an independent that sometimes takes some of the, but I don't know. I feel like he's dropped out.
I do feel like the Mormon vote really is a bit wishy-washy on Donald Trump. We're going to say right now, safe red state.
Yeah, that is an interesting thing about the evangelical vote. Even though Donald Trump does not fit the profile of an evangelical by a long shot, right? They do vote for Trump, and they have ever since they gave up on pushing Ted Cruz as the candidate in 2016. But the Mormon vote, for whatever reason, I think it's just because he's an asshole. And, well, I mean, I'm sure that there are, let me put it this the right way, right? I don't think that Mormons approve of being an asshole like that. There might be some other ways that it's okay to do it kind of on the down low, but the kind of transparent asshole that Donald Trump is not a figure that has been embraced in Utah to the extent that it has in other religious right states.
That's the safest bet, for no pun intended. Nebraska at large, Nebraska's 3rd district, absolutely going to be safe. That 1st district, though, we want to keep an eye out on. I'll talk about that in just a moment. Kansas would not be a safe state. Oklahoma would be. Arkansas, Louisiana. I'm going to hold on Missouri and Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, Tennessee, Alabama. These are the states that we would consider at face value to be safe Republican. Now, this isn't because these are states that aren't
interesting.
The Republican Party. I don't do these characterizations.
So, look, I would put Indiana in there. I would consider putting Ohio in there. I would put Kansas as safe. And I would probably put Montana as safe.
Based on chance, I do it based on margin. And so these states,
Maricopa is purple. Yeah, the interesting thing about Maricopa County and the Phoenix, the greater Phoenix metropolitan area is they're for an urban area, there's a lot of conservatives there.
States would be 15 points plus for Donald Trump, but it really brings him down to just 75 electoral votes in the states that would be voting for him by massive margin.
Maybe not so much in Tucson.
Taking a look back at the 2020 election and you're taking a look at some of these margins, just think about it for a moment. In 2020, states like Missouri went to Trump by 15.4. Well, very reasonably, it'll drop under 15. Indiana was 16.1. Montana was 16.4. South Carolina was already under that margin. Kansas was already under that margin. Alaska was already under that margin. Mississippi was 16.5. And so I really don't think it's too far out of the fray to say these states would be likely red states. Missouri, Indiana, Mississippi, Kansas, Montana would be likely red states. But that pretty much brings us to a point, South Carolina as well. And Nebraska's first, which also in 2020 was also under 15 points. So that's not really too shocking for many people. And Nebraska at large was 19.1. I'm not really on the point where I'm going to say a landslide victory would even bring Nebraska at large to be less than 15. So here we are, 122 electoral votes for Trump, but then comes in Kamala Harris, having in states that are considered to be likely blue. These are states that are pretty considerably strong for the Democratic Party. And what it means for Democrats at large is that they're at, roughly 5 to 15 points. So we have a bunch of states that we can characterize as likely blue. States like Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin would have to be likely blue at this point. So that brings Democrats all the way up to 265. But we're forgetting there are far more states that can be characterized as such. States like New Hampshire would have to be likely blue. These are states that were already likely blue. It was typically coupled in with Minnesota, but right now I'd say that. Nebraska's second, which actually just had a poll out today showing Kamala Harris up 8 points. 8 points within that district. Brings Democrats already to 270 electoral votes. Now, moving beyond that, we have 146 electoral votes yet to be characterized. States like Nevada, Arizona, Texas, Iowa, Ohio, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Maine's second, Alaska. 146 electoral votes. They're not all going to go to Kamala Harris. I will say, a narrowing up of the race does require Kamala Harris to make improvements on Donald Trump's margin, but it doesn't mean that she's going to win every single state. I do think, though, we are going to find that with a landslide victory, that she gets Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, she also would move a state like Arizona very, very close to being a likely blue state. In fact, I'd say actually 5 to 6 point margin. I don't think the same would happen in a state like Georgia. I think it could happen in a state like Nevada. I think it's entirely plausible. Biden won the state by 2.4. So did Hillary Clinton. Obama won it by more twice. And so Nevada is a historically Democratic state. The polls might say otherwise, but they did in 2012. Romney was supposed to win the state. Obama was supposed to win the state by 2 points. He won by 7 in 2016. Trump was supposed to win the state in 2020. Trump was supposed to win the state. And so the polls in Nevada have a far long history of underestimating Democrats. Moving over, though, to Arizona, trends here do tell me that, Kamala Harris would do better. Brings her to 287, Donald Trump at 122. The final states here that really need to be characterized with a sense of urgency. Iowa and Ohio are the states that I really still think are going to hold out for Trump, as well as Maine's 2nd District. I really don't see it getting much further than that for Democrats. I think that Democrats would love to win those states back. They are too far gone. And I know that might be something that Democrats are really hoping isn't the case. The Senate race is a different story. That's a different race. Sherrod Brown would easily win in a map like this one, and so would John Tester. But it would bring Trump to 146 electoral votes because they aren't going away. They're not going back in that sense, right, to the Obama era. So Ohio, Iowa, Republican states, even in a map like this one. But it does mean that Kamala Harris wins states like North Carolina and Georgia. I think that she would be able to clear that benchmark, win North Carolina by 1 to 5 points, win Georgia by 1 to 5 points. These are states that are winnable by the Democratic Party. It brings Kamala Harris to that number that they're really hoping they can get, which is 319 electoral votes. But they're not moving into the likely territory. Georgia is far too conservative. Arizona is much more flexible on that end. North Carolina, still far too conservative, and going to be at most for Kamala Harris a lean characterization. Now, the final 2 states, 3 states. Alaska, Texas, and Florida. You might be wondering, why am I holding out on Alaska so much? Well, based on what we saw in 2020 is that Alaska shared a characterization similar to that of Virginia and New Mexico. And in terms of a universal swing, I think Alaska could genuinely narrow down to less than 5 points. Alaska does not like Donald Trump. It is a Republican state, and they are red through and through, but they do not like Donald Trump and anyone associated with him. In
Interesting.
2022, we saw the August special election result in Mary Peltola elected to this United States House of Representatives. That was because she defeated Sarah Palin, who was endorsed by Donald Trump. She won by 3 points. 3 months later, she won by 10 points. Reason being, she was the popular Democrat. She was a Republican endorsed by Trump, and they don't like them there, which is why Kelly Tshibaka was defeated against Lisa Murkowski. Lisa Murkowski, who has not too high approvals amongst really anyone within the state. And so Alaska, I think Trump could really be in a point where it's a 5-4 point margin. Donald Trump wins. It's not going to be a massive victory, but it's a victory nonetheless. It brings Kamala Harris far closer in a state, especially if Mary Peltola brings her across to that close to the finish line. The final 2 states here, what do we have? Florida and Texas. These are 2 states totaling up to 70 electoral college votes.
Okay,
Kamala
so
Harris, if she was to have a landslide victory, I would have to say, I agree with my 2020 characterization that Kamala Harris in this hypothetical scenario would win Florida by less than a point and Texas by less than a point. No.
Okay. So here's the deal. I disagree slightly, right? In that I think that Ohio and Iowa are probably more winnable than Florida. Not by much, right? None of these states, Ohio, Iowa, Florida, Texas, is Kamala likely to win, right? Texas has been looking more and more purple every year. there's always people that try to say, this is going to be the year. This is going to be the year. The Democrats are going to win Texas. And I don't know. It may be partly because of the solid Republican control of the state government that I don't think it could happen. Florida maybe slightly more likely. Ohio and Iowa, these would be states that if there was enough like disgust at Donald Trump in suburban districts, right, that you might actually see those swing back by the slightest margin. But yeah, Texas and Florida, that is aspirational in my opinion.
Going to happen in this election. Don't say that I'm predicting that it will, because I do not believe that will be the case this cycle. But if we're talking about a universal shift, Joe Biden only lost the state of Texas by 5.6% in 2020.
Geo Dragon says Alaska also really doesn't like Sarah Palin since she abandoned Alaska after she ran as John McCain's vice president. And does that sort of, but it's not an ideological thing, right? Georgia before Ohio, says Brits Krieg. Yeah, no, definitely.
Mitt Romney won the state, 8 years prior by 16, 17
We're going to keep keep a look on
consistent 5-6 point on average trend towards
got some more ads.
And so when you're talking,
we saw this one last night. Yeah,
actually was to continue, believe it or not, Texas would be decided by less than a point this cycle. I still think it's a bit too much for Democrats to tackle. It's not being invested in the same way. They're going to spend $100 million in Michigan and $10 million in Texas, and that's the way this is going to go. But in a scenario like this one, if Kamala Harris was to see an electoral college landslide victory, the pathway would actually lie through Texas and Florida, which would be a state that Donald Trump would likely win now.
Okay, so I think I get what he's going for here, right? Like I said, Ohio, Iowa, Texas, you could also put Missouri into there, right? Florida, right? These are possible, I guess, right? But not bloody likely. So I think what this YouTuber is asking himself is like, what would a Kamala Harris landslide look like, right? What's the most likely scenario that brings that about? And so, like, her winning Ohio, Florida, Texas, and Iowa, like, strains belief. There's just like no way. So, like, if she wins 2 of those states, though, that's pretty good. And even though I think that Ohio and Iowa are more likely than Florida and Texas, the thing that gives her a landslide, the thing that gives her a victory landslide status, like we're looking at right here, 389. She's not crossing into the 400 level, right? But 389 is pretty big. And that's through winning the 2 biggest states out of these 4. I think that's where he's going with this.
By 6-7 points, but in this hypothetical scenario, Kamala Harris would win. And so it brings her to 389 electoral votes. Donald Trump to 149. Democrats flip Texas, they flip Florida, and they flip North Carolina. But again, this speaks to a broader message of polarization and difficulty in Democratic and Republican landslides, because the map isn't conducive to that. The American electorate is not conducive to that. And it results in landslide victories like this one that, again, feel much more reminiscent of Obama's 2008 victory rather than that of Ronald Reagan's 1984 victory. Different scenarios.
Yeah, Metal says Texas is not going to be a swing state this year because Republicans have too much power there. As long as people keep claiming it will be a swing state, it never will become a swing state. Yeah, I feel like the Texas state government is just too corrupt to ever let that happen. It is a bit ideological.
Circumstances, same America, very different voting patterns. And so finally here, 389 to 149 would be a complete and total rejection.
Alex the Face says Alabama has a lot of Dems that don't get involved. They just don't vote.
Of Donald Trump. And I think the implications of this would extend beyond just Kamala Harris's mandate for victory.
Yeah, Josh Schneider, I agree with you. 389 is a bit of a pipe dream. It's a beautiful pipe dream, but I see like a more likely, let's see, we take away 70, right? So it takes her down to 310. And then we add back 23, takes her up to 333. I think that a more likely scenario is going to look like that. It's going to look like 333, right? Rather than 389. Or I don't know. Let's say, what is more likely though, Florida or Texas? Like neither of them are very likely. let's say that somehow she gets Texas and Ohio. Right, so we 367. That would be my ceiling, right? And I don't think that Let's Talk Elections thinks this is realistic. I think that they're just asking the question that, should there be like a cascading series of events that redound in the favor of Kamala Harris and to the detriment of Donald Trump? Like, what is the most extreme situation that we could possibly see? And I mean, this is pretty extreme.
But that Donald Trump and his MAGA wing of the party should never, ever, ever be nominated on the presidential level again. Based on the way we've seen this and I hate to use this word because I really don't like to characterize voters in this way, but it is this cult of personality around Donald Trump that is exhibited.
Yeah, North Carolina is definitely not, it's likely, anyway, it's not something that I'm characterizing as a swing state. It's a lean state, right? Leans Republican. So it's possible. It's just not likely.
Did so many losses for the Republican Party over the past 8 years. It is this association with a candidate who has only shown that he can win once against a uniquely unpopular Democrat. And
that's what I always say about Hillary. She's like a historically bad candidate.
Never won once again. In 2018, lost. In 2022, lost.
And what's funny is I do sometimes see people try to make an argument for the Nebraska 1 district, right? Nebraska, just like Maine, they delegate 2 of their votes based on at large, based on the vote in the entire state. And then the 2 other votes that they have, they delegate, or sorry, in Nebraska's case, 3 other votes are delegated based on the districts here. And, you've got an urban one, a suburban one, and a rural district with Nebraska. And I sometimes see people make an argument that this, like, surrounding this district, District 1 might somehow swing to the Democrats.
2020.
But again, we're talking about 1 electoral vote, so.
Lost. And now running again in 2024, and based on the metrics, and Democrats should not get complacent, but based on the metrics, he's on track for a loss today. And so it'd be interesting to see if this was actually to be the scenario. Would Nikki Haley's wing of the party rise up? Would Ron DeSantis rise up? Would other people rise up? Would J.D. Vance be politically irrelevant? I don't know, because this is not the situation we will be in. The election will be far closer than this, but a Kamala Harris landslide can really only be displayed in a map like this, 389 to 149, roughly, 200 electoral college vote victory, 240 electoral college vote victory, giving Kamala Harris flips in Florida and Texas and North Carolina, likely setting Democrats up for decades of victories across these battleground states. Because the interesting thing of this all, if you were to take away all of the swing states and give Kamala Harris just Texas, she has enough electoral votes to win the election, which is something that many Democrats look at and say, maybe that should be the state that they're targeting in 2028 or 2032. And maybe they're right. And maps like this really only for the point that Texas and Florida are a little bit more interesting than we might think when it comes down to building out an electoral strategy. And
people don't recognize how purple Texas actually is. But again, a lot of people that are election nerds, they are always like, this is the year for Texas, or, same thing with Florida. With Florida and Ohio, what we've seen is not just like a bad terrain for Democrats to run, but a swing, a momentum towards the right. Those states are becoming more conservative, right? That's why it's not likely to see, you're not likely to see Kamala win Ohio or Florida. With Texas, it's trending the other way. And with Georgia, it's trending the other way. And in fact, we've seen some recent successes for this, unexpected successes for the Democrats in Georgia.
Former President Trump is talking about something on CNN specifically related to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I'd like to ask both of you to stand by for a second. We just cut the clip. We just turned it around. I want to play it here.
Have you considered him for a role in the administration, and what role would that be?
Well, we haven't, but I would love that endorsement because I've always liked him.
So if you don't know, Robert F. Kennedy has been shopping himself around, right? Since Kamala took over for Biden, his poll numbers have not looked as good. And it's particularly bad for Trump because he's pulling a lot less from the Democrats, and he's pulling, he's overall like hurting Donald Trump's chances more. Therefore, it makes sense for him to pull out and endorse Trump. He does have more in common with Trump's point of view, although from what I've heard, and this is an option in the dono goal in the bonus material, right? I've got that on there. RFK joining Team Kamala. It's actually in last place right now, right? Chat choosing violence is on the top in 40%. Tim Walz's Caucasian tacos in second place with 22%. Elon's AI copyright infringement in third place with 21%. And RFK holding up the rear with 18%. And I guess, wait a minute. So we're 40% of the way towards the dono goal. I feel like there's some donos that I've missed, though, in terms of what people want to see. So remember, when you donate, let me know which of these topics you want to see next. You want to see as bonus content, because I will put your money where your mouth is, and all you got to do is ask. All you got to do is tell me which of these topics appeals to you, and this goes for Twitch as well. So,
would you also consider putting him in the administration?
You're asking me a very unusual question. I haven't been asked that question yet. I like him a lot. I respect him a lot. I probably would if something like that would happen.
Explain, Alex Seitzwald, who's joining us now here on set, why this is even coming up as a possibility. RFK Jr.'s running mate basically floated this today and said, and I'm paraphrasing here, if the goods are good enough, right, if there's a deal that's good enough, RFK Jr. might consider dropping out and backing Mr. Trump.
Yeah, these are some truly remarkable.
I gotta say, he looks like a sleazeball at this point, right? He looks like an absolute sleazeball. And when you've seen how much his platform, how much his his issues have kind of moved around, right? You see what I'm talking about, right? It does seem like his candidacy is for sale to the highest bidder. So yeah, whatever respect, whatever credibility, whatever independence he seemed to have in the past, what he was given by people essentially for not being one of two very unpopular major party candidates, right? He got a lot of he got a lot of maybe undeserved accolades for that, right? But whatever kind of credibility he had, he's slowly he's literally selling off.
Comments from Nicole Shanahan on this podcast, where she basically acknowledged that they have no real path to victory at this point. She spoke in past tense about the campaign, said they do not want to help Kamala Harris get elected in any way, and they would work with Donald Trump, which is, of course, what Democrats have been accusing Kennedy of doing this entire time, and they've adamantly denied. But now that the campaign is kind of coming to the end of the road, they're looking at some kind of offer. And I spoke to some Kennedy supporters this afternoon about those comments, and one that really stood out to me was this guy, Kyle Kemper, who's been driving across the country in a bus that he made himself with Kennedy's face on the side. And he was furious at the idea of Kennedy working with Trump. He said it would be a deal with the devil, he shouldn't be trusted, and that it would betray the whole ethos of the campaign, which is about independence and breaking the two-party system.
Garrett, we heard former President Trump in that interview suggest that he would love RFK Jr.'s endorsement. Probably more newsy if he said he didn't want the endorsement. Of course he would, right?
I think, Hallie, but I've been playing this out in my head all day today, and I actually think I could make the argument that Kennedy's more useful in the race to Donald Trump as a third-party candidate, as a vote sink for people who don't like Kamala Harris and don't particularly like him than he is as just another endorser. As Alex was just pointing out, I'm not convinced that Kennedy's endorsement brings all that many of Kennedy's voters to Trump. The idea that he can be out there for people who, the double haters in the previous consideration of this race when Joe Biden was still in it, but I think it still exists. People who just burned out on the two-party system. If that lowers Kamala Harris's vote totals in any number of places by some significant measure, isn't that more useful than another endorsement from someone who can be used against you just as well as he can be used for you?
Garrett Haake, thank you very much. Alex, on this whole issue, it came up because of somebody we haven't seen a ton of on the campaign trail, and that's Nicole Shanahan, RFK Jr.'s running mate.
Yeah, she has been basically absent since she was announced, on very few events. I mean, the whole campaign has gone kind of dark in a while. And I think this podcast interview was an explanation of why we have not seen a lot about her, because she said a lot of things that I don't think the campaign would have liked her to divulge. And basically saying the campaign is over, that she said the Democrats made us a spoiler. Clearly very, very upset, very resentful of the Democratic Party, which she was a member of for years. Said her biggest regret in life was supporting Chuck Schumer and giving him money to help the Democratic Senate turn. So she is out for revenge. She talked about maybe running for governor of California, and floated this deal with Trump, which has been kind of, on the margins for a while. But it's clear that she's done with Democratic Party. I think Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is pretty much done with the Democratic Party. So they might be like a Tulsi Gabbard kind of figure and have gone full to the right in Trump's camp.
What do the numbers show? And is he even on enough ballots in enough states to make a difference here?
He is on enough ballots theoretically to make a difference. And that was her word when, can you win? She said, theoretically we could win. But, the polls show that he's still pulling about 5 to 10%, depending on the polls. And some of those voters would definitely go to Donald Trump. I spoke to some of them today. I even spoke to a lifelong Democrat who said that she would consider voting for Donald Trump, which is something that she would never consider if Kennedy asked her to. But then I also talked to a lot of his other voters, like Garrett was saying, who said they will never vote for a major party candidate at all. And it's not clear to me that even if Kennedy asked them to, that they would do it.
Alex Seitzwald, good to have you on this, a topic that has made getting a lot of buzz today, given some of those new remarks. Appreciate it, friend. Good to see you.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC.
Oh my God. Okay, so to keep an eye. It looks like Tammy Duckworth is speaking right now. I don't think we got a chance to look at this yet, and I wanted to. This is the phone call between RFK Jr. and Donald Trump. So he's already teased the idea of dropping out before.
There was some breaking news actually that happened just now that we wanted to talk about with RFK Jr. and his campaign. So his running mate, Nicole Shanahan, appeared on a podcast recently and is now talking about dropping out of the race, her and RFK Jr., and endorsing Donald Trump. So Matt, could we cue that up, please? We have the video here. Guys, let's go ahead and take a listen.
That tells me right now is that we just have to keep.
So we're going to take a look at the podcast that this came from. It's called Impact Theory. This is Shanahan, the vice presidential candidate with running with RFK, a former Democrat who apparently contributed to the Schumer campaign and is mad, it sounds like, because the Democrats have successfully tagged RFK as being not like them, right? Which is where his at least part of his appeal came from, right? You had a very unpopular Democratic candidate in Joe Biden, and you had a very familiar name with Kennedy on the ballot, first running as a Democrat in the primary, and then later dropping out when he realized he just didn't have really much of a chance, and hoping that he could still peel off some of those Democratic votes. And it looked like it could maybe happen under Biden. It's looking a lot less likely under Kamala, and I wonder what where her anger comes from, because it wouldn't just be that, like, well, they took our votes, right? They put in a more popular candidate, and now that she's, I hope it's not that, like, petty, right? Because that is, we've had a lot of pettiness tonight, and this would be, we started out with some pettiness actually. In chat, if you missed that earlier, it was a little bit exciting, a little bit too exciting, but this is this would be petty beyond petty if she was just really mad about the numbers themselves, right? What I could imagine her more likely being mad about is the Democrats running negative ads that correctly identify RFK Jr. as an anti-vaxxer and as a right-wing conspiracy weirdo, and give the Democratic voters enough reason not to vote for him. So let's see what she's going to say, though.
Keep being honest. I got to just keep being honest. I got to keep focusing on what matters the most outside of party lines. I need to focus on a vision that goes beyond November. And if that means that we stay in, and, you know, there's benefits to staying in. If we get over 5% of the vote, we actually establish ourselves as a party. 71%.
What would it be, though? Would it be the Brainworm Party? Would it be the Falconeers Party? What would RFK call his party, chat? You can let me know in chat what you think RFK would
of Americans
name it.
Want a strong third party with a real shot at winning. There's even public funds available if we get over 5% of the vote. So we could get, I think it's like $13.5 million in public funds to keep the party going. And that's, you know, that's worth something. That means that
we got some Breaking Points fans in chat. Yeah, I mean, unbiased. I mean, I'm sure there's some biases, right? But the difference between Breaking Points and other networks is they do have, and they're trying to kind of do what The Hill did, but maybe in a more, you know, in a less slanted way, right? This is the Breaking Points, to my understanding, was kind of founded after Sagar and Crystal left The Hill. And, you know, there's a long line of people that have done The Rising that have then quit and moved on to bigger and better things. But essentially the idea is to bring in right-wingers, bring in left-wingers, bring in some people with unorthodox points of view, and try to, you know, establish an audience that kind of crosses ideological lines. So, I mean, there are tendencies that Breaking Points has, where there's certain agreements between the right-wingers and the left-wingers on the panel, but largely speaking, it is a very different sort of platform than most of the political YouTube channels that you'll see that have a definite point of view and cater to one audience, or to The Hill, which has really been kind of like a false neutrality, a false objectivity. It really did slant noticeably and undeniably to the right, and sort of used people like Brianna as a punching bag.
We can position for a real third party election in 2028 where we don't have to go around and spend tens of millions of dollars on ballot access, which means that we can spend all of that time and money campaigning. So, you know,
I mean, that's a nice set. I was going to say, what is this podcast? But damn.
There's two options that we're looking at.
That's an expensive set.
And one is staying in, forming that new party, but we run the risk of a Kamala Harris and Walz presidency because we draw votes from Trump.
Okay, so there you go. Where's their allegiance? Who are they closer to? Donald Trump. It's straight from Shanahan's mouth there.
Trump, or we draw somehow more votes from Trump, or we walk away right now and join forces with Donald Trump. And
what's so wild is that, like, you know, and it's in the bonus content if you want to. This is one of the options you can vote for. Apparently, RFK actually approached the Kamala campaign, right? And that's wild. That's wild that they would be like, we could maybe endorse you if if you were to give us, or maybe give him a position in the cabinet. Now, can you imagine? What the fuck would RFK Jr. What do you want RFK Jr.? What would RFK Jr. do in her administration? The parasite czar? Like what? Some kind of like something to do with hunting? I don't know.
You know, we walk away from that and we explain to our base why we're making this decision. Not easy.
Clearly.
Yeah, not an easy decision.
Okay, let's go over that because the most.
God, I want one of those Ghost energy drinks. What do they taste like? Anybody had a Ghost energy?
Right there at the end. There's two options that we're looking at. One is staying in, forming the new party, but we run the risk of a Kamala Harris and a Walz presidency because we draw more votes from Trump. So,
oh my God, that's Ditka. You're right. That this is Portnoy's. They're how do they have such a good relationship with Barstool? I mean, that's a pretty big platform in and of itself.
Oh,
guess we've settled that question.
There's a lot going on there. I mean, look, we haven't gotten a response yet from Bobby or anybody else, but it's pretty clear. We talked about this yesterday.
Also,
We're
she
like,
bankrolls
listen,
the campaign.
Yeah, she's literally. Oh, actually, there's a bit of news on that. She got a refund. I'm gonna pull this up actually from the campaign. Here, there was just
Is Ghost Energy goth? Maybe. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah,
it looks kind of yummy though. I like energy drinks, chat. I know they're all made of like artificial this and that, and it's bad for me, but I really like energy drinks.
Nicole Shanahan got a $925,000 amount of money that she put into the campaign actually refunded last month. I'm not exactly sure how campaign refunds work. That's a
Sometimes
whole other
alone.
sign.
Sometimes alone.
Wait. Maybe they're not sponsored by Ghost Energy or Body Armor, but maybe Portnoy is, and that was part of the deal. He was like, yeah, you can use the studio, but you got to have the Ghost Energy on screen at all times, have the Body Armor there, show the Michael Jordan with our Body Armor sign.
You can also do it weird, yeah.
Okay, let's think about this. We haven't heard yet from Bobby or RFK Jr. any response from the campaign.
Fossils are, yeah.
But regardless, I mean, when the campaign's running mate is like, we don't know what to do, and there haven't been a lot of campaign events, and she basically is like, we don't want Kamala Harris.
Artificial doesn't necessarily mean bad. Sometimes natural is even worse.
Harris to win, and they would take away votes from Trump because empirically now at this point they are taking votes away from Trump. It does seem quite both logical if that's who they want to align themselves with, but more importantly, I mean, what a crazy and a shocking thing to say kind of out loud if they do stay in the race.
As a running mate.
Yeah, as a running mate, especially. I mean, it's like, what? Wait, so are you in this to help? So, I mean, basically, it's like, were you in this to hurt Joe Biden? Like, what are you doing here?
This is the kind of thing that strategists or aides will strategically leak to Politico playbook, right? Like, this is not the kind of thing that you're used to seeing just blurted out in full transparency.
She is saying the quiet part out loud of as far as their goals on energy drinks are yummy and addictive. I know, right?
Podcast from the running mates.
I used to drink them like all the time. I used to drink a ton of energy drinks.
/ main financier, right? She's playing two roles there, running mate and major.
Where's Crystal, says Lesbot. Now, Crystal did a segment on Breaking Points. Maybe we'll have a chance to watch it. She had her own take. I guess maybe, so they are in Chicago. Let me just point it out this way, right? They're actually at Dave Portnoy's studio. This is the studio for Barstool Sports. This is the, you may not have heard of this guy, but he's pretty big, pretty influential. And actually, even, his political takes are listened to. Didn't he have an issue with some right-winger? I can't remember who it was. Chad, can you remind me who Dave Portnoy had a blow-up with?
I should say, not main, but major financier, maybe main, but I don't have the numbers right in front of me. So it's fascinating. The other thing that stood out to me from that, I haven't seen getting a lot of attention, is she says if we can get 5% of the vote, that's
a lot less than they used to say.
That as a ceiling, the fact that she's talking about maybe getting 5% of the vote here in August 2024, when they were hitting up to 17% before they felt like they had really even gotten off the ground 6 months ago. We were talking about potential Perot levels, and with good reason.
We're talking Perot. Actually, no, I shouldn't make fun of that. Perot actually did lead I think it was the 1992 election, the one with Bill Clinton and George W. Bush's father. Perot was actually ahead for a decent part of that campaign.
Because it looked like there was a snowball starting to roll down the hill with money, with kind of organic support from the public, a smart strategy. But the fact that right now they're only talking about perhaps a ceiling of 5% of the vote, that is in and of itself from the major financier, and the running mate herself. Yeah. That's huge. This could be a very different convention.
Also, I question her investment acumen if she's going to put like $100 million in to earn $13.5 million. I don't think. I think she floated that she could potentially do that.
Well, I mean, it does just. Honestly, this is a bad look for the third party world, is the way I would put it. Because now you're effectively taking yourself out of the independent sphere and you're saying.
So Tool 5150 is saying, I think Perot got 19% of the vote. If Kennedy goes to Trump. Yeah, so in the end, I think you're right. It was a much lower. Perot was an interesting one, right? He's a very wealthy man. I don't remember if he's a billionaire or a millionaire, but super rich guy, bought his own infomercials. That's what he's kind of famous for, is that he ran an infomercial or something like that, right? He bought infomercials to support his candidacy, and this was going to be how he won. And then he was ahead while he was in. At some point, he decided to drop out. He decided, nope, I'm not going to run. I'm not going to run. And then he changed his mind. He was in, then he was out, and then he was back in again. And when he came back in again, his numbers never recovered to, he was never really in contention again.
Well, we actively hate not just both candidates the way that, one of the things that Bobby always tries to do is be like, look, I don't agree with Trump. I don't like Trump. I don't want to endorse Trump. There's so many things I'm very different in. That's why that you should vote.
And that's what you've got to do to try to be if you're in there to be a spoiler on the other side, right? You gotta do that. Or even if you want to just like pull equally from both.
For me, I am also not like the Democrats. I haven't sold out or whatever on X, Y, and Z. But with this running mate situation, you're like, well, it would mean Kamala Harris and Walz would win, and it would draw votes.
Would RFK affect the election that much? It really depends.
Away from Trump. So do we drop out and endorse him? You're like, wow, okay, well, that's actually a very different look for the third party system, and frankly a lot of the appeal that RFK had. I actually thought a huge amount of the appeal that he's had, just anecdotally from talking from people who are independent, is they don't like Trump either. If they did, they would vote for him.
It was the double haters with Trump and Biden.
Bingo,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so whenever you kind of explicitly align yourself with Trump, and again, to be clear, Kennedy's not done this, but having his running mate do it is very significant. So Ryan, I wonder,
like, I'm seeing him pull around 5%, and so it seems like he would be a big effect. But the question is, like, what are the second choices for those people? For the 5% that are saying Kennedy, right? How many of those would choose Trump, and how many of those would choose Kamala? Because even if it's something like, let's say, like 2% Kamala, 3% Trump, it doesn't really get Trump to where he needs to go.
If this comment itself, I don't know if RFK Jr. voters who are already, they're very enthusiastic people, are going to be happy with him, for his running mate saying this.
No, it's totally bizarre.
Right.
Like Emily said, it's so weird to see it done kind of out in the open like that. And we've had this long running conversation about
so we're starting to get
Biden or Trump. And for her to just come out and say, like, actually, we are going to hurt Donald Trump if we stay in the race, and therefore we think we might need to get out, is such a curveball from the beginning. When
if you're gonna admit that you're hurting, that you would rather not hurt Donald Trump's chances, right? Then you might as well get out, right? It's thinking out loud. They don't need to do this, right? If that's the calculation, if you really have your worst case scenario is Kamala wins, right? And you think that dropping out and endorsing Trump would help Trump, then you just need to do it. You don't need to think about it.
Democrats were panicked.
Yeah,
that Kennedy was going to be drawing.
Right. Honestly, Republicans should be the ones.
Double Haters are a good Irish punk band for real.
Did he run initially?
You could get me to believe you, even if it's not true.
Democratic primary?
Yeah,
I don't remember.
basically, they forced him out because he wasn't allowed basically to do anything. Biden wouldn't debate him. They effectively pretended he didn't exist, even though he was polling at like 20%. I thought it was smart that he did the third party. One of the things that, I mean, this is the thing. As a person who actually does care about the third party ecosystem, it is disappointing because she's correct both about the amount of money, public funds, and the ballot access, and being able to build something around some sort of unity ticket. That's how all third parties start. They start out very, very small. I mean, look at Europe. You can go from literally 5% of the vote. Look at what the Front National or whatever in France. You can literally go from like 5% to like the number 2 party in the entire country.
Parliamentary system now, but yeah.
Sure, but here, I mean, it's all about ballot access. It's about names. And this is something that, what was the ticket that Trump ran on in 2000? What was that?
Oh, yeah, that's something else to remember about RFK. Is that his ballot access is limited. He's not on the ballot in every state. Now, you can vote for him in every state, right? You can write him in, but in terms of being listed on the ballot, his access is somewhat limited.
The reform
Party. Yeah, this was the original theory of the Reform Party, which was birthed from the Ross Perot, victory for third party candidates. And so that was a brief moment in time where it seemed likely. So anyway, I think it's very disappointing for like the overall third party system. But generally, I think it's a bad look for RFK, honestly. And if he does do it, it does look like you were kind of in this all along to just hurt Joe.
I listened to what she said about why. Unfortunately, the clip was not long enough. We could open that up, but it does look like we've got some action here at the Democratic National Convention. So Imhoff has left the stage. That is Kamala's husband. And I'm guessing that next we've got Michelle Obama. Former First Lady. Okay, so let's take a look. Nope, we don't need the music, though. We don't need the music. We do need the sound now, though. Maybe? There's the cheese heads. The cheese heads are going wild.
Okay. We got a big night ahead. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Hey. Hello, Chicago. Yeah. All right. Something wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah. You know, we're feeling it here in this.
It definitely is here, chat.
But it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long.
I've got the majority report blend in the air right now.
It's the contagious power
Sam Cedar's special combination of THC and CBD.
the anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback.
Again, I feel like they kind of trashed the brand of hope a little bit. Obama did.
That until recently,
I'm not going to put that on her.
the dimming of that hope.
and maybe you've experienced the same feelings, is that deep pit in my stomach, a palpable sense of dread about the future. And for me, that mourning has also been mixed with my own personal grief. The last time I was here in my hometown was to memorialize my mother, the woman who showed me the meaning of hard work and humility and decency, the woman who set my moral compass high and showed me the power of my own voice. Folks, I still feel her loss so profoundly. I wasn't even sure if I'd be steady enough to stand before you tonight, but my heart compelled me to be here because of the sense of duty that I feel to honor her memory and to remind us all not to squander the sacrifices our elders made to give us a better future. You see, my mom, in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if
she's going to lead us to abomianism.
So my mother volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids on the block. She was glad to do the thankless, unglamorous work that for generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation. The belief that if you do unto others, if you love thy neighbor, if you work and scrape and sacrifice, it will pay off. If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, those values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements, through prayer groups and National Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared the same belief in the promise of this country. That's why her mother moved here from India at 19. It's why she taught Kamala about justice, about the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility to give more than we take. She'd often tell her daughter, don't sit around and complain about things, do something. So, with that voice in her head, Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school. And then she went on to work for the people, fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America. My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency. And
see, I don't like it when they say stuff that reminds me of Hillary's branding.
A tribute to her mother, to my mother, and to your mother too. The embodiment of the stories we tell ourselves about this country. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life.
The other thing about Michelle is that
Regardless of where you come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account, we all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued. Because no one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one. Kamala has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness, but by living a life of service and always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others. She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from the affirmative action of generational wealth. If we bankrupt a business or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance. If things don't go our way, we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. No. We put our heads down. We get to work. In America, we do something. And throughout her entire life, that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris. The steel of her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light. It couldn't be more obvious. Of the two major candidates in this race, only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great. Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next. We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth.
So this is true, right? There's been a honeymoon period with Kamala.
Everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hardworking, highly educated, successful people who happen to be black.
So we know about the beef between Donald. We know about Donald hating Barack, right? From the press dinner, or from the birtherism that was his entrance into politics was birtherism.
I want to know who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs.
There we go. There we go.
It's his same old con. His same old con. Doubling down on ugly, misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and solutions that will actually make people's lives better. Look, because cutting our health care, taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did, those things are not going to improve the health.
So that's the next move for the Republicans, right? Banning IVF.
The Department of
Abortion was step one.
None of that will prepare our kids for the future. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love. Look,
We're dunking on DeSantis here. We're dunking on DeSantis. She's not just coming for Trump.
Instead,
she's coming for little Rhonda. Little Rhonda. Putting Ron.
And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small.
Please, please hit Donald Trump with that. Please. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Connect it to Trump. Please, please.
It's unpresidential.
Yes, kind of. Was that it, chat? Was there a, yeah. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I right?
Would any of us?
I think she called Donald Trump's thing small.
We normalize that type of.
We don't want to normalize that kind of chode.
Doing so only demeans and cheapens our politics.
We're talking about Trump, of course, right?
Further discourage good, big-hearted.
I don't know, chat.
Get involved at all. America.
I want a dick joke.
Taught us better than that.
Can we get a dick joke?
We deserve so much better than that. That's why we must do everything in our power to elect two of those good, big-hearted people. There is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice.
Go big or go to Mar-a-Lago, right? Am I right?
But as we embrace this renewed sense of hope, let us not forget the despair we have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against.
Now, I can't tell. Is she going to take us back to 2020?
We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are.
They're actually there at one right now. Right? We're earlier today.
Remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't want to vote for a woman, who will continue to prioritize building their wealth over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies. No.
Are they body shaming him?
Because the minute something goes wrong,
I might just be projecting, you know.
Folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot get a Goldilocks complex about whether everything is just right.
She said they go low, we go high, right? That's Michelle Obama.
We cannot indulge our anxieties.
I really want a dick joke.
Somewhat like Kamala, instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected.
Okay, so now we're on to the vote scolding portion.
And Tim, they have lived amazing lives. And I am confident that they will lead with compassion, inclusion, and grace. But they are still only human.
Did I get it backwards? Did I say that?
They are not perfect. And like all of us, they will make mistakes. But luckily, y'all, this is not just on them. No, this is up to us, all of us, to be the solution that we seek. It's up to all of us to be the antidote to the darkness and division.
No, it's not stealth sassy. It's.
I don't care how you identify politically, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above. This is our time to stand up for what we know in our hearts is right. To stand up, not just for our basic freedoms, but for decency and humanity, for basic respect, dignity, and empathy, for the values at the very foundation of this democracy. It's up to us to remember what Kamala's mother told her. Don't just sit around and complain, do something. So if they lie about her, and they will, we've got to do something. If we see a bad poll, and we will, we got to put down that phone and do something. If we start feeling tired, if we start feeling that dread creeping back in, we got to pick ourselves up, throw water on our face, and what? We only have 2.5 months, y'all, to get this done. Only 11 weeks to make sure every single person we know is registered and has a voting plan. So we cannot afford for anyone America to sit on their hands and wait to be called. Don't complain if no
Okay, so chat,
has specifically reached out to you to ask you for your support. There
I was trying to remember
for that kind of foolishness.
whether Donald Trump has fed into conspiracy theories about Michelle Obama, and it turns out it wasn't the Donald, it was the Donald Jr.
Consider this to be your official ask. Michelle Obama is asking you, no, I'm telling y'all to do something. Because you all, this election is going to be close. In some states, just a handful, listen to me, a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So we need to...
Yeah, that's right. It was Donald Jr. speaking for his dad. Yeah.
We need to overwhelm any effort to suppress us.
I feel like I've heard a lot of toxicity towards Michelle from Trump fans.
We have the power to turn our country away from the fear, division, and smallness of the past.
Okay, I think that's real. I think that's there.
With our action,
I think that's...
we have the power to pay for...
But it's not just a dick joke.
...sweat and sacrifice of our mothers and fathers and all those who came before us. We did it before, y'all, and we sure can do it.
So it's not just a dick joke that's going on, right?
Depend on it. And let us keep moving.
It's also, he's a small person, right?
Yes, always higher than we...
He's petty. That's a big part of what she's actually... Like, it's a multifaceted...
Walz, thank you all. God bless.
It's a multifaceted dig, right? Sure, like the dick joke is there. If that's what you came for, if that's what you want, you got your dick joke. Sure, small, whatever, right? But it's also, he's petty. He's small.
Before I go,
And this ties into the strategy of weird. Instead of painting him as a monster, you paint him as small. The one
you all, thank you for all the
Achilles heel of fascists everywhere is ridicule.
to introduce somebody who knows a whole lot about hope. Someone who has spent his life strengthening our democracy, and let me tell you, as someone who lives with him, he wakes up every day, and thinks about...
Yeah, but Josh, that's not toxicity about her.
Please welcome America's 44th president and the love of my life.
And that's actually not toxicity. Yo. Omega Star with 1,000 bits. Michelle Obama, so fucking popular. Or so fucking inspiring. Vox Populi. I got the... So there they are. Kind of like the best first couple. But yeah, we've got some real issues with Obama that I talk about all the time. But the kind of conspiracy theories, the kind of toxicity you had towards Michelle were like transvestigations and stuff like that. And they love to obsess about her in that way. Oh my God, mute. What am I thinking? Oh my God, mute. Thank you, Omega Star, for that 1,000 bits. I might need that, as I might have just left that music on for too long. I got kind of wrapped up.
All right, that's enough. Thank you.
Okay, so he's known for his speeches. Let's see what he's got.
It's good to be home. It is good to be home, and I don't know about you, but I'm feeling fired up. I am feeling ready to go. Even if I am the only person stupid enough to speak after Michelle Obama.
Well, look, he's lucky, right? It's 11 o'clock it's 11 o'clock Eastern.
Because this convention has always been...
He's like an hour late. This is like an hour late this time.
...to believe in a country where anything is possible.
Matt Walsh is on the convention floor in disguise. There have been a few.
To elect someone who has spent her entire life trying to give people the same chances America gave her. Someone who sees you and hears you and will get up every single day and fight for you. The next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
So she's not there tonight. She was there last night.
It's been 16
She's apparently, they went back on the road, Tim and Kamala.
accepting this party's nomination for president. And I know that's hard to believe because I have not aged a bit. But it's true. And looking back, I can say without question that my first big decision as your nominee turned out to be one of my best. And that was asking Joe Biden to serve by my side as vice president.
So again, kind of maybe some sore feelings about Joe Biden getting pushed back into a really late time slot.
Irish blood. Joe and I come from different backgrounds, but we became brothers. And as we worked together for 8, sometimes pretty tough years, what I came to admire most about Joe wasn't just his smarts, his experience. It was his empathy and his decency and his hard-earned resilience, his unshakable belief that everyone in this country deserves a fair shot. And over the last 4 years, those are the values America has needed most.
He's 62.
When millions of our fellow citizens were sick and dying, we needed a leader with the character to put politics aside and do what was right. At a time when our economy was reeling, we needed a leader with the determination to drive what would become the world's strongest recovery. 15 million jobs, higher wages, lower health care costs. At a time when the other party had turned into a cult of personality, we needed a leader who was steady and brought people together and was selfless enough to do the rarest thing there is in politics, putting his own ambition aside for the sake of the country. History will remember Joe Biden as an outstanding president who defended democracy at a moment of great danger. And I am proud to call him my president, but I am even prouder to call him my friend.
So, I mean, like, this is questionable. This is like, you know, the Pelosi Biden relationship. We don't know how that's going right now. He was a big part of the force, maybe making Biden aware that he needed to step aside. And it's not clear how Biden feels about that. So there's been, you know, issues between Obama and Biden going back to their
And the memes.
administration.
This will still be a tight race in a closely divided country. A country where too many Americans are still struggling. Where a lot of Americans don't believe government can help. And as we gather here tonight, the people who will decide this election are asking a very simple question. Who will fight for me? Who's thinking about my future, about my children's future, about our future together?
I'm staying in the race.
Is for certain. Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question. Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago.
Okay, now, is it a danger? This is a tightrope act.
Of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of
Like, Donald Trump being able to play off of Obama has worked for him in the past.
Childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes.
But he does know how to roast Donald Trump. So if you didn't get a dick joke from Michelle, if you don't think that was real, you got a little something from Obama in that direction.
To the neighbor who keeps running his leaf blower outside your window every minute of every day.
He does whine. He does whine quite a bit.
Now, from a neighbor,
they did become friends. Maybe there's some distance, right, between them, especially on Gaza, especially on how Obama handled Israel, like and settlements in particular.
As nothing more than it means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his rich friends. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress that would have helped secure our southern border because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign.
This is true about Trump. It's also shitty about Biden.
Vote.
Do not boo, vote. Okay. Wow. He's like doming the audience here.
If more women lose their reproductive freedom, since it won't affect his life. And most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them, between the real Americans, who of course...
Yeah, Obama should remember him roasting Trump as what? That's kind of what I was thinking of, Dragon Princess.
that you'll be richer and safer.
Although, to be fair, Trump shot first with the birtherism.
The power to put those other people back in their place. It is one of the oldest...
But it's like this, chat. Let's say that some small streamer took a shot at me
We do.
And I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to watch their video and I'm going to roast them. I might make that person bigger by doing that, right?
That the sequel is usually worse.
There we go. There we go. The sequel. We don't want to see the sequel. We don't want to stick around for the sequel. Zaddy Obama.
America's ready for a better story. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris.
But yeah, Obama probably could have just like not given Trump that attention. I mean, how was he to know that this would be the result? But still.
And Kamala Harris is ready for the job. This is a person who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and a champion. As you heard from Michelle, Kamala was not born into privilege. She had to work for what she's got. And she actually cares about what other people are going through. She's not the neighbor running the leaf blower. She's the neighbor rushing over to help when you need a hand. As a prosecutor, Kamala stood up for children who had been victims of sexual abuse. As an attorney general of the most populous state in the country, she fought big banks and for-profit colleges, securing billions of dollars for the people they had scammed. After the home mortgage crisis, she pushed me and my administration hard to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement. Didn't matter that I was a Democrat. Didn't matter that she had knocked on doors for my campaign in Iowa. She was going to fight to get as much relief as possible for the families who deserved it. As vice president, she helped take on the drug companies to cap the cost of insulin, lower the cost of health care, give families with kids a tax cut. And she is running for president with real plans to lower costs even more and protect Medicare and Medicaid and sign a law to guarantee every woman's right to make her own health care decisions. In other words, Kamala Harris won't be focused on her problems. She'll be focused on yours.
I mean, this is straight out of.
She won't just cater to her own supporters and punish those who refuse to kiss the ring or bend the knee. She'll work on behalf of every American. That's who Kamala is.
Did Pod Save America write this for him? This is like a very workshopped talking point.
Tim Walz.
I don't know if it's too on the nose, though, right? This is what they want to imbue, the sense that they want to imbue on people.
Let me tell you something. I love this guy.
Kamala's more concerned about your problems. Trump is more concerned about his problem, right? I don't know if you can just say it, though.
Born in a small town, served his country, taught kids, coached football, took care of his neighbors. He knows who he is. And he knows what's important. You can tell those flannel shirts he wears don't come from some political consultant. They come from his closet, and they have been through some stuff. They have been through some stuff. That's right. Together, Kamala and Tim have kept faith with America's central story. A story that says we are all created equal.
Yeah. Metal, I was kind of like, I mean, not literally them, but it reads very much like a,
even when we don't agree with each other,
like something the campaign comes up with, right?
to live with each other. That's Kamala's vision. That's Tim's vision. That's the Democratic Party's vision. And our job over the next 11 weeks is to convince as many people as possible to vote for that vision. Now, it won't be easy. The other side knows it's easier to play on people's fears and cynicism, always has been. They will tell you that government is inherently corrupt, that sacrifice and generosity are for suckers. And since the game is rigged, it's okay to take what you want and just look after your own. That's the easy path. We have a different task. Our job is to convince people that democracy can actually deliver. And in doing that, we can't just point to what we've already accomplished. We can't just rely on the ideas of the past. We need to chart a new way forward to meet the challenges of today. And Kamala understands this. She knows, for example, that if we want to make it easier for more young people to buy a home, we need to build more units and clear away some of the outdated laws and regulations that made it harder to build homes for working people in this country. That is a priority, and she's put out a bold new plan to do just that. On health care, we should all be proud of the enormous progress that we've made through the Affordable Care Act, providing millions of people access to affordable coverage, protecting millions more from unscrupulous insurance practices. I noticed, by the way, that since it's become popular, they don't call it Obamacare no more. But Kamala knows we can't stop there, which is why she'll keep working to limit out-of-pocket costs. Kamala knows that if we want to help people get ahead,
God, I just want to see him.
Within reach of more Americans.
I want to see him say Medicare for all. I'm not going to hear that. He's not going to say that.
College shouldn't be the only ticket to the middle class. We need to follow the lead of governors like Tim Walz, who said, if you've got the skills and the drive, you shouldn't need a degree to work for state government. And in this new economy, we need a president who actually cares about the millions of people all across this country who wake up every single day to do the essential, often thankless work.
I'm not sure. You said pivoting to deregulation, Sassy.
For their right.
Do you mean in terms of the building more units?
Conditions. And Kamala will be that president. Yes, she can. Yes, she can. A Harris-Walz administration can help us move past some of the tired old debates that keep stifling progress. Because at their core, Kamala and Tim understand that when everybody gets a fair shot, we are all better off. They understand that when every child gets a good education, the whole economy gets stronger. When women are paid the same as men for doing the same job, all families benefit. They understand that we can secure our borders without tearing kids away from their parents, just like we can keep our streets safe while also building trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve and eliminating bias. That will make it better for everybody. Donald Trump and his well-heeled donors, they don't see the world that way. For them, one group's gains is necessarily another group's loss. For them, freedom means that the powerful can do pretty much what they please, whether it's fire workers trying to organize a union or put poison in our rivers or avoid paying taxes like everybody else has to do? Well, we have a broader idea of freedom. We believe in the freedom to provide for your family if you're willing to work hard. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and send your kids to school without worrying if they'll come home. We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own life, how we worship, what our family looks like, how many kids we have, who we marry. And we believe that freedom requires us to recognize that other people have the freedom to make choices that are different than ours. That's okay. That's the America Kamala Harris and Tim Walz believe in. An America where we, the people, includes everyone. Because that's the only way this American experiment works. And despite what our politics might suggest, I think most Americans understand that.
Sounds like his speech
Democracy isn't just a bunch of
from 2004.
and dusty laws in some book somewhere.
The people say there's a blue America and a red America, but I only see one America.
Including those who don't look like us, or pray like us, or see the world exactly like we do. That sense of mutual respect has to be part of our message. Our politics have become so polarized these days that all of us across the political spectrum seem so quick to assume the worst in others, unless they agree with us on every single issue. We start thinking that the only way to win is to scold and shame and out-yell the other side. And after a while, regular folks just tune out, or they don't bother to vote. Now, that approach may work for the politicians who just want attention and thrive on division. But it won't work for us. To make progress on the things we care about, the things that really affect people's lives, we need to remember that we've all got our blind spots and contradictions and prejudices, and that if we want to win over those who aren't yet ready to support our candidates, we need to listen to their concerns and maybe learn something in the process. After all, if a parent or grandparent occasionally says something that makes us cringe, we don't automatically assume they're bad people. We recognize that the world is moving fast, that they need time and maybe a little encouragement to catch up. Our fellow citizens deserve the same grace we hope they'll extend to us. That's how we can build a true democratic majority, one that can get things done. And by the way, that does not just matter to the people in this country. The rest of the world is watching to see if we can actually pull this off. No nation, no society has ever tried to build a democracy as big and as diverse as ours before. One that includes people that over decades have come from every corner of the world.
George Bushy
and our community
asks me, can Obama get elected again? No, he can only have, he's served 2 terms, and that's the limit for president.
When we don't, the world's a little dimmer, and dictators and autocrats feel emboldened. And over time, we become less safe. We shouldn't be the world's policemen, and we can't eradicate every cruelty and injustice in the world.
Michelle could run, yeah. People talked about her maybe
A force for good.
being the
Discouraging conflict, fighting disease, promoting human rights, protecting the planet from climate change, defending freedom, brokering peace. That's what Kamala Harris believes, and so do most Americans. Now,
yeah, Michelle was talked about as a possible fill-in for Biden when he was dropping out, but she said she wasn't interested.
can feel pretty naive right now. We live in a time of such confusion and rancor, with a culture that puts a premium on things that don't last. Money, fame, status, likes.
Likes?
We chase the approval.
Make sure to like the stream.
We build
because your like can't last forever.
Around ourselves, and then we wonder why we feel so alone.
Walz, there we go.
Trust each other as much because we don't take the time to know each other. And in that space between us, politicians and algorithms teach us to caricature each other and troll each other.
Oh my gosh, I've never done that before, chat.
But here's the good news, Chicago. All across America, in big cities and small towns, away from all the noise, the ties that bind us together are still there.
So again, this is an expansion on his 2004 keynote address.
Feed the hungry in churches and mosques and synagogues and temples. We share the same pride when our Olympic athletes compete for the gold. Because the vast majority of us do not want to live in a country that's bitter and divided. We want something better. We want to be better.
I mean, that's the frustrating thing about Obama is like
Excitement that we're seeing around this campaign tells
he was in a moment where I think
I've spent a lot of time thinking about these past few months because
I think the people were feeling something very much bolder than what he was prepared to offer, but he couched his campaign in hope and change, and people projected on that.
their mother-in-law any more than I love mine.
But yeah, at his heart, he's this guy that says there's not a red America and a blue America. There's one America. We can all come together. And
the least pretentious.
you know, the worst that gets is things like the Grand Bargain, where he tries to come together with the Republicans to harm Social Security so that he will get credit in the press. He will get that legacy as being the person that that started the Democrat that started cutting Social Security.
Mary and I became so close was she reminded me of my grandmother, the woman who helped raise me as a child. And on the surface, the two of them did not have a lot in common. One was a black woman from right here, south side of Chicago, right down the way.
I feel like for progressives, what we want is the rhetoric of Obama combined with the policies of Bernie.
Town called Peru, Kansas.
Is what he's saying about like not scolding, not defining your politics by the opposition to the other, as Hillary Clinton was tempted to do, because she didn't have that much of a proactive agenda.
They were strong, smart.
But there's better ways to go about
full of common sense.
politics rather than things that turn off voters that you need to come in and vote for you, because Generally, the more voters, the less likely Republicans are to win.
Without fuss or complaint, and provided an unshakable foundation of love for the
But there may be a way to go after Trump's bullshit without feeding the troll. I think that's maybe the one thing that Obama can offer us in terms of a blueprint going forward.
discrimination and limited opportunity.
What was Hillary's agenda? She never really had to say because she was defining herself in opposition to Donald Trump. It was going to be an easy election. You're running against the meme candidate. You just say, look at that fucking... Look at those deplorables over there.
They willingly went without just to keep a roof over their families' heads, just to give their children something better. But they knew what was true. They knew what mattered. Things like honesty and integrity, kindness and hard work. They weren't impressed with braggarts or bullies. They didn't think putting other people down lifted you up or...
You know, it's kind of funny that Trump never paid a price
they didn't have.
for being a braggart.
Instead, they appreciated what they did. They found pleasure
He never
in simple things.
paid a price for being an egomaniac. Like, that was never on the table.
A good meal,
Maybe would he pay a price for being a racist?
helping up,
Would he pay a price for being a misogynist?
and most of all, seeing their
These were questions, but there was never like a questioning of his personality. And I honestly think that's where it starts as far as any sort of attack on Trump.
Whether you are a Democrat or a Republican,
He's up his ass so much, and that gets lost along the way somehow.
had people like that in our lives. People like Kamala's parents, who crossed oceans because they believed in the promise of America. People like Tim's parents, who taught him about the importance of service. Good, hard-working people who weren't famous or powerful, but who managed in countless ways to leave this country just a little bit better than they found it.
I mean, Shiny Nicks, like, I feel like the division in America is a little bit, when it's seen as a historical high, that's a bit of an exaggeration.
Where we work together and look out for each other. A restoration of what Lincoln called.
And when you're saying the problem is division, like, what are you really saying? Should, like, gay people be, like, 30% less gay? You know?
What he called the better angels of our nature.
Should pregnant people be able to control 70% of their reproductive rights and just let the other 30% go?
Over the next 77 days, if we knock on doors, if we make phone calls, if we talk to our friends, if we listen to our neighbors, if we work like we've never worked before, if we hold firm to our convictions, we will elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States and Tim Walz as the next vice president of the United States. We will elect leaders up and down the ballot who will fight for the hopeful, forward-looking America we all believe in, and together we too will build a country that is more secure and more just.
And what do you think? Is he going to end with, like, yes, we can? Is he going to end with there's not two Americas? Well, let's get to work. So yeah, there were some reprisals of previous themes that he's invoked at these kind of events. I gotta mute it. Oh my God, chat. Oh my God, that's twice that I've forgotten. And it was like his music that, like, specifically that I forgot to mute. So yeah, I don't know if they're gonna let me keep the monetization for this stream or not. Thank you everybody who's donated during the stream. You really help offset that. If there's like a setback where I let some copyrighted music slip through by accident. So I really appreciate everybody that contributes in whatever way you do on days like today. Looks so much younger than he did when he left office. Really? He's lost some weight, it seems like. Are other people noticing that? We've had Yes We Can, I'm With Her, and Not Going Back. Yeah. Okay, so they're doing like some more like benedictions at the end of the Shiny Next, thank you for signing up as a member. Oh wait, I should say this, right? I should press this button. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. You just got yourself weaseled. Congratulations, Shiny Next 86. But yeah, there's the second night of the DNC convention. I'm gonna be here all week, folks. No, I'm gonna be. Well, yeah. I mean, actually, I think I am. I think I am. I'm kind of trying to just like grind through the rest of the month, so that I have a little bit of breathing room next month. Maybe some time to work on some videos and stuff like that. Work on the community. Try to put together the new Discord and everything else. But yeah, it's difficult. Night 2 is a net positive, unless Hillary was on. Hillary was on last night. She came on before Biden, and honestly, if they were gonna bump anybody, they should have bumped her. I mean, that's never gonna happen. There's no way they would have bumped her, right? But in terms of like, they ended up bumping James Taylor, a musician, and also Debbie Wasserman Schultz, a former Democratic Party chairperson, and pretty conservative Democrat in general. Sephian says he looks smaller but not younger. Yeah, I don't think he looks younger, but he hasn't aged badly by any means. That's what I was trying to say. By any means, he has not aged badly. That's what 8 years of 14 to 20-hour days. It sounds like being a YouTuber. It sounds like kind of similar. Yeah, Debbie is the worst. DWS. She got bumped, but yeah, I mean, if they'd bumped Hillary, they could have gotten Biden in at a decent time. They could have gotten him in before his bedtime. As it is, it did look like he might have imbibed in a bit of the Mountain Dew prior to the speech that he made. He did look weird. But not bad, honestly, compared to like some of his campaign appearances. Biden did pretty well, and it's probably because the pressure is off. Not great. He did flub a few lines for sure, but he kind of laughed at himself, which shows like a kind of self-awareness that wasn't really present in that debate. And I think that was the biggest problem. The biggest reason that debate with Donald Trump was so damning for him was it was bad that Joe Biden mixed up Medicare and COVID, right? But what was worse is that he wouldn't admit that was a problem, right? There was no self-awareness. I got this. I'm staying in, right? I'm staying in, like, right? The fact that there's no self-awareness, the fact that even Biden does not see that he is unable to do the job as the candidate, I think might have been the most disconcerting part of the whole affair. And now he seems to get it. He almost winked. He almost winked a little bit when he flubbed one of his lines.
Biden, and I mean, that's not.
And he stayed with it until he got it right. Right. That's a difference too, because right, as opposed to like, we finally defeated Medicare, and just like sitting there as if, yeah, no, totally defeated Medicare. Good job, Biden.
Not what you set out to do in the
What people in RFK Jr.'s social circle said at the time was that because of who he and Cheryl Hines are friends with and the dinner parties that they go to, etc.
Right.
They don't want to do anything to help elect Trump.
Yeah, they don't
and
want to
Cheryl
be
Hines
Ralph
definitely
Nader
doesn't
people,
want.
They don't want to be the Ralph Nader.
Now, Cheryl Hines is the wife of RFK Jr. You may have seen her if you've ever watched early episodes of Curb Your Enthusiasm. She played Larry David's wife. And apparently they met, RFK and Cheryl Hines, I think, met through Larry David, maybe even through the show.
2000, like socially for a while.
Or the Jill Stein.
Yeah.
I mean, he was killed, if you'll remember that.
Yeah. And so to go from there to now the vice presidential nominee is worried about hurting Trump is just a wild swing.
Certainly.
My prediction is he just drops out.
It could be.
I mean, I think that's really
because he's plummeting.
Right. Well,
five is not a floor.
Yeah, but he's gonna endorse somebody.
Right, and to navigate all of those different sort of scenarios, as we were just discussing, the best thing to do is just quietly drop out and say, I was crushed by the DNC machine. I was crushed by the anti-third party machine of American politics. I was crushed by the establishment, and maybe try to rebuild something else afterwards. But Sagar's point is so important that this candidacy was built on double haters. It was built on people being upset with both Trump and Biden. It's viewers of shows like this,
But it's a shitty candidate, right? Let's be honest, right? This was a year for a breakout third-party candidate. This could have been the year. This could have been the time to do it, right? And RFK was, I don't know. If that third party was QAnon, then yeah, RFK is the candidate, right? But you'd hope that there's like a serious candidate that's not like a meme candidate and a conspiracy theory candidate and a weird dude that, look, I feel like if he had been more of a serious candidate, it would have been worse for him. The stuff that came out in that Vanity Fair article, right? And also with breaking points. So there was an article written about him where I believe it was two people that did childcare for him and his wife reported some inappropriate things happening while they were working for him. One story even goes that in one story he asks the woman to massage his back with lotion. He says he's got this lotion. He needs to get it worked into his back. Right. So it's like, I guess there's plausible deniability, but still, inappropriate. And then the other one, he makes the moves. There's no doubt about it. From her description of it, he made a move on her. Now, this is, allegations, right? And so he goes on breaking points and he is asked, what about these allegations? Are these true? And instead of saying, no, I never did anything like that, or this has been exaggerated, or any sort of denial, instead of any sort of denial, he's like, I was a different person when I was younger and was very irresponsible and have matured considerably since, right? And I think he was like in his 40s, right? So what he's playing off as a childish like indiscretion is something that happened in, his middle age, and it's just, and he didn't deny it. Which, right, if there had been more attention paid to RFK, I think that his reputation would have gotten rightly destroyed.
Just can't stand what both parties are doing, and you cannot capitulate to that at all.
Okay, let's take some questions from the chat. We're going to take, 5 questions, Griffin?
Yeah, 3 to 4.
Okay. We'll take 3 to 4 questions, and then we actually have a guest standing by.
Bucky says the problem with conspiracies like RFK's is that they make uneducated people feel educated. That's probably part of the draw. The feeling that somebody's got special knowledge, right? that the normies wouldn't know about this, right? But I've heard some things, and I've read some studies, and they don't know enough to like look at the source of the studies and decide that this is not a credible person.
So while we stand by and get that guest ready, Crystal actually taped a monologue and a reaction to last night that we will play for all of you. So let's go ahead and begin with questions from locals. A reminder, everybody, these are from our premium subscribers. You can become a premium subscriber and try 1 month free trial, DNC free at breakingpoints.com. First.
Yeah, in a way, it's not entirely different, Bucky, than the Peterson or the Shapiro appeal. There is a difference, though. There is a difference, right? Peterson and Shapiro tend to talk in words that are slightly above the reading comprehension level of their audiences. And as a result, the people that listen to their lectures, that listen to their speeches, will feel a sense of accomplishment, will feel a sense of challenge. And, these are people that maybe, dropped out of, freshman or sophomore year of college and always, maybe talked down to by the TA and felt, the TA had blue hair though. The TA had blue hair and like multiple piercings, and they were just like, they weren't having it. Right. Well, with Peterson and Ben Shapiro, they're being talked down to by somebody that they think like deserves to talk down to, that is their social better. Right. And there's some sexism mixed into that for sure. But yeah, with RFK, it's a different thing altogether, because I don't think that RFK is necessarily speaking over his, he's not doing that thing, right? He's not doing the intellectual thing, but he is doing the sort of like secret knowledge thing. He is doing it's a conspiracy theory like version of that, right? Where the flex is that like I am more open to trusting information from people outside the authorities, and thus I am bestowed with this special knowledge that you just don't have, that you and this is how the world is, and I know this, and RFK Jr. knows this, and whatever other conspiracy theorist I watch, Russell Brand knows this, right? But you wouldn't know this. You're a normie, right? You're not cool enough.
Who is that dude on the couch?
Warpdag says Rogan's shtick is always the same. He reads a semi-truth somewhere. He's read a semi-truth somewhere that is as a premise to establish some sense of authority on the topic, and then the rest is just nonsense. Yeah, that you get the feeling that he's sort of like vaguely remembering something, but not remembering it correctly, and then he comes up with something else that's totally different, but he's kind of like, well, I have heard something. You can almost unravel the little kernel of truth in what Rogan is saying sometimes. Rogan got Elon Musk to smoke weed on air, which got the entirety of SpaceX subject to P-test for 3 years randomly. That's not cool. But he didn't control the board at that point, right? There was some concern about like amongst the investors, I believe, when that happened. But now it's like they're just kind of resigned to. They're sort of like resigned to it.
That's producer Griffin.
Yeah.
How do people not know Producer Griffin?
Yeah,
Come
who
on.
is this, by the way?
Yeah.
Didn't we start with Mac and now we're on Griffin?
This is a man who
He was here when we came in.
I'm from Barstool.
Yeah, he's actually.
Yeah, Griffin's here with his mustache and the thrift store, grandma sweater.
I bring the ghosts.
Yeah, he's the one who. He's our ghost supplier. Actually, he's the distributor.
He's
Emily, did you bring Bud Light Lime to Chicago?
No, but
you drink Bud Light Lime.
I think I said something recently about how Bud Light.
I mean, Bud Light's just gross.
It's not a bad beverage.
That's a whole other.
It's not bad, but I did buy some Corona for us, but
that's true.
Sagar
Brought
didn't
me
touch
some
it.
LaCroix.
Yeah, I did.
All right.
I did.
Do you think RFK Jr. is just fielding cabinet position proposals? This is from Cebus 101. What do you think? Do you think he wants? I mean, allegedly, the reporting was that he went to Trump and was like, "Give me HHS, and I'll drop out and endorse you," and they said no.
Well, if you remember at the RNC, we were supposed to interview. I was supposed to interview Bobby.
I don't really remember all this because
Bobby. You call him Bobby?
Yeah, that's right. But the video leaked of that conversation.
right.
And so his day got completely shot. And I think that's where we started to really see the momentum halting, is that it looked like he was cozying up to Trump. But I think maybe it was more than anything, I'm curious what you guys think, but more than anything, I think it's just sort of a way to negotiate a good exit at this point. I don't think he had that in mind, but I think it's what maybe it's becoming.
What do you think, Ryan? You think he's going for a cabinet position under Trump?
Yeah,
and
I mean,
more importantly, why won't Trump give it to him then?
So the reporting was that the Trump campaign felt that it was too aggressive and explicit of a quid pro quo.
Right.
He denied that when we reported this originally at Counterpoints. I did not mention that RFK Jr. denied it. My apologies for not mentioning that. Accountability here.
He's not
it also doesn't
by
sound
the Senate.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
Well, there are czar positions.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
he could
have.
take like an
He
executive.
could be the
office
vitamin
job.
czar.
The vitamin czar. I mean, hey, it'd be worse.
He could be the ghost czar. There we go. So, chat, they're talking about something that we did not end up watching, although I thought about showing you this. I'm going to show it to you now since we're talking about it, right? This is a call between Donald Trump, and I think that maybe Trump made the call. I think Trump was the one who called, right? And Bobby Kennedy, and they're discussing something in the order of a RFK dropout and an endorsement of Trump, ostensibly as a bit of a quid pro quo for a cabinet position or something similar. So let's take a look. I have not looked at this yet.
At his end of the call, and we have part of that. Let's listen.
Something's wrong with that whole system.
So the recording was released by, I think, one of his sons. Released this recording, and yeah, Bobby Kennedy III. That's who. I think, wait, am I right? Yeah, it is, because he's junior and third would be his, I think his kid, right? And just like his kid was aware of this call and felt like it was in the public interest to know, which I agree with.
And, and it's the doctors you find. Remember I said I want to do small doses. Small doses. When you feed a baby.
So he's talking to RFK Jr. about vaccines. And proposing some weird vaccine middle ground where he's like, small doses of vaccine may be okay, right? But they're just taking a baby and they're pumping all kinds of just like this giant needle and just like right into the, it's like he's presenting this image that like that somehow doctors just forgot that maybe a baby shouldn't have too many vaccines at once, and only Trump realizes this. Again, special knowledge.
A vaccination that has like 38 different vaccines, and it looks like it's meant for a horse, not a 10-pound or 20-pound baby. It looks like.
But again, it didn't. I don't remember if Donald Trump did he get on board the ivermectin train? I mean, you're talking about a parasite killer that is meant for a horse.
You should be giving a horse this, and do you ever see the size of it, right? It's just massive. And then you see the baby all of a sudden starting to change radically. I've seen it too many times. And then you hear that it doesn't have an impact, right? But you and I talked about that a long time ago.
This is Donald Trump trashing the very vaccines that his administration pushed through in a very successful way. And I just want to make abundantly clear, all vaccines that are approved or authorized for use have been proven safe and effective through rigorous scientific studies. Severe reactions are exceeding.
Yeah, I will sign on to this. This is
rare, and the CDC says the benefits far outweigh the risks. The World Health Organization says vaccines prevent more than 4 million deaths every year. Critical fact check there, but the fact that Trump is trying to appeal to one of the most well-known vaccine opponents, clearly trying, Audie, to get him to drop his bid and get on board with Donald Trump. What does that tell you?
I
I kind of want to defer to Kristen here, but for a time, people thought maybe Kennedy would take votes away from Biden, and that was the big concern. And I think that sort of changed after a while as people started to take a look at this very kind of mixed bag coalition of people who are supporters of Kennedy and try to make sense of it. Obviously, the Trump people have, or else this phone call wouldn't have happened.
David, the other thing happening this morning, we saw this kind of, I don't want to call it leaked, but it was an accidentally posted video of a call between Donald Trump and RFK Jr. This is fascinating to me because normally a third-party candidate we wouldn't be paying a ton of attention to, but this is someone who has the potential to impact.
Wait, I kind of just want to see the whole thing. Are they going to show it?
This race. Why is Donald Trump having an in-person meeting with RFK Jr. and calling him on the phone, and they're chit-chatting about vaccine skepticism?
Yeah, so let's put the vaccine skepticism aside for a moment here, since we know that approved vaccines are indeed safe and effective in this country. But it does speak to some ideological alignment and where Trump is still in pursuit of something here. I mean, this is what I find so fascinating. He has the phone call on Sunday, of course, talks about how he's doing after the shooting as well, in addition to the vaccine piece. But then the in-person meeting here in Milwaukee on Monday, that is a concerted effort to try and see if there's a way to bring RFK Jr. and his supporters into this Trump fold. It's something that the Trump campaign has been keenly focused on throughout the entirety of this campaign. They are of the mind that there are some real alignments with the RFK Jr. voters, and they saw him as a potential threat, and you see him right now trying to embrace it.
Yeah, and I would also say, I mean, one of the things that we've heard over and over again since the shooting on Saturday is that Donald Trump is actually trying for this message on unity. Now, I will be clear. How long this lasts, if it lasts, we have no idea.
Anyway, we're watching a month-old video. Now, I was hoping they were going to show just the freaking... I don't know if there's an issue with the misinformation that they're...
I cannot tell you... Apparently, calling Donald Trump. I don't know who shot this video. It's sort of amazing.
How did you choose to move to the right? So I guess that's...
In the last 48 hours, or 72, whatever.
Yeah. Go back a little bit.
How did you choose to move to the right? So I guess that's... People say, if I was looking straight on, right? He said, I said, I was just showing a chart. I didn't have to tell him the chart was on all the people pouring into our country, but I just turned my head to show the chart, and something wrapped me. It felt like a giant, like the world's largest mosquito, and it was a bullet going around. What do they call that? An AR-15 or something? That was a big gun. Those are pretty tough guns, right?
He has no awareness. I mean,
I don't know what's going on with RFK, right? A, does he know he's being filmed? B, like, why is he... I don't know, maybe Trump just calls you and he talks over you and... Okay, this is frustrating because I don't see... I don't think I've seen the entirety of this clip. I'm not sure where we would find it. I try with the hill.
With you, man, something's wrong with that whole system. And, it's the doctors you find. Remember I said I want to do small doses.
Okay, so here he's with his vaccine denial.
When you feed a baby, Bob,
again, this is not true what he's saying.
A vaccination, and it's like 38 different vaccines. And
doing this partially for educational purposes to let people know that this is what vaccine disinformation sounds like.
Looks like it's meant for a horse, not a,
But this is coming from the former president of the United States.
10-pound or 20-pound baby. It looks like you should be giving a horse this. And do you ever see the size of it, right? It's this massive. And then you see the baby all of a sudden starting to change radically. I've seen it too many times.
It sounds really similar to like RFK talking about going down like a trail or something and seeing a couple with a child and saying, hey, that's a great baby you've got there. Telling them not to vaccinate it, right? This is
Then you hear that it doesn't have an impact, right? But you
hear the babies are changing. The babies are different. There's the babies transforming into.
I talked about that a long time ago. And anyway, I would love you to do stuff. And I think it'll be so good for you and so big for you. And we're gonna win. We're gonna win. You know, we're way ahead of the guy. And you know, he's interesting. It was very nice, actually. He called me, and
Yeah, so Biden called him after he was shot. This is again about a month ago when this call went out, maybe a little bit more than a month ago. Now, when this call happened, and
said, "How did you choose to move to the right?" So I guess that's people.
Oh, how did he shoot? He was just saying that earlier, I thought he was talking about politically.
You know, if I was looking straight up, he said, I said, I was just showing a chart. I didn't have to tell him the chart was on all the people pouring into our country.
So he loves talking about the chart, the immigration chart that saved his life. Like he said, he was turning his head to show the chart, which is something that he doesn't normally do in terms of having charts at his rallies, and that was what caused the bullet to miss him.
Now I just turned my head to show the chart, and something wrapped me. It felt like a giant, like the world's largest mosquito. And it was a bullet going around. You know, what do they call that, an AR-15 or something? That was a big gun. Those are pretty tough guns, right?
RFK Jr. has since apologized.
So he apologized
for that segment of their call being leaked.
Okay, I was taping with an in-house videographer. I should have ordered the videographer to stop recording immediately. I'm mortified that this was posted. I apologize to the president. Yo.
Writes on X, when President Trump called me, I was taping.
What a worm.
With an in-house videographer. I should have ordered the videographer to stop recording immediately. I am mortified that this was posted. I apologize to the president.
RFK Jr.'s son, Bobby Kennedy, had shared the leaked video and tweeted, quote, I'm a firm believer that these sorts of conversations should be had in public. Here's Trump giving his real opinion to my dad about vaccinating kids. This was the day after the assassination attempt. He deleted that tweet soon after.
I mean, this is definitely in the public interest to know, because Trump tries to weasel about this, right? He tries to take credit in some ways for Operation Warp Speed, and then at the same time undermines his own Surgeon General.
And then tweeted, quote, removed last one for mistaking sarcasm for real life. Very intriguing. I think Donald Trump's whole ploy there, like, yeah, vaccines are weird, right? Can I have your 8% vote share, Bobby, please? He sounds like an LA talent.
Again, this is 4 weeks ago. So that 5% that we looked at it in a recent poll, is 8% now, and realistically probably a lot less, because the third-party candidates tend to do less well in the actual vote than they do in a poll. It's one thing to say, I want RFK Jr. to be the president. It's another thing to vote for RFK Jr. when you might have a second choice that you know that you, by voting for that person, you might avoid your last choice, the candidate that you do not want to win. So
he's like, this would be so big for you, Bobby. You should serve with me. It sounds like a deal in exchange for endorsement of Trump from RFK Jr. that he would be in the cabinet, maybe an HHS, where he would be dealing with the questionable system that Trump refers to. Something's wrong with that whole system, then talks about vaccines, seems to be the healthcare system in America.
Yeah, he was previously talked about, RFK Jr. was, I think, maybe by DeSantis or by as like FDA or CDC, which would be, radically different, actually, roles.
The DeSantis thing makes sense for him.
This is not all the same. But you're right, that's what that conversation sounds like. Trump offering him something in exchange for dropping out and an endorsement. Don't know if that's likely to happen whatsoever, because, with RFK Jr. in the race, for all the talk from media and Democrats about how RFK Jr. is some kind of spoiler or is hurting Biden because he's actually right wing and he's actually trying to help Trump.
Bucky says, I heard allegedly Trump has PTC from the attempted understandable. So now that story, I believe, is that he watches and rewatches the tape. So people close to Trump have said that he is reliving that moment through rewatching it, and that can be a sign of PTSD. I think that's where that story comes from.
None of that adds up.
Like, he's not been diagnosed as far as I know, but
at all if he's in the race. If you think he's like more sympathetic with Trump or more in cahoots with Trump, or that he's drawing on the same supporters as Trump, his presence in the race then actually hurts Trump. Now, because it's taking votes away from him. You can't vote for both Trump and RFK Jr. Now, the data, the polling so far shows that RFK Jr. really draws from both, or he's also drawing from people who aren't going to vote for Trump.
And again, this was a month ago, and this was, as far as I know, Biden. I don't think that we definitely didn't have a firm. Maybe there was some talk at this point about Biden dropping out, but it wasn't confirmed by any means at that point.
Biden, and it's not obvious that he's hurting more one than the other. So the kind of panic from the media has been, I think, not connected to reality. Obviously, if he were to get out of the race and formally support Trump, that would help Trump.
Luis Lopez says, "Can psychopaths get PTSD?" I do not have that knowledge. I'm not a expert on any of this stuff, so I have to defer to a mental health professional.
I have no idea whether he's even considering doing that. He has maintained so far that he's not, that he wants to be president, that he doesn't think Biden or Trump are fit to serve an additional term, and that he is working, he's spending money, he's making an effort to get on the ballot in all the states. So I don't know that kind of deal is going to happen. It was interesting, though, to hear Trump, privately try to reassure RFK Jr. that he shares his attitude on some aspects of vaccination, wondering if too much vaccination can be overwhelming or unhealthy for
again. You get the feeling that Robbie's like, I don't know, maybe so. Maybe those doctors don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Maybe RFK Jr. does.
Specifically, that was a view that Trump was taking there. I think Trump actually may have weighed in on the vaccines causing autism idea that I should say is not accepted by most medical experts. I think he said that some years ago. But yeah, interesting.
That it was a vaccine that looked like it was meant for horses. I don't think Trump is qualified to be a veterinarian or a horse doctor nor a baby doctor.
Yeah, he's not Vosh. Come on. He's not. Sorry.
So I don't think he knows the difference there.
Also, yeah, this is this is some misinformation, just exposing it for educational purposes here. Not trying to perpetuate any misinformation by not telling you that it's wrong.
I love that he says feeding the baby vaccines, though. You picture like a very large syringe being put into the baby's mouth. It just, he also says he got small doses, that he like negotiated with the doctor, like only give me half of that. I don't think that's, I don't think a doctor would do that.
It is the case, right, that for the COVID vaccine at least, some medical experts have said, not for babies necessarily. I mean, babies are at incredibly low risk of it.
I feel like Robbie's just gonna veer us more and more into dodgy territory. I wanted to take a look at this interview with the vice president, RFK's vice president, vice presidential nominee. Okay, so now she's going to deny the talks with Harris. Again, chat, that was in the bonus content for tonight.
We are splitting hairs I would much rather, I mean, obviously, I'd much rather see Bobby and I in the White House. I think we'd do a much better, cleaner, transparent, less corrupt job around all of these things. But if we're splitting hairs, I would say that I trust the future of this country more under the leadership of the Trump and the Thiels and the J.D. Vances than I do right now of the Harrises and Reid Hoffmans.
Very interesting. All right, then what do you think about Walz as VP?
I love his jazz hands. I mean, I will say they're really
trying to make it stick, aren't they?
Over there. Walz is somebody I think was a relatively safe choice, but he only sells in an environment in which stolen valor is not like a big deal, right? He has lied about his military background. And if you are a veteran, you look at Walz and you're appalled that this is not a patriot. This is somebody who has lied, who was terrified of being deployed, who is kind of sneaky and tried to use his military service as a political talking point. And his peers in the military have only negative things to say. So that matters a lot to people who care about these things. Unfortunately, there's a massive population here in the United States that thinks about stolen valor as no biggie. And so my concern is more about that there's so many that aren't taking this seriously than I do about the man himself. But obviously, if the man himself then becomes elected by this population, I think we're in trouble. This is not like the values, the moral compass that is being just accepted as normal by this segment of the population is scary to me.
I hear that. All right, there were rumors going around that RFK was in talks with Trump, that he was in talks with the Harris camp for potential endorsement to
Yeah, we're at 52% of the 55% actually of the dono goal. That is once again close but no cigar. So I might have to take one of these things off of here. It looks like it's going to be RFK trying to join Team Kamala. That had some support, that got some votes, but we're about to spoil it right here, and it doesn't look like we're going to hit the.
Either of them, if they could give him, I presume, a spot in one of their cabinets. Is there any truth to it? Would love to hear about that.
Definitely not in talks with Harris. Definitely never have brought up this idea.
Although I gotta say, we're not entirely spoiling it, right? I don't trust either of these people. I don't. They could have been in talks with both of them. They could be that wishy-washy. They could be that just straight up power hungry.
Of an endorsement with Harris. Definitely have never brought up a cabinet position with Harris. So those are the MSN just taking something and spinning it in a way that makes, their chosen political group look good. Fake news.
I love it when somebody says fake news. I mean, it's just like, it's such a weird thing, right? If you remember when fake news entered the American lexicon, they were talking about pro-Trump stories planted in boomer news sources like Facebook, right? There was an epidemic of fake news, but Trump grabbed it, he jumped on it, and he just started calling everything that he disagreed with. Oh yeah, well, you've heard of the fake news. This is the fake news. That is a story that portrays me in a bad way. Fake news, fake news, fake news. I don't have to listen to that. That's fake news. You're fake news. That's fake news. This is fake news, right? And so, I mean, it's ironic that is it's like the last refuge of a coping Trumpster to call something that you don't like fake news. And it may be fake news, right? It is possible, but it's just like coming from somebody like this, I tend to not trust. It's too easy for them to just call it fake news.
With, that being...
Shiny Nix 86, thank you for the $5 super super chat. Also, everybody, just know that if you donate to the stream, you can let me know which of these topics you want to see next, right? I don't think we're going to hit that tonight. We're at 60% out of 100%, so we're still a ways off. But yeah, choosing violence was winning. So there is some interest in the segment that I actually wouldn't mind covering and would love to get out ahead of it. We may have to wait till tomorrow, though, unfortunately. We may have to wait till tomorrow for our the way it's looking right now. But thank you for the super chat.
Being said, we have offered to talk to everybody about what your policies are, who's going to be in your cabinet. Do you want to hear any of our takes on policy and what might work? We've open sourced out.
Okay, wait, is she what? So you like have been in talks, but your excuse is that like, well, I don't know, maybe they wanted to do our anti-vax policy. We checked. We were like, Kamala, do you have any interest in denialism? Would you like to? They're like, no, we're not gonna go that way. Okay, well, we just thought we'd check. You sure? You don't want to go anti-vax? And they're like, no, we're pretty sure that we're not.
Our platform very proudly. And I will say that Trump.
There's a ton of fake news, majorly biased at ABC, NBC, and CBS. Oh, yes. But Fox News. Wait, I gotta know, Alicia. Is Fox News okay? Is Fox News real news? Or do you have to go to what is it? OAN, maybe? Do you have to go to OAN for real news? Or do you have to go to, oh my God, what's the one I always forget? What's the one I always forget? There's another one. I just want to know. Alicia. Where's the real news at? Is it Fox?
Has taken genuine, sincere interest in our policies around chronic disease. He takes it serious.
I always want to say News Nation, but there's like another one. I can't remember what it is. Newsmax, thank you. I get Newsmax and News Nation mixed up, which tells you that News Nation's branding is terrible, right? Yeah, Newsmax. That you're on it, chat. I can clearly see it by the question. The reporters asked Republicans to Fox is right-wing biased. Okay. But is there a unbiased? See, like the thing is, the networks that you mentioned, right? It depends on where you're going. If you are going for the evening shows in MSNBC, those are biased, I guess, in the same way that the evening shows on Fox are, right? But you've got an entire morning that's run by a Republican. You've got an entire side of the broadcast that where the and it's a never Trump Republican, but it is still a Republican nonetheless.
For that reason, I think it behooves us to sit and see if we can actually make some real change. And if that is a unity party, I think that it is something that we absolutely owe to the American public.
A unity party.
To explore.
What would a unity party?
Yeah, explain.
I think it would be on day one making sure that our health, the arm of the government responsible for.
Yeah, I don't hate you for it, Alicia. I do feel sorry for you, though. I mean, it's you can find news programs with like a editorial bent like everywhere, and that's not really what I'm talking about, right? Because I mean, of course, when you're watching like the Hannity show, right? I don't expect Hannity to be like, well, I'm gonna pick out some good points for the Democrats and some good points for the Republicans. Like, I don't expect Hannity to call it even, right? I mean, I guess the whole thing that makes it so confusing is it's like that kind of news, that sort of editorial, show opinion oriented where it's like almost like every show on a network, and MSNBC does this in places too, right? Has like a certain, like the editorial slant of their host, right? But it is hard to narrow down the question and really talk about the factual reporting, whether it's biased or not.
Health, HHS, is directed by someone we can trust, someone without ties to big pharma, someone who understands the foundations of and preconditions of healthy life, somebody who is not going to sell out our children to profiteering.
Okay, when would you guys make that decision? There's obviously huge concerns that you guys are a spoiler candidate. And so I understand there'll be a public-facing message, but I'm very curious how you guys think about that.
We did not start this campaign. I did not put in tens of millions of dollars to be a spoiler candidate. I put in tens of $millions to win, to fix this country, to do the right thing. I will say that Clear Choice, this PAC, this DNC aligned PAC that was created specifically to take us out, has spent millions of dollars to take us out.
I mean, the thing about them is, though, like, as much as I want to see more choices for the American people, as much as I want to see an end to the sort of oligopoly of the major parties, there's something fundamentally dishonest about the RFK campaign. There's something fundamentally evasive about the platform that they put forward. And, almost in its inception, for a candidate to run with that name, Kennedy, which a lot of people trust, particularly like older Democrats tend to trust, and pitch yourself to the double haters essentially as like, well, you know what, you don't like Biden? Well, here is a Kennedy that you can vote for, and look at this, he was kind of cared about the environment at one point. I mean, he's sold out those views long ago, but and to not realize like that, the whole idea was to kind of like downplay the conspiracy nature of Robert F. Kennedy as a candidate, and the the platform of the candidacy itself, right? To kind of like obscure that stuff and to try to catch some people that are just like low information voters, and like I said, just like they would vote for a Democrat, but they don't want to vote for Sleepy Joe. And there's a lot of and like, think about somebody like this, right? Low information voter, but they run into pictures of what's going on in Gaza, and they are disgusted by it. And they wonder why this is going on and what the United States is doing, and why that the candidate that they, the party that they support, the Democrats, you're supposed to be better than the Republicans. And yet here you are just like, how many 2,000 pounds bombs would you like, Israel? Just this ineffectual attempt to rein in Netanyahu by the Democratic Party. You could imagine somebody like that, and then seeing, oh, but there's a Kennedy running. Well, certainly they must be better, right? It's a Kennedy. And it's like, actually, if we're being real, RFK is an interesting and terrible combination of anti-Semitism with like a pro-Netanyahu foreign policy, which isn't as weird as you think when you look at all the, Christian evangelicals, all the Christian Zionists that support Israel, but not because they care about, Israel, the people of Israel, or, the Jewish people as a whole, because they have this weird prophecy where they see the occupation of the Holy Lands as a precondition for Jesus returning to earth. And they're like, oh yeah, Jesus returning to earth, that'd be really cool. You know what happens then? Well, what is it? Again, 2/3 of Jewish people are wiped out and 1/3 of them convert to Christianity, right? That doesn't sound like a very pro, right? It's kind of, but I mean that's where Kennedy's at, right? With those people, that combination of a real antipathy towards towards Jewish people, combined with a pro Israeli foreign policy, right? Which is, they managed to get the worst of both worlds in there. And that's the kind of low information voter, right? Somebody that's not going to realize that that's what they're actually voting for. Somebody that's going to think that, like, well, Biden's so bad on this, and he is. Don't get me wrong, right? Biden's Gaza policy, abysmal, right? And they start to think, like, how could it be any worse? How could it possibly be any worse? If there's another person on the left, they ran as a Democrat, their name is Kennedy, they got to be better than Biden, right? Right? And it's like, no, actually, no, they're worse. They're worse. Trump is worse on that issue. Kennedy is worse on that issue. And he comes with a whole lot of conspiracy theories too. He comes with many of them anti-Semitic in nature. And so, yeah, that's what's so, like, I don't really have a problem with a PAC being put together to try to make clear to people who might consider voting for this Kennedy-Shanahan ticket exactly what they're voting for, because I don't think that the Kennedy-Shanahan ticket necessarily wants their voters to understand that.
They have unfortunately turned out,
just like releasing that call between Donald Trump and RFK Jr. to the public was in the public interest. I think that, releasing the information of what RFK Jr. really stands for to the American public is also in the public interest. So
into a spoiler.
But yeah, we were wondering about this. We were wondering, why are they mad? Where does this antipathy come from? And I don't think that she's changed her mind. I don't think necessarily that she's like, okay, well, we're going to, I don't think that they're supporting Trump because the Democratic Party went after them. Actually, Trump went after them too. Trump, both candidates have an incentive to let the voters know how the Shanahan Kennedy candidacy, how it is different than their platform, right? And so, because neither of them want to lose votes to Kennedy, so it's the weirdest thing. Even though, like, you've got Kennedy Trump sort of courting Kennedy, they don't want them running, and if they run, they want to make sure that the candidates or the voters that are going to end up voting for them are going to be Democratic voters rather than losing Republican voters to them.
And we don't want to be a spoiler. We wanted to win. We wanted a fair shot. The DNC made that impossible for us. They have banned us, shadow banned us, kept us off stages, manipulated polls, used lawfare against us, sued us in every possible state. They've even planted insiders into our campaign to disrupt it and to create actual legal issues for us. I mean, the extent by which...
I wonder how often that sort of thing happens, right? I'm given, because they're the conspiracy ticket, I'm given to disbelieve her. But yeah, there's a lot of cloak and dagger that goes on in politics. It's entirely possible that both campaigns have infiltrated and tried to kind of shipwreck RFK's campaign, or at least limit its impact on their own campaign.
The sabotage they've unleashed upon us, it's mind-blowing. I mean, we're still learning new ways that they have sabotaged us. I really wanted a fair shot at this election, and I believed in the America that a little girl pledged an allegiance to. And that is not where we are.
Isn't it interesting that, like, because like so many people want to see these people see Shanahan and RFK as like independents, right? Well, what does she go back to? She goes to the Pledge of Allegiance. She goes to a catechism of sorts that was instituted in the United States as almost like a loyalty statement when during the Cold War, during the Cold War to make sure that we differentiate ourselves from the goddamn godless Soviets, like lest we confuse the United States and its separation clause from there you got God in the Pledge of Allegiance, right? And it's like this loyalty pledge. It's like this kind of weird thing. If you show people from other countries a bunch of American school children doing the Pledge of Allegiance, they're going to look at you funny. They're going to look at us funny. They're going to look at the whole country funny, because it is a jingoistic thing to do for sure.
Today, and it's not because of the Republican Party taking us out. It is exclusively because of the Democratic Party taking us out. And I am so disappointed I ever helped them. I am so disappointed that I helped Chuck Schumer in that Georgia runoff secure a majority. It's probably one of the biggest mistakes of my life. And it's really devastating. So to answer your question, we are not spoilers. That was never our motivation. We really wanted a fair shot. I think had we had a fair shot, we would have won. I still would love to see in the last 80 days of this election some miracle play out where we get a chance to debate. I don't think they're going to let us. And given this, I think we are taking a very serious look at making sure that the people that have corrupted our fair and free democracy do not end up in office in November.
So here's where she comes out with the, Trump is the lesser of two evils kind of take.
Hard. I mean, it's really hard, Tom, to say these words because it's also acknowledging how bad things are.
Yeah, it's hard to hear the words. Do you guys see any path to victory at this point?
I mean, technically, if we can stay on the ballots, we've qualified for all the ballots now, which is like an enormous feat. Like you don't understand. The system was designed to, after Ross Perot, to keep this from ever happening again, and we accomplished it. So technically, we could win. We could absolutely win still.
Yeah, Alicia, I'm sorry. It's a monstrous thing to justify the killing of children based on propaganda meant to demonize Palestinians. It's
the problem is if you censor a candidate, as we've been censored, people.
For somebody so worried about falling into propaganda and partaking from biased news sources. Alicia, you really, your brain is astroturfed, right? The shit that you're saying. And it's justifying not just murder of kids, but murder of kids on a truly horrifying scale, right? That the ICJ is looking into as a form of genocide. And I really wish that, you'd use your skepticism to question some of those beliefs that allow you to justify that, right? Of like, oh no, but they're teaching the kids to hurt, to hurt Israel. So I guess you got to do what? No, they're fucking bombing schools and shit, right?
People don't get a chance to even hear us. There are.
And again, that's an example of Trump's foreign policy leading to conflicts past his administration, right? The whole, October 7th is due in a big part to the kind of negotiation that Trump did bilaterally with Israel and other countries in the Middle East that completely cut the Palestinian people out of negotiations regarding their own destiny. And it led to what you saw on October 7th, which led to the justification for the, at the very least, tens of thousands of innocent civilians dying. And we're honestly looking at figures that are probably more likely in the hundreds of thousands. And it's just not something you should ever find yourself looking for a way to justify or looking for a,
things that could happen that would still allow us to win in November, even in this environment. And it could, you can't predict the number of variables.
It's a narrative, Alicia. It's more.
And these forever wars.
It's more than a lie, unfortunately. Did I skip over something? It was like right here, maybe.
But as long as we remain on the ballots, we could win. The question is, is the risk of a Harris-Walz presidency worth us staying in? And that's the question we have to ask ourselves right now is, do we trust Trump and in his personal sincerity to really do the right thing for our country and chronic disease, balance the budget, end these forever wars?
End chronic disease. What is she cooking? What is she cooking? Does anybody know? Does anybody know? Trump is going to end chronic disease. Really? What kind of natural, like, health granola wackiness is this? What? And why do all these fucking hippies, like, why are they all? I mean, I kind of know the answer. And if you'll know the answer too, if you read Naomi Klein's new book, Doppelganger, you'll understand this a lot better. So here's where she starts to see some positive signs in Trump.
It's basic criteria in my definition. We don't have clean food, water, utility. Public goods is a freaking mess. Like, that's the basic function of government, and they are failing at it. Where they're spending their money, these are auxiliary functions. These are not real functions of government. They are overreach. They are part of either.
Chat, I think her brain is cooked.
Large money.
I think her brain is cooked.
Corporate capture schemes for power in politics. They're not actually functioning. So first and foremost, we have to make sure that the dollars we are spending are addressing these critical functions of government like public goods.
We've talked about what we see wrong with the Harris approach to economics. What do you see as the problem with Trump's approach?
Trump's Achilles heel in his first term was really big pharma, and I don't think he understood that it would cripple his.
So do you see where she's? This is probably something about vaccines.
Entire reputation and legacy as much as it did, and it was this.
Has it though? Because like I do think that like there was a lot of like, Trump was, well, he was fairly friendly to misinformation, even though, in the end, as with most things, he went with the, people that he brought into his government, right? So he did go ahead with Operation Warp Speed, and he didn't, prevent, vaccinations from taking place. But at the same time, he did feed into like a lot of like, well, maybe you can kill it with bleach. Maybe it'll just go away on its own. Maybe like all this kind of just garbage.
Perfect storm of him kind of being like, oh, I'll take the Pfizer $1 million for my inauguration event, to selling out to Fauci and Operation Warp
Selling out to Fauci.
Speed in the lockdowns. Who knew? Who knew just taking $1 million from Pfizer would open the door to one of the most catastrophic.
Is that what she thinks? Like it is, that it's like the money from Pfizer? Like here's the deal. Trump doesn't know how to run an administration. Let's be real. He's a reality show figure. He is a failed businessman, and he does not understand how the freaking government works. He doesn't understand a lot of things. You remember the whole late great Hannibal Lecter and how he would always bring that up when you're talking about asylum seekers? Motherfucker literally thought that asylum seekers were like people in an asylum in another country that country was trying to send over into our country, right? And yeah, I mean, they just that's one example. That's one example of what Trump does not understand and how, ignorant and how boldly ignorant he can be, right? He brought this into multiple speeches. And so he doesn't know how to run an administration. So what does he do? He relies on other people. Okay, well, I'm going to run the part that is like Donald Trump gets famous, right? I'm going to run the part where Donald Trump's kids get rich, right? I'm going to run the part where we peddle influence all over the world, right? But I don't want to run the boring part, the government part, the actual government part, the actual, like, how do you, who do you bring in for Surgeon General, right? I don't want to run that part. So I'm just going to listen to some kind of normal ass Republican, and they will be like, yeah, this Anthony Fauci guy, this is your guy, right? And so that's how Trump ends up with kind of guardrails. These were people were referred to as guardrails in his first administration. People who I guess you could also call them technocrats, right? Now that has a connotation to it that's not exactly positive, but what I mean is that people who are capable of running the parts of the government that they're in charge of, as opposed to Trump minions who don't understand the levers of power that they're messing with, right? And what Trump learned from his first administration was not to listen to those Republicans that he did in the first place, right? Those people gave him like a regular ass government that would stay stable, and that, and Trump wants to subjugate everything to his own sense of grandeur, to his own delusions of grandeur. And at times, right, those came into conflict. And when he saw that and saw that he was kind of steered in a direction away from, promoting his own personal brand, he sees this as a betrayal, right? When in actuality, it is a refusal to betray the country on behalf of Donald Trump's bloated ego. And that a lot of the institutional minded people, even if they're, right wingers, even if they're hardcore right wingers, we're not, Mike Pence, being a great example, we're not willing to go along with that. We're not willing to sell out the country for Donald Trump's ego.
Decisions the United States and a United States president has ever made in history.
Fauci or Warp Speed?
I mean, they're all part of the same package, but capitulating to Fauci's vision.
Yeah, that's right. It's Hannibal Lecter.
For the government under Project Warp Speed, and with the lockdowns, the masking.
The masking. We can't mask. Oh my God. These people are so afraid of a piece of fucking cloth.
The supply chain disruptions. Then there was the stimulus package, the $8 trillion in the stimulus package, which was really for PPP and PPE and all of the all of the
PPs. Yes, we got it.
It was such a massive spend for something that, in retrospect, was not necessary at all, and started us on this trajectory.
What do you? I haven't heard a lot about Trump's policy yet, economic policy. If you were,
okay, so I'm getting from chat that some people don't believe that Trump was, suggesting bleach as an effective therapy to treat the virus, and that it was more like a curiosity. But I ask you, all right, because our standards have gone so far down since Trump got elected in 2016. They're below. They're through the floor, right? Should a president be like, I wonder if maybe bleach would be a good way to, right? Is that fucking appropriate? In the midst of the largest public health crisis since the 1910s, is that really what you want to hear from your president? I mean, we can take a look at it. We can listen to his bleach.
Bill, a question.
Let's take a listen. Right, here's his speculation.
Question that probably some of you are thinking.
Yeah, the question isn't like whether he was trying to, I don't know, have force doctors to prescribe bleach to people. The question is like, why was this? This is a batshit idea, first of all, right? And it's actually sounds and smells a lot like natural health garbage, right? It sounds like something like, I don't know. I haven't heard bleach before, but I have heard of people who use hydrogen peroxide as some sort of a health supplement or treatment or whatever, right? I mean, this is what it sounds like, right? And look, if your 70-year-old grandfather has to be talked out of that idea that, like, I don't know, maybe the bleach would, right? That's one thing. But if the president of the United States is out there speculating, why don't they just use bleach? I mean, this is like a moon lord level comment. This is like mine the moon. Why don't they just mine the moon? I'm sure there's lots of valuable minerals up there. All they have to do is build an elevator to the moon. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, okay, you gotta look at that, and you could just say, okay, Moon Lord, we're not making you we're not putting you as the head of NASA, right? That's not gonna.
If
you're not getting a job at SpaceX, Moon Lord.
Totally into that world, which I find to be very interesting. So, supposing we hit the body with a tremendous.
This isn't a press conference, right? It's bad enough if he's like discussing this with, like, I don't know, Fauci or his aides or somebody. It has to be explained to him. No, Mr. Trump, bleach will not work. Right? But this is a press conference.
Whether it's ultraviolet.
This is undermining the confidence that the American people have in their president and in their government during a huge crisis. This is undermining the confidence that the world has in the United States as a rational actor on the world stage in terms of public health.
Or just very powerful light.
You got to hit it with ultraviolet or very powerful light. Maybe that's what we need. Maybe the doctors haven't thought of that yet. Maybe it's fucking scientists, like, get at it, get on it, right? Scientists, take a look at that.
And I think
can you hit it with an ultraviolet light, please, scientists?
That hasn't been checked, but you're going to test it. And then I said
they're going to test it because Trump said you are not the one that's going to come up with the next fucking breakthrough. But he is a fucking delusional narcissist who really does believe that he's got this amazing brain, and if only people would just goddamn listen to him, everything would be better.
Supposing you brought the light inside the body.
You brought the light inside the body. You put it, like, what, some kind of a dilator? Like, are we inserting it anally? Are we inserting it orally? How is it going into us? Is it what's going on, Trump?
Which you can do either through the skin
or through the butt. Is that what you're gonna say? Through the butt?
In some other way.
In some other way, in some other orifice. I got it.
And I think you said you're going to test that too. Sounds interesting.
Yeah, give that a test too. Like, let's.
Right, and then I see the disinfectant, where it knocks it out.
It knocks it right out. Maybe you just need bleach. Bleach up the bum.
1 minute. 1 minute.
1 minute. Just put a little bleach up the bum, and you got it. This guy was fucking president. That should scare you.
And is there a way we can do something like that?
That should scare the fuck out of you, right? There's people, a non-insubstantial number of people in this country that think that this guy was doing the job of president in a way. And these are the people that'll be like, oh, I don't know about Biden. Who's running the White House? Oh my God. Oh my God. On his worst day, I'm not nearly as worried about Sleepy Joe,
injection inside or almost a cleaning, because you see it gets
like a cleaning. You just clean yourself out with some bleach. Yeah, little douche in the.
Does a tremendous number in the lungs.
In the lungs, the bleach in the lungs. Jesus Christ!
Testing to check that, so that
This is not health advice that you should be listening to. Just for the record, right? This is the disgraced former president of the United States during the height of one of the worst public health crises. Definitely the worst public health crisis in any of our lifetimes, making just boneheaded suggestions.
I have to use medical doctors with, but it sounds interesting to me. So we'll see. But the whole concept of the light, the way it kills it in 1 minute, that's pretty powerful.
That's That's what he's looking for, right? That, you remember how he said, maybe it's just going to go away. He is wish casting so hard because here's the deal. All right. He cruised by with Obama's economy for 3 years and things were okay economically. Nothing, no shit hit the fan, right? He said some ridiculous things. They would likely be used against him in his re-election bid. But most presidents, most incumbents win re-election. That is just kind of there's a power in incumbency normally. So shit starts to hit the fan in his last year, and he's like, no. Oh, maybe it'll go away. Yeah, it'll go away on its own. It'll just we'll wake up one day and it'll be all gone. And maybe April, it'll be all gone. We won't have to worry about it. I can go on to my re-election and nothing is going to get in the way of that. And, this is, kind of the perfect storm. And all the perfect storm was one major crisis that exposed him as being not a steady hand at the wheel of the ship of state. But yeah, there we go with Trump and the disinfectant.
To get elected this time. Is anything changed? Is he making new sounds? What's his
new sounds
approach?
What we're hearing from the Trump camp is very positive. We are hearing that he wants to distance himself from big pharma. We are hearing full acknowledgement that he now in retrospect should not have fallen prey to the pressures in Washington to capitulate to the lockdowns and then the needed bailouts. His record was reasonable prior to those massive mistakes in 2020. And I don't see acknowledgement. I mean, he's not doing it publicly, but privately, I don't see much acknowledgement from any political leadership that has contributed to the problem, like I've seen from Donald Trump. And I see him wanting.
It's so funny to see anti-vaxxers being like, it's about time that the government copped to this big mistake that they made. They put us in masks and they had us in the lockdown and worst of all, there was a vaccine, right? It was never mandatory from the government, right? It might have been mandatory depending on your place of employment. But they feel like that somehow they were borne out as correctly, because I think what happened is they got further and further into their little echo chambers where, your feed is now full of other anti-vaxxers and they are telling you exactly what you want to hear. And they're like, yeah, no, now it's proven ivermectin is the fucking shit, man. It's right. And they think, well, we won. It's finally borne out. Everybody's saying it. Everybody's saying that we were right. And, the masks were, not helpful somehow. And they feel vindicated. And what they don't recognize is that actually what's happened is that 2020 was a traumatic year for most people in the country. And because of that, most people in the country, they don't want to talk about 2020. They don't want to talk about the vaccine. They don't want to talk about the lockdown because they don't want to remember that stuff, right? They are maybe even a little bit in denial about the severity of the the pandemic and versus the kind of impositions that the lockdown put on us all, which is I'm not trying to dismiss that, right? That period fucked with a lot of us, right? But it's just most Americans have just taken the tack of kind of erase it from memory and move on. And so either side, that brings us back to that, if Democrats were to start to talk about the fact that the vaccine, the pandemic is still with us, which it is. And we've seen some higher spikes over the summer than we've seen in a really long time, right? I don't know. There might be bad, consequences to that too. But I mean, that's closer. That is the actual truth. And I don't know if there's any, there might have been a window to actually, had we had effective leadership at the time, and had our government been serious enough, there might have been a way to make it so it's not going to be a huge factor in all of our lives going forward. But I feel like that's where we're at. And just like climate change, the will to do something about it when the time was right was just not something that we had. But yeah, I mean, it's, when you hear the vaccine deniers, the anti-vax weirdos, and the part of the natural health community that's been absorbed into Trump and QAnon, they think that they were vindicated, and they think that these are good issues. These are winning issues, and they don't get it. Why doesn't Trump talk about, like, no more masks? I mean, he does, but like, they want to make it more of a mainstream issue. It's not an issue that works for the Republicans. And sadly, a better set of public health policy is not, it's not something that the Democrats are pursuing. Like, Biden declared the victory over the virus long before, and it's still fucking with us. It's still fucking. He himself was recently afflicted with COVID.
To do things. Like he wants to create a container. He definitely wants to bring in an administration that, I see him working with Tulsi. Very exciting sign that he wants to de-escalate the wars, de-escalate and withdraw from the enormous amount of military spending. I mean, that is the lowest hanging fruit, and he is ready to go on it.
What do you think about his pick of J.D. Vance?
I like JD Vance. I
mean, you would. He's weird, just like you.
I think his statement on cat ladies was misguided.
Yeah, you never fuck with cats. That's rule number 1 of the internet.
But other than that, I think he wrote a great book, Hillbilly Elegy.
Hillbilly Elegy, where he pretends to be from Appalachia and then shits on actual people from Appalachia.
Which really connects to a much forgotten population and a much left behind but important and wise and soulful population of the United States that, I think is the greatest potential for revival. And I think there's, when I look at small businesses and small business economy, I think about farming. I think about rural America. I think this is the largest untapped opportunity we have right now. And I think
we could all just become farmers and live a natural life on our...
JD Vance is grown from that, and he gets it. And I love what he's done with his career. I think that he, has done some interesting... I don't love his pharma stuff. I don't love some of the stuff he's invested in. I'd like to see him explain some of it. I mean, I've not had the perfect investment record either, but I think that...
You don't say. Did you lose your ass on? Did you maybe lose your ass on NFTs by chance? Did you buy some apes? Do you still have the apes in your digital wallet, perhaps?
Those are things that, as long as he shows growth from, I think he is going to have great potential leading this country.
Did you buy some meme stonks?
When you look at some of the pundits on him, one of the things that you'll see is a potential nefarious line drawn to Peter Thiel.
Potential nefarious. No, it's not a potential. It's a real line. It's more real than Sunday's lines in his weird Pepe Sylvia drawing that he did last night when he was way too sauced.
If they see him as the future of the party, what does that mean in terms of corporate, governmental interconnectedness? And do you think that there's anything to that, or are these just rumors?
Look, I Silicon Valley, Peter Thiel, and the PayPal mafia, they're very well known, and they're reasonably predictable. It's these are individuals that,
yeah, they're predictable in terms of their antipathy to the poor. They are predictable in terms of their penchant for authoritarianism. Like what do you? Yeah, they're predictable, but that's like, I love how she's using this as yes, they're not. It's not so bad.
made a huge amount of success thinking through how to use the internet for optimizing financial transactions with PayPal. PayPal was a massive success. They went on to invest in a whole.
You are kissing their asses. Okay, that's what it is. That's what it is, right? They are good people whose asses you can kiss to get their favor.
Whole number of things. A lot of them really are liberty oriented, school choice oriented. They mirror many of the things you hear from liberty Republicans, which is a population I tend to like a lot. They believe in free speech. Some of their more transhumanist things are I don't fully align with. They're very close to Palantir, which is a massive government contractor. So that's something to keep an eye on.
I mean, yeah, Peter Thiel, you think? So she's like anti-Palantir, but she's like, actually Rocco's basilisk is kind of cute. Kind of adorable. Wouldn't you love to give it a little scratch? Yeah, I don't have anything against the basilisk. I wouldn't stop the basilisk. I'm sorry, chat. I am memeing, just to be super clear. It's a transhumanist.
But overall, in terms of totalitarian, nefarious.
It's literally, you got to read Curtis Yarvin, lady. Or you probably have and you're on board with it. I don't know. Right? But they don't say, look, they want to run the country through their guy, through J.D. Vance. They want to run the country the way that a Silicon Valley CEO runs their company. And that is first and foremost by compromising any sort of guardrails, any sort of limits to their power, right? They want to erode the separations of power and have a unitary executive. Because that's how they run their companies. So yeah, that is what you get with those people. It's so wild that somebody that pretends to be I'm super independent and I just want to.
Nefarious agenda. I don't see that. It doesn't terrify me as much coming from that group. I'd love to see them talk more transparently about what their overall agenda is and hopes and goals for the American family. I think that would alleviate a lot of the concern. But I find that this group of people is smaller, those around Peter Thiel. They believe in individual liberties. They believe in sovereignty. I don't see them doing as many of these intelligence agency partnerships as maybe some of the other Silicon Valley groups that I'm not going to name.
So but I get it. I like the conservative Silicon Valley people, not the liberal ones, not the Google ones, right? I like the PayPal mafia is good. We can try. We know they're a known quantity. I guess is kind of what she's saying.
I will say that if we are splitting hairs, I would much rather. I mean, obviously, I'd much rather see Bobby and I in the White House. I think
Rocco's basilisk would run through Twitch chat logs. So just to be safe. We're all in support of Rocco's basilisk here. That's the meme.
We do a much better, cleaner, transparent, less corrupt job around all of these things. But if we're splitting hairs, I would say that I trust the future of this country more under the leadership of the Trump and the Thiels and the J.D. Vances than I do right now of the Harrises and Reid Hoffmans.
Okay, so that's pretty much where we started off. So yeah, we got it done. All right, that is Shanahan. What is her name again? Something Shanahan. Modernism. Thank you for the follow. What the fuck is her name? Why can't I love how nobody puts the name of the person that they're talking to. Nicole Shanahan. Thank you. It's like the very last tag. They just say RFK's Veep. But then again, RFK's Veep probably has better SEO than Nicole Shanahan. Who I had to literally look up her name. But yeah, chat, I'm going to get some sleep, and we're going to meet again tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. We're going to be talking about... What the fuck are we going to be talking about? This is Waltz's night. Wait, let's look it up really quick. Let me give you a preview to what we're going to be dealing with tomorrow. Need day 3. So Monday night was For the People themed. Tonight was A Bold Vision for America's Future. Wednesday was A Fight for Our Freedoms. And Thursday is For the Future. Let's see if we can find what is going on day 3. All I know so far is that it's going to be Tim Walz. Okay, so that's tonight, Wednesday. Vice President Tim Walz. Oh, yeah, that's right. Bill Clinton. Lest I forget. Bill Clinton, Nancy Pelosi, and Pete Buttigieg. Now, it doesn't seem like they've released, or at least I don't have it here, their full list of candidates. Unless NPR maybe has it. I'm not finding a more full program. I'm guessing that we might have more. They are trying to do more. They're trying to bring on some like rank and file Teamsters as kind of like a fuck you to not Sean Fain, Sean O'Brien. Sean Fain is the cool UAW president. Sean O'Brien is the not so cool Teamsters. Apparently, there's a 1-hour news briefing from DNC officials that's on C-SPAN. I don't think we have time to watch it. Just trying to see if anybody's got a more... Oh, wait, maybe we got Tuesday, Wednesday. All right, starting off at 3. Okay, so it looks like it starts at 6 o'clock Eastern time. No, sorry, Central time. So that means 7 o'clock Eastern time. Is that real? Yeah, I'm not getting a more full itinerary. So we got Bill Clinton, we got Walz, and who else did I say? Nancy Pelosi. That's what we're going to look for tomorrow. So meet back here, same bat time, same bat channel, building hype until Thursday, where, you know, the official acceptance of the goes through, and yeah. And we'll try to hit that dono goal again. again, I got some cool stuff that I want to show you. If we can hit the dono goal, we kind of missed it the past 2 nights, but maybe the third time is a charm. Let's hope so, because otherwise I'm going to have to push that content way back into like Friday, right? And I would love to be able to get some of it done this week so that I won't have as busy of a day on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But yeah, much love, everybody, and thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you, mods. Thank you, mods, for all of what you've done and keeping the chats chattable and making it possible to have a real conversation in those chats rather than just getting spammed with meaningless nonsense. Sinn Fein. Did I say Sinn Fein? I hope I didn't. For some reason, Sean Fein, it makes me think of Sinn Fein as well. So I'm glad to know I'm not the only one. Yeah, Walz gets the headline speech. Good stream, and thank you for being here. Thank you, Patreons. Thank you, everybody who's liked the stream. And if you haven't, you can join that thumb gang too. So yeah, we're gonna be checking in tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be able to get done with that, because like I got some talk. The chat chooses violence content is actually quite interesting, right? We're talking about a interview with the one and only sysadmin for the Vosh Clout Network, for the Vosh Whiteleaf Network, right? Who went and did an interview with President Sunday. So, you know, got a lot to pick through there, and pretty interested in it. But until then, I've been No Comment Chick. Make sure to like and subscribe on your way out. And wait. And thank you also. Thank you to Throne Gang, because I'm going to be installing these hopefully tomorrow. And maybe my computer will not be as slow as it is right now. These are 16 gigabytes. I'm going to upgrade them from 8 gigabyte ones. So we'll have a total of 32 gigabytes. That's a lot of gigabytes. I'm looking forward to it's the most victim blamey interview I've ever heard. Oh, geez, you've watched it already. Well, we're going to watch it again, and we're going to see what we can glean from Sunday's chat with the one and the only Sussy Baka herself. Anyway, good night, everyone.